In her past life, Princess Zhao Yuanqing was ensnared into a marriage with the treacherous Cui Hao, only to be sent to a hostile nation for political alliance a year later, where she met a tragic end through brutal mistreatment. Upon her rebirth, Zhao Yuanqing resolved to reclaim her fate, confronting her adversaries with fierce determination. Her first scheme involved orchestrating the marriage of her imperial sister, Zhao Baozhu, to Cui Hao, setting the stage for their mutual destruction. The crown princess attempted to poison Zhao Yuanqing, only to reveal her illicit affair with the fourth prince, leading to their simultaneous demise by poison. When Ming Zhaoyi conspired against Zhao Yuanqing, she provoked a rift between the princess and the emperor, resulting in Ming Zhaoyi's execution. Beyond seeking vengeance, Zhao Yuanqing also pursued wealth, propelling her fragrance business to national prominence. There were even sporadic treasures that fell into her possession, the Dragon God Pearl and a treasure space. Chapter 1. Captured in Infidelity Upon Rebirth. In the year 256 of the Qing dynasty, in a chamber of the Yuzhen temple, the curtains hung low and garments lay scattered upon the floor. Zhao Yuanqing let out a cry, abruptly sitting up in bed, gasping for breath. Strangely, had she not already perished? What was unfolding now? Raising her delicate hands, adorned with vibrant crimson nail polish that signified her opulence, she noted the absence of wounds, dirt, or exposed bones. Her hands were pristine. Eagerly, she leapt from the bed. Inspecting her body, her legs were intact. There were no tears below, and her chest bore no scars. Everything was as it should be. Her heart raced as she scanned her surroundings. The room was fresh and elegant, with an incense burner gracing the table, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. The room's decor. It was Yuzhen Temple, in the year 256 of Chang'an. In 258 of the Qing dynasty, Zhao Yuanqing had been sent to marry into the Wumong kingdom, only to be brutally killed a year later. Could it be that she had returned to 3 years prior? Lifting the bedding, she discovered an unconscious man within, none other than the second prince of Wumong, Ha Talong. Splendid. He still lived. She had truly returned, back to the day that would irrevocably alter her destiny. Calculating the time, those who had plotted against her would soon arrive today. She would not fall into the clutches of those merciless individuals again. With no time to ponder, Zhao Yuanqing dragged Ha Talong from the bed, silencing him and binding his hands securely, forcefully pushing him beneath the bed. She hastily donned her garments and sat poised in a chair, awaiting their arrival. Within the span of half an incense stick, footsteps echoed outside, accompanied by calls of Princess Shanjin. 3 years had passed had it not been for that call. Zhao Yuanqing might have forgotten her status as the legitimate eldest daughter of the Qing nation. Her maternal grandfather was the esteemed Duke of Beibian, guarding the northwestern borders. Her uncle was the renowned general of the state, her mother the Empress Dowager, and her brother the Crown Prince. In all of Qing, no daughter held greater prestige than she. Cherished by her father, she had been bestowed the title Shanjun upon her birth. Shanjun, signifying kindness and purity. Her father had expressed his hopes for her to embody noble character, becoming a paragon for all women. Zhao Yuanqing scoffed. As a royal princess, the expectation to perform acts of virtue within the palace felt like a slow death sentence, and the notion of purity had become a shackle, hindering her every move. The footsteps halted at the door. Princess Shanjun, are you inside? Zhao Yuanqing remained silent. Another gentle voice emerged. Elder sister, are you inside? Hatred surged within Zhao Yuanqing's eyes. It was her younger sister, Princess Rongchong, Zhao Baozhu. Look at her title, Rongchong, a name that embodies both prosperity and flourishing. And her name, Baozhu, implies she is cherished like a precious gem in one's palm. Zhao Yuanqing felt a bitter pang in her heart. Who was truly the emperor's favored daughter? Was it not all too evident? How could she have been so blind in the past? Zhao Yuanqing remained silent, but Zhao Baozhu could not contain herself any longer. She forcefully pushed open the door and strode inside. Sister. Ah, elder sister, what happened to you? Zhao Yuanqing glared at her coldly and rebuked. What is the matter with me? I am here in this temple for my quiet cultivation, and you barge in uninvited with your entourage. Is this how you uphold the decorum of a younger sister? As Zhao Yuanqing's voice escalated, by the time she reached the final word, she was practically shouting into Zhao Baozhu's ear, sending shivers down her spine and causing her heart to race. Zhao Baozhu cursed inwardly, furious at Zhao Yuanqing for daring to adopt such a domineering attitude. They were both princesses. What gave her the right? I'm a princess too. Though seething with anger, she maintained a composed facade, for she had far more pressing matters at hand. Elder sister, there are intruders at Yuzhen Temple. I broke in out of concern for your safety, and Lord Shui can testify to that." Behind her stood a young man, Shui Hao, the foremost representative of the illustrious Shui family among the 5 great clans of the Qing dynasty. Tears glistened in Zhao Baoju's eyes, like swallows caught in the rain, dampening Shui Hao's heart. He frowned slightly and admonished Zhao Yuanqing. "Princess Shanjin, you took so long to open the door, and Princess Rongchang was merely worried for your safety, prompting her to command the door be broken down. Rather than expressing gratitude, you scold her. What sense does that make? Apologize to Princess Rongchang at once." Such words were audaciously disrespectful. Shui Hao, a commoner without an official title, dared to speak thus to a princess, which warranted punishment. Yet, he felt no fear, for Zhao Yuanqing held a fondness for him. In her past life, Zhao Yuanqing had admired Shui Hao, determined to marry him, while the Shui family, proud of their unblemished lineage, looked down upon the royal family and persistently declined her advances, leading to numerous embarrassing incidents. Today, Zhao Yuanqing had come to Yuzhen Temple for quiet cultivation, only to fall into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, she found herself disheveled beside the deceased Ha Talong, with Shui Hao and Princess Rongchang at her bedside, and thanks to them, the scandal of the day swiftly spread throughout the court and beyond. Zhao Yuanqing had landed herself in dire trouble. Ha Talong was the second prince of Wumong, sent to Qing as a hostage, yet he had died under mysterious circumstances, risking a war between the two nations. Zhao Yuanqing could not articulate why Ha Talong had perished in such a state beside her. Whispers circulated in the court, accusing her of debauchery and unjustly taking the life of Ha Talong. The emperor was furious, rebuking Zhao Yuanqing for her moral failings, stripping her of her title, and confining her to the cold palace. The empress and the crown prince, who interceded on her behalf, also faced repercussions. Zhao Yuanqing's reputation was shattered, and people turned away from her in disdain. Yet Shui Hao sought her hand in marriage without regard for past grievances, which became the best outcome for Zhao Yuanqing. Thus, Zhao Yuanqing entered the Shui family with a generous dowry, forsaking her identity as a princess to willingly embrace the role of a matron. However, fate had other plans. The news of Ha Talong's demise reached the Wumong kingdom, which subsequently launched a massive assault on the Qing kingdom under this pretext a year later. The war did not unfold favorably, and another year passed, during which Zhao Yuanqing's grandfather and uncle fell in battle. In a bid to quell the Wumong kingdom's fury, Zhao Yuanqing was sent to Wumong as a bride, leaving her vast wealth behind in the Shui family to sustain their lavish lifestyle. The empress and the crown prince made a final desperate attempt to resist, but all efforts ended in failure. The empress hung herself with a white silk ribbon, and the crown prince was deposed. What followed was a living hell, a memory Zhao Yuanqing wished to forget. It dawned on her that sometimes death could be preferable to life. During her time in the Wumong kingdom, she reflected repeatedly on how she had fallen into others' traps long ago, ensnaring not only herself but also her mother, her royal brother, and her grandfather and uncle, all of whom had been schemed against, with the Shui family being one of the executioners. At this moment, Zhao Yuanqing harbored no affection for Shui, how only overwhelming hatred coursed through her veins, a desire for swift retribution. She approached Shui Hao and delivered a resounding slap across his face. "How dare you reprimand me? Are you teaching me how to conduct myself?" Chapter 2. Teaching Lessons to Scoundrels. Shui Hao was taken aback by the sudden blow. He initially froze before erupting in fury. "Zhao Yuanqing, how dare you strike me?" Slap. Zhao Yuanqing retaliated with another slap. "What of it? You dare to chastise me and call me by my name? Who grants you such audacity?" Shui Hao glared at Zhao Yuanqing, only to find that the once affectionate gaze now brimmed with lethal intent. A chill crept down his spine as he recalled her status as a princess, prompting him to tread carefully. "I do not dare to overstep." Slap. Another strike followed. "Dare? I see you're quite bold." Shui Hao was on the verge of exploding with rage, but recalling the purpose of his visit, he restrained his fury and spoke softly. "Princess, let us discuss matters later. There are reports of thieves infiltrating Yuzhen Temple, and they may be hiding in your quarters. We should search." As he spoke, he moved toward the bed. Zhao Yuanqing blocked his path. "Stop. What do you intend to do?" Shui Hao and Zhao Baoju exchanged glances, their hearts lifting at the prospect that someone might indeed be concealed beneath the bedclothes. "Princess, they're intruders. We are merely conducting a routine search. Just because you say they're thieves, does it mean they exist? You presume to search my quarters?" "Shui Hao, who grants you the audacity?" Princess, if you are innocent, why not allow us to search? Could it be that you are familiar with the intruder and are deliberately concealing him? Zhao Baozhu chimed in. Indeed, sister, look how concerned Shui Langjun is for you. Allow him to investigate. It will only serve to prove your innocence. Zhao Yuanqing scoffed. Were you two? Why should I prove my innocence to you? Get out. The more she resisted, the more Cui Hao and Zhao Baozhu suspected that someone lay hidden beneath the bed. They exchanged a glance, realizing they could no longer delay. Swift action was imperative. Cui Hao seized Zhao Yuanqing's wrist and instructed Zhao Baozhu, Princess Rongchong, I will restrain the Shanjin princess. You hurry and check. Very well. Zhao Yuanqing was filled with fury. Cui Hao, how dare you? Cui Hao tightly grasped Zhao Yuanqing's hand. Princess, we are all doing this for your own good. Ah. He suddenly let out a wretched cry as Zhao Yuanqing broke free, twisting his arms behind his back, causing his bones to crack painfully, eliciting continuous screams from him. Zhao Yuanqing delivered several sharp slaps to his face. To lay hands on this princess, you must be tired of living. Afterward, she kicked him aside. Get lost. Meanwhile, Zhao Baozhu, filled with anticipation, pulled aside the bed curtains, her smile faltering as she found no one there. How could this be? Refusing to give up, she lifted the blanket and the pillow, but there was nothing, absolutely nothing. Zhao Yuanqing's sinister voice echoed in her ear. Have you found anyone? Zhao Baozhu felt a surge of resentment, but turned back to say, Sister, there is no one, so we can rest easy. You may rest easy, but I certainly cannot. Was it not said that there's a man in my bed? Keep searching. Zhao Yuanqing seized Zhao Baozhu's hairpin, pressing her face into the bedding while scolding and hitting her. Search properly for me. If you can't find him, you are not allowed to leave. Zhao Baozhu felt as though she were suffocating and struggled desperately. Sister, please stop. Yet, no matter how she fought, Zhao Yuanqing refused to relent. The servants she brought were frantic, but they feared repercussions and dared not intervene. Zhao Baozhu could only cry out, Cui Langjun, please save me. Cui Hao implored, Princess Shanjin, please cease this. Do not let sisterly strife tarnish your noble title. His mention of the title only fueled Zhao Yuanqing's rage. They would never again use that absurd title to suppress her. Zhao Yuanqing threw Zhao Baozhu to the ground and seized Cui Hao. Since you were so tender-hearted towards her, why not experience the same fate? She draped a blanket over Cui Hao's head and began to pummel him relentlessly. He cried out in agony, yet he realized he could not escape. A thought flitted through his mind. When did Zhao Yuanqing become so strong? Once she had vented her frustrations, Zhao Yuanqing tossed both Cui Hao and Zhao Baozhu together and demanded, Is there a man in this room? Both shook their heads. They had searched the entire space. There was no one under the bed, nor beneath the table, nor in any corner. Remember this, both of you. If anyone spreads rumors that there is a man in my chamber, I will hold you accountable. Now get out. Reluctantly, they left, feeling disgruntled, yet having found nothing. After they departed, Zhao Yuanqing closed the door, trembling slightly. She had truly survived. Raising her hands, she reveled in her newfound strength. Cui Hao had no idea how she had become so powerful. It was a result of her relentless training day and night. In her past life, upon arriving in the kingdom of Wumeng, Zhao Yuanqing was cast into the laundry department, washing clothes for the soldiers of that realm. By day, she labored, and by night, she was forced into the role of a military courtesan, with soldiers breaking into her room each night to claim a woman. Zhao Yuanqing, the legitimate princess of Daqing Nation and the very perpetrator behind Hadalong's demise, found her identity a magnet for many soldiers of Wumeng Nation, who were eager to savor the taste of royalty. Her days were fraught with hardship. To shield herself from indignities, she toiled during the day, washing clothes, and at night, she labored in the earth, her nails sharpened and her arms fortified by the exertion. One fateful day, a soldier from Wumeng Nation seized Zhao Yuanqing and leered, I shall relish the prince's flavor. Ha ha ha! With swiftness, Zhao Yuanqing thrust her hand towards his eyes, digging fiercely into them. Ah! He screamed, casting her aside as he clutched his face in agony. My eyes, my eyes. Zhao Yuanqing erupted into laughter, opening her palm to reveal a crimson pool, within which lay a severed ayabalin offering from her own hand. The soldiers gasped, encircling her, no longer perceiving her as an ordinary woman. Word reached the king of Wumeng Nation, Zhan Pei'er, brother to Ha Talong. Indifferently, Zhan Pei'er remarked, Let them have their fun, just ensure she remains alive. In truth, I owe her a debt of gratitude. Had it not been for her, my dear brother would have returned to contest the throne. From that moment on, Zhao Yuanqing endured relentless torment. As her health deteriorated, she received treatment only to be subjected to further cruelty, neither allowed to die nor to live in peace. A year later, cries echoed from outside. The army of Daqing Nation has arrived. Quickly, gather your belongings and flee. The door of the laundry facility swung open, and a soldier from Daqing Nation rushed in, asking, "Which one is Princess Shanjin? We have come to rescue you. Come with us." Zhao Yuanqing, recognizing the familiar battle garb, felt a surge of excitement. She stood and declared, "I am here. May I inquire which general has come for me?" With a sinister grin, the soldier plunged a sharp dagger in her chest, piercing through to the other side, blood gushing forth. In disbelief, Zhao Yuanqing uttered, "Your Highness, the truth is, there are those who do not wish for your return. They paid a hefty sum for your life. Your death will cleanse us all. Who could wish her such fate?" "Who?" Without another word, he cast her aside and exited through the door. Zhao Yuanqing collapsed, a bloom of crimson blossoming from her chest, her eyes wide open in defiance as she gazed at the doorway. A figure rushed from afar, shouting, "Princess Shanjin!" Zhao Yuanqing. She barely had time to recognize the face of her rescuer before her eyelids fluttered shut and she succumbed to darkness. When she opened her eyes again, it was 3 years prior.
Chapter 3. Matters of the past. Zhao Yuanqing rose to secure the door and approached the bed, retrieving the hotline. The recent commotion had roused Hotlang from his slumber. His mouth was gagged with fabric, and his hands were bound tightly. Upon seeing Zhao Yuanqing, he immediately shook his head in a muted protest. Zhao Yuanqing did not release him at once but spoke. "You heard the noise just now, did you not?" Hotlang nodded. "I shall unbind you, but you must not scream. If you do, I shall take your life." Hotlang nodded again in compliance. Zhao Yuanqing removed the gag from his mouth and loosened the bindings. Hotlang took a moment to catch his breath before standing and bowing deeply, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness. Now, Hotlang, tell me how you came to be here." "In full detail," she commanded. "Certainly," he replied. Hotlang recounted that in recent days, the spring weather had been delightful, and he had been invited to a picnic at Wangwo Mountain. He and his companions had indulged in poetry and wine, reveling in merriment. However, after consuming several cups, he had succumbed to intoxication and lost consciousness. When he awakened, he found himself beneath a bed, his outer garments stripped away, leaving him in only his underclothes. Wangwo Mountain lies on the outskirts of Chang'an, with Yuzhen Temple situated at its foot. And the peach blossom grove where Hotlang had gathered was merely a short distance from the temple. Zhao Yuanqing inquired, "Who extended the invitation to you?" "The second son of the duke, Zhang Hing, the eldest son of the minister Gu Sun, and the eldest son of General Xinwei, Feng Suo. Your Highness, as you know, my status in the kingdom of Qing is precarious. I could not refuse the invitations of these esteemed individuals." Hatlang's words rang true. He had spent 4 years in the kingdom of Qing, ostensibly to study, yet in reality, he was a hostage, confined to the city of Chang'an with no freedom to roam elsewhere. This predicament rendered Hatlang's situation quite delicate, outwardly honored, yet restricted in every aspect, unable to offend anyone. Zhao Yuanqing pressed further. "Who do you suspect orchestrated today's events?" Hotlang shook his head. "I cannot say. I am merely acquainted with the officials of the court. I have met these individuals only a handful of times and do not know them well. Could it be the work of someone from the kingdom of woman?" Hatlang's expression darkened. "My brother indeed wishes me dead, but whether his reach extends to here remains uncertain. Hotlang, do you desire to return to your homeland?" "Of course I yearn to return, but the kingdom of Qing will not permit my departure, nor will my brother allow it." "Hotlang, would you be willing to collaborate with me? I can assist you in reclaiming your throne." "Your Highness, why would a citizen of the kingdom of Qing assist a man from the kingdom of woman?" Zhao Yuanqing scoffed. "For no other reason than shared suffering. I have heard that your mother is the queen, and you are her legitimate son, whereas your brother, Zhang Pai, is the offspring of the concubine. It is supposed to be your brother who comes to the kingdom of Qing, not you." Hotlang was struck at a vulnerable point. His father favored the concubine and showered affection upon her child, while his own mother received little regard. Consequently, he too was treated with disdain. He had long desired to return to his homeland, but opportunities had eluded him. Now, with Zhao Yuanqing extending an olive branch, he had no intention of refusing. "Your Highness, I am willing to collaborate with you." "Excellent, but before we proceed, I must ascertain your sincerity. What would you require, Your Highness?" I desire a map of the kingdom of woman, as detailed as possible. Hatuang hesitated, momentarily silent. The map pertained to the kingdom's security, and he dared not provide it. Your Highness, this map is of utmost significance. I cannot present it. Zhao Yuanqing scoffed, adopting a dismissive posture. Hatuang, your sincerity is insufficient. It seems you value this map more than your own life. I wonder if your brother would express gratitude upon learning this. Since you are unwilling to cooperate with me, you may take your leave. Hatuang reflected, realizing that if they disregarded their own lives, why should he concern himself with their safety? Your Highness, allow me to return and contemplate a solution. Very well, I shall await your promising news. Hatuang departed. Zhao Yuanqing, however, held reservations about him. Her previous life's tragic experiences had imparted a crucial lesson. One must never place complete trust in anyone, yet anyone could be of use. Zhao Yuanqing vowed to return to the kingdom of woman in this lifetime, to vanquish Zhenpil and those who had humiliated her, seeking vengeance for her past self. After a considerable time, Zhao Yuanqing suddenly wondered where her two handmaidens, Wenxing and Liuli, had gone. The thought of Wenxing stirred excitement within her. In her previous life, Wenxing had perished while protecting her, and she could not allow such a tragic fate to befall her again. As for Liuli, Zhao Yuanqing felt a fierce resolve. She could not spare this traitorous servant. Who would have imagined that in her past life, Liuli had become a concubine of Cui Hao, even surpassing Zhao Yuanqing in status. After marrying into the Cui family, Zhao Yuanqing was not well received, her reputation tarnished. Entering the Cui household was akin to a filthy rat being thrown into a water jar, tainting the entire contents. Zhao Yuanqing was acutely aware of this reality. In an effort to win the favor of the Cui family, she, under Liuli's influence, squandered money and resources as if they were water, her dowry flowing endlessly into the Cui family as coffers. Zhao Yuanqing possessed an immense fortune as the legitimate princess. The emperor had granted her 2,000 households, all their taxes belonging to her, a sum she could never exhaust in several lifetimes. The empress also bestowed upon her 2 magnificent estates, one of which featured hot springs, both situated in prime locations, holding considerable value. Not to mention numerous shops, fertile lands, antique calligraphy and paintings, gold, silver, jade, silks, and countless rare books. Additionally, she had 100 retainers dedicated to strategizing for her, along with 200 skilled artisans, each excelling in their craft, tasked with creating items for her. The empress had meticulously considered every aspect of Zhao Yuanqing's future, yet despite possessing so much, Zhao Yuanqing suffered a complete defeat. This was all due to her infatuated state. Upon seeing Cui Hao, her mind became clouded, and she heeded his every word. Zhao Yuanqing could not comprehend why she had been so foolish in her past life. Why had she listened to everything they said? Was she truly that daft? Standing at the doorway, she gazed into the distance. The blue stone path within the temple reflected the afternoon sun. The bamboo growth rustled gently with the breeze, while in the farther reaches, peach blossoms adorned the Wangwang mountain, painting a scene of vibrant spring. She had truly come back to life, and how wonderful it was. After a while, 2 figures emerged at the end of the cobblestone path, Wenxing and Liuli. The one in the lead, Liuli, upon spotting Zhao Yuanqing standing alone and unharmed at the entrance, was struck with alarm. The tray in her hand clattered to the ground. Your Highness! Chapter 4. The lesson of the servant. Zhao Yuanqing cast a cold, penetrating gaze upon Liuli, whose demeanor seemed quite peculiar. Initially, she believed that Liuli had only developed ulterior motives after joining the Cui family. Could it be that such sentiments had taken root even before then? She reprimanded. What is this? Why the fluster? Liuli quickly composed herself, retrieving the tray and smiling. I was startled to see the princess. My apologies. What brings you out? Liuli's familiarity stemmed from Zhao Yuanqing's indulgence over the years. The 2 handmaidens had grown up alongside her. Their relationship came to that of sisters rather than mere master and servant. Zhao Yuanqing refrained from chastising Liuli immediately, wishing to discern the identity of her accomplice. What were you 2 doing? Liuli raised the tray, saying, the peach blossoms are in full bloom down the hill. We were preparing peach blossom pastries for the princess. Have you forgotten? Zhao Yuanqing recalled something of the sort. However, it was not the pastries she desired, but rather Liuli's boast that they were an exquisite delicacy favored by Lord Cui that piqued her interest. Subsequently, Liuli had dragged Wenxing along to prepare them, a task that was quite laborious, requiring at least 2 hours. Zhao Yuanqing had come to Yuzhen Temple for meditation, accompanied solely by Liuli and Wenxing. Coincidentally, both were absent when the incident occurred. Liuli approached Zhao Yuanqing, raising the tray once more. Princess, please have a look at the peach blossom pastries I made. How do they fare? The wooden platter held 6 pastries, each the size of a chess piece, delicately crafted to resemble peach blossoms, charming in their appearance. Zhao Yuanqing cast a disinterested glance before fixing her intense gaze upon Liuli. Liuli's heart raced, a wave of unease surging within her. She awkwardly smiled. Princess, are the peach blossom pastries not to your liking? Zhao Yuanqing waved her hand, sending the tray crashing to the ground. Not at all. Liuli gasped, falling to her knees. Princess, where did I go wrong? Please enlighten me. Wenxing also knelt beside her, pleading for forgiveness. Upon seeing Wenxing, Zhao Yuanqing was reminded of her selfless sacrifice and said, Wenxing, this does not concern you. Rise. Wenxing, bewildered, stood up. A flicker of jealousy flashed in Liuli's eyes as she protested, Princess, I have your best interests at heart. Why do you not allow me to rise? What do you truly know of my interests? Speak plainly, Zhao Yuanqing demanded. The princess admires Lord Cui. And I sought to learn of his preferences, gathering every detail of his actions for you. Is this not for your benefit? Had Liuli not been Cui Hao's concubine in a past life, Zhao Yuanqing might have believed her words. However, now she could only scoff. Is that so? Are you truly gathering intelligence on Cui Hao for me, or do you harbor feelings for him yourself? A wave of terror washed over Liuli. Did the princess know something? Quickly, she prostrated herself. I do not. I would not dare. Please see the truth. Wenxing, still on the ground, joined in the plea. Princess, Liuli would never entertain such thoughts. She is but a lowly servant. Please, I implore you to see reason. Unbeknownst to her, upon hearing the term lowly servant, Liuli's anger intensified. Though her origins were humble, she excelled in every other aspect. Zhao Yuanqing coldly fixed her gaze upon Liuli. And only when Liuli's forehead was bruised and bloodied did she relent, saying, Enough, I shall let this pass this time. Rise. With that, she turned and entered the room. Wenxing stood up to assist Liuli, but Liuli shrugged her off, bitterly retorting, I don't need your false kindness. Wenxing felt a twinge of irritation, but their shared upbringing forged a bond of sisterhood, and she pulled Liuli aside, whispering, Speak honestly with me. Do you have feelings for Lord Cui? Liuli snapped back, If the princess thinks so, do you also think so? I assure you, that is absolutely not the case. That is for the best, Liuli. You must not act foolishly, or it may cost you your life. Liuli shook off her grasp, insisting, I told you. There is nothing. The two exchanged hushed words before hastily gathering their belongings and entering the room. Wenxing prepared tea while Liuli arranged the bedding. Zhao Yuanqing sat at the table, deep in thought. After a while, a faint fragrance wafted through the air, prompting her to open her eyes. Liuli had ignited a piece of incense and placed it in the incense burner. This particular incense, known as Yu Chengxiang, was said to be Lord Cui's favorite, which is why Zhao Yuanqing burned it daily. This incense was brought by the nomads, as during the prosperous era of the Great Qing. Many of them traversed the Silk Road, leading camels laden with fragrant materials and rare treasures to Changnan, selling them to the dignitaries of the Great Qing. Zhao Yuanqing harbored feelings for Cui Hao, and in her quest for his affection, she had sought to learn of his every preference, mirroring his actions. However, that was in the past. In her previous life, when the people of Wumeng tormented her, they would press burning coals against her skin, leaving her marred with scars. Thus, the mere sight of incense now elicited a painful, fiery sensation within her. Extinguish it, she commanded. Liuli turned back, surprised. Your Highness, no more incense. None. Zhao Yuanqing replied. Liuli reluctantly extinguished the incense and took out a golden silk-woven incense ball, placing a small piece of benzoin inside. Perhaps you would prefer this. Your Highness, the scent is more subtle. Zhao Yuanqing, infuriated, hurled the incense ball to the ground. Did you not comprehend my words? I said no more incense. Undeterred, Liuli persisted, but Your Highness, Lord Cui's favorite is the nomadic incense. If you burn it beautifully, surely he will take a liking to you. Like your ancestors. Do I need his favor? Zhao Yuanqing retorted angrily, kicking Liuli into the wall with a loud thud. Wenxing, alarmed, quickly interjected, the princess has declared no incense. Liuli, you must apologize to the princess. She was attempting to create a way out for Liuli, fearing for her safety. Yet, curiously, Liuli did not relent. Bowing her head, she pleaded, Your Highness, I genuinely wish for your well-being. Every young lady in Changnan is burning incense. If you do not, will you not fall behind them? What of your reputation? Zhao Yuanqing frowned, pondering Liuli's reckless insistence on incense, seemingly disregarding her own life. Reflecting on her recent fainting spell, a thought struck her. Could there be something amiss with this incense? No, she must investigate further. Since you are so considerate of me, I shall spare you today. Please hand over the incense ball to me. Yes. Lu Li, overwhelmed with joy, picked up the incense ball and placed it beside Zhao Yuanqing. Zhao Yuanqing lifted it, inhaling its faint fragrance, which was rather ordinary. Lu Li remained motionless, her heart pounding fiercely. You two may leave now. I wish to rest for a while. Understood. Lu Li and Wan Xing exited, closing the door behind them. Zhao Yuanqing examined the incense burner and the contents of the incense ball for quite some time, yet discerned nothing. At that moment, Zhao Yuanqing possessed no knowledge of the incense. Whatever fragrance was to be lit was entirely at Lu Li's discretion. In time, Zhao Yuanqing acquired a modicum of understanding regarding incense, yet it remained superficial. Let us return to the palace. The crown princess resides there, and she is knowledgeable about incense and can assist me in examining it. Zhao Yuanqing set aside some of the incense, wrapping it in a cloth and placing it in her bosom. Someone. What is your command, your highness? Gather your belongings. We shall return to the palace. Yes. Lu Li and Wan Xing packed their things and went to fetch the carriage, while Zhao Yuanqing made her way back to the palace. Chapter 5. The Duel of the Two Empresses. Upon her return to the palace, Zhao Yuanqing was summoned by Zhao Guangjing, the emperor. Likely due to Zhao Bozu's accusations against her, she arrived at the Yanning Hall, where the emperor presided at the head, flanked by Empress Liu Jun on the left and concubine Yao Qianqing on the right, with Zhao Bao standing beside her, her hair still disheveled. Below, Cui Hao stood, his face swollen and bruised, resembling a pig's head. After 3 years, seeing these familiar faces felt surreal to Zhao Yuanqing. She performed a respectful bow, addressing them as her father and mother. The emperor spoke, his voice deep and authoritative, reminiscent of the cold and unfeeling tone from her previous life that had sent her to the Wumong kingdom. Shangshen, do you not recognize your faults? Zhao Yuanqing replied. Your daughter is unaware of any wrongdoing. I beseech you to enlighten me. Is it not you who inflicted the injuries upon Rongchang and Cui Hao? Zhao Bao raised her chin, casting a triumphant glance at Zhao Yuanqing. With a scoff, Zhao Yuanqing retorted, if I harmed them, how could I be ignorant of it? Let them speak for themselves. Yet you remain defiant before me, the emperor declared. Cui Hao, you recount the events. Cui Hao recounted the incidents at the Yuzhen temple, emphasizing Zhao Yuanqing's misdeeds while conveniently omitting his own and Zhao Bozu's indiscretions. The emperor proclaimed, Shangshen, Rongchang and Cui Hao were concerned for your safety, and yet you chose to harm them. This is your transgression. Zhao Yuanqing approached Cui Hao, challenging, you claim I injured you. Cui Hao, despite his fear of the emperor's wrath, nodded in affirmation. Zhao Yuanqing laughed derisively, delivering a sharp slap to his face and pushing him down the 5 steps, proclaiming, now this is what it means to injure someone. The emperor's fury erupted. Shangshen, what is the meaning of this? How dare you act so boldly in my presence? His anger sent palace maids and eunuchs to their knees, too frightened to breathe. A shared glance between concubine Hui and Zhao Bo revealed a glimmer of amusement. The more outrageous Zhao Yuanqing's behavior, the more the emperor despised her, ultimately favoring their own positions. The empress turned her gaze sharply towards the two, who, under her scrutiny, lowered their heads. With a huff, the empress averted her gaze. Unfazed, Zhao Yuanqing addressed the emperor, Father, if they claim I have harmed Cui Hao, I must demonstrate it before you, lest I bear the unjust title of an assailant. You are insufferable. With Rongchang and Cui Hao as witnesses, their faces attest to the truth. How could it be false? Father, you only heed the accounts of Rongchang and Cui Hao, dismissing your daughter's words. I cannot outmatch their 2 voices, so I shall be audacious just this once. The emperor clutched his chest, gasping as if Zhao Yuanqing were on the verge of driving him to his demise. You. Zhao Yuanqing rolled her eyes, thinking, what a performance. 3 years had passed, her mother was wronged, her elder brother incapacitated, while her father remained in robust health, now feigning weakness. Father, it is not over yet. Since Rongchang claims I harmed her, I must act it out before you. Before the emperor could respond, Zhao Baozu screamed, no. Hui Fei cast a sharp glance at her, stating, Your Majesty, the situation was quite chaotic at the time. Rongchang may have misremembered. The empress interjected, this matter must be clarified today. Rongchang, you must speak. Did Shenzhen truly harm you? Zhao Baozu hesitated, fearing if she admitted to being injured, that madman Zhao Yuanqing might beat her again. Relenting, she decided it best to endure this injustice and seek recompense later. She replied, I must have misremembered. There is no such occurrence. The Empress shot a glance at Hui Fei, a smirk curling her lips. Cui Hao, did you hear the words of Princess Rongchang? If Princess Shengden did not harm her, then did she harm you? Cui Hao felt a surge of frustration. Was it not evident? The wounds on his face were proof. Yet, as the Empress would not acknowledge it, he could only begrudgingly respond, Your Majesty, I must have misremembered, it did not happen. The Empress exclaimed, Bold Cui Hao, how dare you speak ill of a princess? Seize him and give him 20 lashes. Ah! Your Majesty, spare me. The Emperor's expression darkened. How could the Empress and Zhao Yuanqing dare to invert right and wrong before him? Hui Fei intervened, Your Majesty, Princess Shengzhong has already punished Cui Hao. He has learned his lesson. Let this matter rest. Ha! Hui Fei, it is not your daughter who has been slandered. Naturally, you can speak so freely. The Empress insisted. No, Cui Hao must receive 20 lashes. Your Majesty, Rongchang's eye is still swollen. Whether Princess Shengzhong truly struck her is indeed questionable. The two women argued like 100 squawking ducks, neither yielding to the other. The Emperor, overwhelmed by the commotion, slammed his hand on the dragon table. Enough. Silence. Both the Empress and Hui Fei ceased their quarrel, awaiting the Emperor's judgment. After a prolonged silence, the Emperor considered that Cui Hao was of the Qinghao Cui clan. To strike him was to strike the face of the Cui family, and indeed, the faces of the aristocracy. These noble families, bound together through marriage, held considerable sway over the court, sometimes disregarding even the Emperor as authority. He had long wished to address them but knew the time was not yet ripe for confrontation. Zhao Yuanqing, fully aware of the Emperor's sentiments, decided to stoke the flames. Father, this Cui Hao, relying on his Qinghao Cui lineage, has shown my humble self great disrespect. His disrespect towards me is tantamount to disrespecting you, and to the Cui family, it is an affront to our royal dignity. Cui Hao felt as if struck by lightning. Exclaiming, Your Majesty, I harbor no such intentions. My family does not think that way. I am wronged. The Emperor narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Zhao Yuanqing. His expression a mix of surprise, calculation, wariness, and displeasure. Was his once naive daughter now harboring resentment towards Cui Hao due to unrequited affection? Or had she gained insight and sought to provoke discord between him and the Cui family? Yet, her words struck a chord within him. He had long suffered the arrogance of these noble families and yearned for an opportunity to address them. Cui Hao, who toyed with Shengzhen daily yet refused to marry her. Now entangled with Rongchang, did he truly believe that being of noble birth entitled him to be choosy regarding a princess? Such audacity was intolerable. Come forth. Here. Cui Hao's reckless remarks regarding the princess warrant punishment. However, considering his youth and ignorance, he shall receive 10 lashes. Indeed. Cui Hao was dragged away, his cries echoing in despair, and he no longer dared to be defiant. Consort Hui feigned indifference, yet the Empress was relentless, declaring, Consort Hui, Rongchang has wronged Shangzheng, and there has yet to be any retribution. Consort Hui felt a surge of indignation, exclaiming, Empress, will you never cease? Do you not know the truth? It was your daughter who harmed mine, yet you continue to retaliate. She turned, her enchanting gaze fixated upon the Emperor. Your Majesty, you have disappointed me, she lamented. The Emperor, recognizing the Empress as formidable influence, chose to retreat. The Empress, asserting her logic, proclaimed, Then let Rongchang transcribe the female precept 3 times. Your Majesty. Yet. The Emperor offered no further response, departing with a wave of his sleeve, leaving Consort Hui to storm away in fury, accompanied by Zhao Bo. Chapter 6. The Crown Princess is different from her past life. Upon returning to the palace, Zhao Bo, incensed, hurled the items from the table to the ground. Mother. Look at Zhao Yuanqing's arrogant demeanor. She clearly injured me, yet she refuses to acknowledge it. And the Empress, distorting the truth, how brazen. After her tantrum subsided, Hui Fei embraced her, whispering, My child, do not fret. The Empress and her daughter are so audacious. Their misfortune will inevitably come. Mother, when will that day arrive? I can hardly wait. Just look at the Empress's audacity. Even father has to yield to them. Hui Fei replied with a cold smile, Do not rush. The more brazen she becomes, the deeper your father is loading for her growth. When the opportunity arises, he will surely deal with them. My dear, we need only to patiently bide our time. In the future, they will kneel at our feet and receive a sound slap to their faces. Zhao Baozu's anger began to dissipate as she remarked, It's a pity I could not catch Zhao Yuanqing in a mistake today. Otherwise, I would have ensured her demise. Mother, what should we do if there are no men in Zhao Yuanqing's quarters? Perhaps there is a misstep elsewhere. Do not worry. We will slowly seek opportunities. We will surely bring about their end. After returning to Fengyi Palace with the Empress, Zhao Yuanqing was questioned. Qing'er, you have always supported Cui Hao. What has caused this sudden shift? Mother, I was blind before, thinking he was handsome and talented. Today, I have realized he is nothing extraordinary. I shall no longer harbor any affection for him. Good, good. I have always said he is merely a scion of a noble family, lacking true merit. In due time, I will find you a worthy match. Look, Hui Fei is green with envy. Today, we have trampled both her and her daughter underfoot, and your father dares not utter a word. How exhilarating. Many palace attendants lingered in Fengyi Palace, with some possibly serving as spies for others. Zhao Yuanqing cautioned, Mother, be careful with your words, the walls have ears. The Empress dismissed those around them and spoke softly, rest assured, they would not dare to speak of this. Your maternal grandfather guards the northwestern borders. The peace of the great Qing rests upon him. Others would not dare to act against us. Mother, will our ostentatious behavior invite jealousy? And if it does, I am the Empress. Regardless of my actions, envy will follow. Qing'er, in this palace, everyone is self-serving, their vision limited. We must remain discreet, otherwise, they will assume we are insecure. Just look at Hui Fei. If her backing were as strong, she would undoubtedly be even more ostentatious than we are. Zhao Yuanqing recalled her past life, and indeed, when Hui Fei gained power, she seemed destined to soar. As for the emperor, after Zhao Yuanqing's grandfather passed away, he quickly eliminated the empress, the crown prince, and Zhao Yuanqing. He must have harbored resentment towards them for a long time. Mother, what of father? Might he disapprove? The empress sighed, Qing'er, we cannot manage your father's feelings. However, as long as your grandfather is here, your father dares not act against us. And Hui Fei will have to yield. In the palace, one must rely on strength. Even the emperor is no exception. If one is swayed by emotion, they are destined for ruin. Such is the law of survival within the palace. Qing'er, our sole endeavor must be to consistently uphold such strength, rendering them reluctant to provoke us. It appears that the Empress indeed harbors this sentiment. The truth is evident, for in the previous life, when my grandfather passed, they all met their demise as well. The overwhelming power they wielded was as ephemeral as a mirage, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Yet, dear mother, considering my grandfather's advanced age, what if one day your grandfather may depart, yet there remains your uncle? Should your uncle also be lost, your cousin stand firm. The Lu family has endured through generations of military service, and we are not so easily toppled. Rest assured. Zhao Yuanqing refrained from further discussion. Recognizing her mother's overly optimistic disposition, unacquainted with the harrowing experiences of their past life, and thus unable to fathom the potential outcome that awaits. The secret of her rebirth, Zhao Yuanqing resolved to safeguard alone, sharing it with no one. First, she would broach the subject of Hatlong with her mother, allowing her to prepare psychologically. Just as she was about to speak, a palace attendant announced from outside, Your Highness, the crown princess has arrived. Please, come in. Moments later, a young woman clad in a pale purple high-waisted RU skirt entered, her hair styled in a Uyghur bun. Her countenance embodying grace and beauty. It was none other than Crown Princess Lu Ruoy. When the emperor sought a proper consort for the crown prince, he deliberated extensively, aiming to prevent the crown prince from growing too powerful. Thus, a military family was deemed unsuitable, as were those of noble lineage that could be too influential. Ultimately, he selected a daughter from the collateral branch of the Lu family of Fanyang among the prominent families, which led to Lu Ruoy's selection. While she appeared refined on the surface, she offered little support to the crown prince, leaving both he and the empress rather dissatisfied. In her previous life, Zhao Yuanqing initially held a disfavor towards Lu Ruoy. Zhao Yuanqing was spirited and impulsive, while Lu Ruoy seemed meticulously measured in her actions, resulting in a clash of temperaments. However, after Zhao Yuanqing married into the Cui family and faced considerable adversity, Lu Ruoy often visited her, providing support, which significantly improved their relationship. Following the empress's tragic demise and the crown prince's fall from grace, Lu Ruoy's fate became uncertain, but Zhao Yuanqing always remembered her kindness. Reflecting on this, Zhao Yuanqing broke into a radiant smile, greeting her sister-in-law. Lu Ruoy, however, did not reciprocate with equal warmth. She regarded Zhao Yuanqing with surprise, offering a polite smile, greetings, princess. It dawned on Zhao Yuanqing that their relationship was merely cordial at this juncture, yet, with sincere efforts, she could surely cultivate a bond akin to their past life. Lu Ruoi bowed before the empress, requesting her permission to sit. Very well, please take a seat. Once settled, Lu Ruoi addressed the empress, Mother, in a month's time, the Shangxi festival will arrive, and I seek to inquire about the regulations for the skirt and canopy banquet. A month hence, on the 3rd day of the 3rd lunar month, the Shangxi festival, also known as the Daughters' Festival, would see affluent women hosting the skirt and canopy banquet. This occasion is divided into 2 parts. In the morning, a flower contest to determine who adorns the most exquisite floral crown, thus earning the title of Flower King for the day. In the afternoon, silks and satins will be fashioned into tents to host a banquet, attended by many unmarried men and women, essentially serving as a grand matchmaking event. Upon hearing this, the empress became animated, realizing that Cui Hao had already been eliminated, and it was imperative to select a more suitable suitor for Zhao Yuanqing. The 2 women meticulously delineated the details of the skirt and canopy banquet. In a casual conversation, Zhao Yuanqing inquired of Lu Ruoi, sister-in-law, do you understand spices? Lu Ruoi paused for a moment, shook her head, indicating her complete lack of knowledge. Zhao Yuanqing was about to utter a response but swallowed her words. How could she not understand? In her previous life, after marrying into the Cui family, Lu Ruoi frequently gifted her rare spices, each one cherished as if it were a treasured heirloom. Why claim ignorance now? Was it that she truly did not comprehend, and would learn in due time? Or was it possible that Lu Ruoi, fully aware, was simply deceiving her? This discrepancy stirred Zhao Yuanqing's thoughts, compelling her to silence her tongue. Having lived once before, she had learned not to divulge her innermost feelings so easily. The empress laughed and remarked, your sister-in-law's greatest pleasures are brewing tea and reading. You know this well. Lu Ruoi also laughed, replying, my parents instilled strict discipline. I am but a humble scholar who enjoys tea tasting. Spices are extravagant treasures from the nomads, rumored to be worth their weight in gold. Such opulence does not appeal to me. Zhao Yuanqing frowned, finding the words grating. What was this talk of gold and extravagance? Was it aimed at her? The empress interjected, her tone frosty. Shangzhen is the most esteemed daughter in the realm. A mere handful of spices is insignificant and hardly warrants the term extravagance. Lu Ruoi hastily rose to apologize, but the empress waved her off dismissively, allowing her to leave. As Zhao Yuanqing observed Lu Ruoi's retreating figure, confusion enveloped her. Why did the past and present not align? Could it be that what she had witnessed in her previous life could somehow be false this time? Nonetheless, this realization served as a reminder to Zhao Yuanqing, one ought not to define a person solely by past impressions, for people do change. She herself was different now, and so too would others be transformed. The empress then asked, Qing'er, why were you so warm towards the crown princess just now? Oh, it was merely a whim, mother. I extended warmth to her, yet she ridiculed me for my supposed extravagance. How vexatious. The empress scoffed, these noble families delight in posturing, stepping on others to present an air of superiority, but in reality, they are merely impoverished souls lacking the means to maintain pretense. Once they acquire true wealth, they will outdo us in extravagance. My daughter is not one to be lectured by her. This sentiment rang true in her previous life. Zhao Yuanqing had entered the Cui family with a dowry, only to find them reveling in indulgence far beyond her own. Mother is entirely correct, Zhao Yuanqing affirmed. The empress playfully tapped her forehead, advising, do not take the crown princess's words to heart. If you desire exquisite spices, go ahead and procure them. Even buying up all the spices in Changnan would not be excessive. Thank you, mother. In just over a month, the Shangxi festival would arrive, necessitating the selection of flowers this year. She must choose the most exquisite and splendid bloom, placing Rongchang beneath it. Zhao Yuanqing chuckled, embracing the empress, mother. You are truly wonderful to me. Chapter 7, The Schemes of Cui Hao. Upon exiting the Fengyi Palace, Lu Ruoi was followed closely by her 2 handmaidens. Once they had settled into the carriage, one of them whispered, Your Highness, we did not see the handmaidens of Princess Shangzhen. Not a single one. No. It appears that Princess Shangzhen did not bring any handmaidens. Understood. Silence enveloped the carriage as it made its way towards the Eastern Palace. After a while, Zhao Yuanqing also departed from the Fengyi Palace, returning to the princess's residence. She decided to discuss the matter of Hotluang with her mother in a few days, prioritizing the clarification of the spice issue first. The residence of Princess Shangzhen was not far from the imperial city, located in Xinchangfeng on Zhuke Street. The princess's estate was expansive, with the front courtyard housing the guests Zhao Yuanqing had gathered, separated by a garden from the back courtyard where she resided. The Daqing dynasty was notably progressive, allowing nobility to keep guests. These guests came in various forms, including strategists, scholars, adventurers, and artisans. Anyone deemed useful by the host could be invited to reside and be supported. Zhao Yuanqing was no exception, having amassed dozens of guests due to her ample finances. However, in her past life, she had been preoccupied with pursuing Cui Hao and had not utilized these guests, leading to their eventual dispersal after her downfall. Once back at the princess's residence, Zhao Yuanqing summoned all her guests and instructed them to undertake a specific task, to seek out the renowned Hu merchants in Changnan City. Stating her intent to purchase spices. Your Highness, how many Hu merchants should we find? The more, the better. Bring me all the famous ones. The guests exchanged glances. Still unaware of the day's events, assuming Zhao Yuanqing had once again succumbed to her obsession with Cui Hao. Reluctantly, they decided to comply with her wishes. For to refuse would mean to bite the hand that feeds. Soon enough, word spread throughout Changnan City that Princess Shangzhen was seeking Hu merchants selling spices, leading to a flurry of embellished rumors. Some claimed that Princess Shangzhen was once again madly devoted to Cui Hao, who was indeed fortunate. Others asserted that she lived extravagantly, unworthy of the esteemed Cui Lanjun. Yet others remarked that she was oblivious to the plight of the common folk, lacking in empathy for the people's sentiments. In summary, there was no shortage of disparaging remarks. Zhao Yuanqing paid no heed to these whispers, her sole objective being to find the foremost authority on spices to discern the exact nature of the fragrance used by Liu. Unexpectedly, these rumors provided a sense of reassurance to some. Meanwhile, at the Cui household, Cui Hao was carried back after receiving 10 strikes, howling in agony from the wounds on his backside. Cui's mother lamented and scolded, "This Princess Shangzhen is truly a calamity. One moment she professes her affection for my son, and the next, she casts him aside like a worn-out shoe. Her fickleness is beyond comprehension." Cui Hao, exasperated, interrupted, "Mother, please stop." Previously, Zhao Yuanqing had relentlessly pursued Cui Hao, while the Cui family feigned humility outwardly but reveled in their own pride. Often, they intentionally slighted Zhao Yuanqing to elevate their own status. This strategy was a collective agreement within the Cui family, determined to suppress Zhao Yuanqing's arrogance before the marriage, ensuring that even though she was a princess of the Daqing kingdom, she would remain under their control. However, now that Cui Hao has been punished with 10 strikes, the Cui family begins to suspect that perhaps they had shown too little respect towards the princess in the past, causing her to lose her patience. This cannot be. The marriage proposal must not be jeopardized. Cui's father inquired, "How, during your time at Yuzhen Temple, were there no men in the princess's quarters?" "No," he replied. "Not to mention men, even her maidservants were absent." "Did you search thoroughly?" "We did. We turned the bed upside down, but found nothing." Cui's father pondered deeply. Could it be that something went awry elsewhere? "Wait here. I shall investigate." He discreetly met with a few individuals and soon learned that the operation had failed. Hatlong had already returned to Changnan. What transpired in the interim remains a mystery. They could only seek another opportunity. But Cui Hao must remain a crucial piece in this scheme. He must be firmly tethered to Zhao Yuanqing. Days later, Cui's father returned home, beaming with joy. "We were mistaken. Princess Shangzhen remains infatuated with Hao." "How so?" "Rumors abound that she is fervently searching for Hu merchants to purchase rare spices, all to elicit a smile from our Hao." Cui's mother chimed in, her face alight with glee. "Is this true?" "Indeed. It is said that Princess Shangzhen has offered an extraordinarily high price for the spices, and the Hu merchants in Changnan have flocked to her palace. Such extravagance will surely lead to ruin. Once she enters our household, I shall oversee her dowry to prevent her from squandering it." Cui's mother was once again lost in fanciful thoughts. Yet Cui Hao remained skeptical. "Father, did you mishear? Is Princess Shangzhen truly buying spices for me? Who else could it be for? Hao, you must understand these women. When they say no, they often mean yes. When they claim disinterest, it is often affection. Is that not so, mother?" "Indeed, it is. However, women are too bashful to express their desires directly. They often convey their intentions in a roundabout manner. And the princess is no exception." Reassured by his parents' words, Cui Hao contemplated the next steps. Cui's mother suggested, "We shall wait for the princess to visit. If she does not properly apologize, we shall never acquiesce." "That cannot be," Cui's father interjected. "The queen has announced that the upcoming banquet must be splendid. It seems she has already formed an opinion about Hao. We must take the initiative. However, focus on your recovery. When the banquet arrives, you shall present yourself before Princess Shangzhen and surprise her, thus mending relations." Considering the haughty queen, Cui's mother nodded. "Very well, let it be so. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuanqing, motivated by the prospect of reward, saw her courtiers diligently promote her cause. Consequently, hundreds of Hu merchants arrived at her palace, queuing to meet Zhao Yuanqing. The entire household was abuzz with activity, while one individual, Liu Li, was left anxiously fidgeting. Since returning from Yuzhen Temple, Zhao Yuanqing had used her recovery as an excuse to confine Liu Li to her chamber, much to her distress. Wanxing, why does the princess seek Hu merchants to purchase spices? Wanxing shook her head and replied, I do not know. It is best not to inquire about the master's affairs. We should simply do as we are instructed. Oh, you are being foolish. Understanding the princess's intentions is essential for serving her well. It is puzzling why she would choose to procure spices herself when such tasks were previously entrusted to us. Wanxing too found it curious. Could it indeed be true? As the outside world speculated that it was for the sake of Master Cui. Liu Li's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is it really for Master Cui? Regardless, the outside chatter suggested so. Liu Li, I must warn you, do not entertain any ulterior motives. I understand. You may leave now. Having heard what she longed for, Liu Li pushed Wanxing out, clasped her hands together, and silently recited, Amitabha, the princess still harbors affection for Master Cui. That is reassuring. Zhao Yuanqing began to meet with the merchants from the north. Due to the large number of them, the guests organized the merchants into a queue, with those possessing the most diverse spices positioned at the front. The first was named Hu Sailang, clad in a black outfit adorned with red flowers. Hu Sailang carried a blue bedouin satchel, which was bulging with contents. Wanxing ushered him inside and secured the door, leaving only Hu Sailang and Zhao Yuanqing in the room. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhao Yuanqing prompted, present the spices you possess. Yes, your highness. Initially, Hu Sailang was quite enthusiastic, showcasing his treasured spices, such as ambergris, camphor, and sandalwood. However, Zhao Yuanqing displayed little interest. She was already familiar with these from her past life, as Lu Ruoi had recounted much to her. Growing anxious, Hu Sailang decided to empty his satchel entirely onto the table, presenting each item in detail, determined to impress Zhao Yuanqing and secure a favorable price. Oh! Zhao Yuanqing's gaze fell upon a familiar object. She picked up a vivid red stone and inquired, what spice is this? Chapter 8. Someone drugged her. Hu Sailang took the spice and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, this unseemly substance is not fit for the princess's eyes. I fear it would tarnish her purity. What do you mean? Kindly elucidate, the princess demanded. Your highness, this spice is known as peach blossom madness. While it is termed a spice, it is more accurately described as a substance that incites desire and stirs the heart. Zhao Yuanqing was taken aback. Incites desire. Are you certain? Why have I never heard of it before? Absolutely, your highness. I have been in the spice trade for over 20 years. And I have encountered all kinds of spices. The peach blossom madness is seldom seen by you, primarily because no one dares to present such a thing to the princess. And secondly, it is exceedingly rare, found only in the peach blossom marshes of the western regions. Zhao Yuanqing inquired, when ignited. Does it emit a faint fragrance of peach blossoms? Hu Sailang responded in astonishment, precisely. Could it be that the princess has encountered it? Not only had Zhao Yuanqing encountered it, but she had also inhaled its aroma for 2 years. In her past life, when she was married into the Cui family, Lu Ruoi had visited her and brought this very spice. Lu Ruoi had proclaimed its name to be Peach Blossom Dream, asserting that when ignited, it released a delicate scent of peach blossoms that would captivate men as hearts. For this reason, Zhao Yuanqing had burned it day and night, enveloping herself in the fragrance, in hopes of winning Cui House affection. Now, hearing Hu Sailang refer to it as peach blossom madness, she noted the slight difference in name dream versus madness, but the implications were vastly different. Suppressing her astonishment, Zhao Yuanqing urged, please elaborate further. Certainly, your highness. Once ignited, peach blossom madness emanates a subtle peach blossom fragrance. Prolonged inhalation can induce unusual behaviors. What sort of unusual behaviors? Hu Sailang glanced at Zhao Yuanqing, hesitating. Well, it may lead one to a heightened preoccupation with appearance, fervently vying for the attention of the object of their affection, exhibiting behavior akin to madness, and becoming exceedingly submissive to their desires. He faltered, recalling that the virtuous princess had been infatuated with Cui Hao for over a year. Behaving quite irrationally, was it not akin to being under the influence of peach blossom madness? Zhao Yuanqing fell into deep contemplation. Exceedingly submissive, yielding to every whim. Is that not a reflection of my past self? In her previous life, she had gone to great lengths to fulfill Cui Hao's every desire, desperately striving to impress him, hoping to win his favor. If this peach blossom madness was so potent, did it not suggest that anyone who inhaled it would descend into madness? Not precisely. For peach blossom madness to take effect, two conditions must be met: prolonged inhalation and the constant presence of the beloved to awaken the heart's yearnings. Is there no remedy for those who inhale peach blossom madness? Not entirely. Nature offers a counterbalance. There are indeed spices that can negate the effects of peach blossom madness. Hu Sanlang picked up a small handful of round objects from the table. Your Highness, this is known as Sichuan pepper. If ground into powder and inhaled daily, it can counteract the effects of peach blossom madness. Zhao Yuanqing took it, inhaled deeply, and was met with a sharp, pungent aroma that filled her nostrils, causing her to sneeze. Hu Sanlang remarked that the princess sneezing indicated that the Sichuan pepper was indeed effective, releasing the intoxicating fragrance of peach blossoms that could circulate the energies within one's body. Zhao Yuanqing was no stranger to this spice, commonly used in the preparation of pancakes. Indeed, this Sichuan pepper serves as a culinary seasoning, yet many remain unaware of its role as an antidote to the peach blossom madness. Continuing, Hu Sanlang elaborated that Sichuan pepper is more frequently utilized in autumn and winter, while it is less common in spring and summer. Thus, utilizing the peach blossom madness in spring yields the most pronounced effects, driving individuals to madness. Zhao Yuanqing understood. In her previous life, she had been most fervent towards Cui Hao during spring, trailing after him incessantly, much to the chagrin of Cui's mother, who scorned her as a cat in heat. Despite the harshness of those words, Zhao Yuanqing found herself unable to restrain her emotions. To avoid scandal, the Cui family confined her to the house during that time, allowing her a semblance of peace in autumn and winter. It became clear that Zhao Yuanqing's escalating obsession with Cui Hao in her previous life was instigated by the peach blossom madness, which had been gifted to her by her sister-in-law, Lu Ruoi. Lu Ruoi, I bear you no grudge, yet you bestowed upon me the peach blossom madness, leading me into a daily frenzy. What could your intentions possibly be? Zhao Yuanqing's expression turned icy, her countenance ominously dark, leaving Hu Sanlang too intimidated to speak further. After a brief moment, Zhao Yuanqing calmed herself and declared, "This spice is quite remarkable. I shall procure all of it." Hu Sanlang was elated, exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Highness." "Do not thank me yet. I have another inquiry." "Please, Your Highness, ask away." Zhao Yuanqing produced a small pouch containing the spices ignited at the Yuzhen temple, requesting Hu Sanlang to identify the contents. Taking the pouch, Hu Sanlang examined it closely, bringing it to his nose to inhale deeply. This contains agarwood and benzoin, both calming agents, however. However what? It appears there are also soft muscle powder and a soporific. What? Are you certain? Zhao Yuanqing's expression darkened, while Hu Sanlang was equally alarmed. What was amiss with this illustrious princess, flitting between discussions of peach blossom madness, soporifics, and soft muscle powder? He felt ensnared in the palace's web of intrigue, regretting his visit. "Your Highness, I can indeed discern these two substances. I would not deceive you." Recalling events from her past life, Zhao Yuanqing remembered the scene at the Yuzhen temple, where she had inhaled the incense, succumbing to a deep slumber, only to awaken surrounded by Cui Hao and Princess Rongchong, next to the lifeless Hotlong. No wonder she had experienced such excruciating headaches and weakness. It was the result of inhaling the soporific and soft muscle powder. The incense had always been managed by Liu Li, and these substances could only have been distributed by that treacherous servant. Suppressing her fury, Zhao Yuanqing commanded, "Hu Sanlang, do you possess any soporific or soft muscle powder?" "Sell me some." Hu Sanlang retrieved 2 oil paper packages from his bosom, stating, "Your Highness, those of us in trade often carry such items for protection. Please do not hold it against me. I present these to you." "Very well, Hu Sanlang, I assure you that I shall not treat you unfairly. However, there is one matter that must be addressed. After you leave, do not speak a word to anyone about the peach blossom madness and the softening powder. If you do, it will not only be my life that you jeopardize, but yours will be at stake as well." "Indeed," Hu Sanlang replied, drenched in sweat. Zhao Yuanqing called out, "Bring forth someone." When Xing entered, "Your Highness, present Hu Sanlang with 10 gold pieces." "Understood." 10 gleaming gold ingots were placed before Hu Sanlang, each worth 10 taels, totaling 100 taels. His eyes sparkled with the brilliance of the gold, enough to sustain him for a lifetime. "Thank you, Your Highness. Take the gold and depart." "Yes." Hu Sanlang tucked the 10 gold ingots into the hidden pocket of his robe and, shouldering his bag, exited through the side door of the princess's residence. He did not return to the inn where he had lodged but instead went to a tailor's shop to purchase a new outfit. He also acquired several bolts of silk, disguising himself as a silk merchant before leaving Chang'an, never to return again. In the following days, Zhao Yuanqing encountered other Hu merchants and purchased all the precious spices they possessed. It was rumored that she did this to curry favor with Cui Hao. Let everyone wait and see what unfolds. Chapter 9. The Dragon God Pearl. Thanks to these merchants from the north, Zhao Yuanqing has now become quite familiar with various spices, and no one can deceive her anymore. The last merchant, a diminutive man from the north, wore tattered garments, and his pouch was rather flat. Zhao Yuanqing inquired, "What spices do you offer to this princess?" The merchant, named Lu Ban, bowed deeply and responded, "Your Highness, I possess no spices, but I do have a rare treasure to present to you." Intrigued, Zhao Yuanqing asked, "Oh, what treasure is that?" "Forgive my impudence, Your Highness," Lu Ban replied, as he removed his outer garment, revealing his torso. Zhao Yuanqing gripped the dagger concealed within her sleeve. 4 Winning stood guard outside, ready to rush in at her command. Lu Ban clenched his fists and raised his arms, saying, "Please take a look, Your Highness." Upon closer inspection, Zhao Yuanqing noticed that Lu Ban's left arm was notably thicker than his right, with a prominent bulge near the armpit. "Your left arm is larger than your right," she observed. "Indeed, that is because there is something within," Lu Ban explained. He drew a dagger from his waist and plunged it into the bulging area of his left arm. The blade pierced flesh, blood began to flow. Yet Lu Ban merely grimaced as he probed inside, as if searching for something. Zhao Yuanqing watched intently, finding that with each reincarnation, strange occurrences seemed to multiply. A fine sheen of sweat appeared on Lu Ban's forehead, and after a while, he exhaled in relief, having found it. "Found what?" Zhao Yuanqing queried. With a click, a round object fell from Lu Ban's arm, which he hastily caught and wiped clean with his garment. After a simple bandaging, Lu Ban placed the item on the table, saying, "Your Highness, please have a look." Zhao Yuanqing approached for a closer inspection. It was a white pearl, the size of a bullet, lacking luster. "What is this? How did it come to be in your arm?" she inquired. "Your Highness, this pearl is known as the Dragon God Pearl, a treasure of the Dragon God. It is said that holding this pearl while entering water allows one to remain dry, exhaling like a fish, and can transform the mouth of lakes into water, revealing treasures from the lake bed." As for how it ended up in Lu Ban's arm, he claimed it was a method of preservation among his people. After hearing this, Zhao Yuanqing felt that Lu Ban was entirely fabricating tales. "If this pearl is so remarkable, why do you not use it yourself? Simply find a lake, turn the mud into water, and retrieve the treasures within." Lu Ban knelt and explained, "Your Highness, I would not dare to deceive you. This pearl was given to me by a fellow townsman before his demise, and the origin of the pearl is as he described. I too harbor doubts and have not verified it. Today, I had the audacity to present myself before you, believing this pearl to be an oddity, perhaps a rare treasure, seeking to exchange it for wealth to return home." Zhao Yuanqing looked at the pearl. After all, such phenomena as her own resurrection could occur. So perhaps the Dragon God truly existed. It would not hurt to try. It was merely a matter of a few coins. "How much do you wish to sell it for?" she asked. "Please, Your Highness, name your price," Lu Ban replied. Zhao Yuanqing summoned Winning, who brought 5 coins to Lu Ban, who expressed endless gratitude as he departed. Upon exiting the princess's residence, Lu Ban journeyed westward, leaving the city of Chang'an for the western regions. He had just deceived Zhao Yuanqing, as the pearl he possessed was indeed a gift from a fellow townsman, and its provenance was accurate. However, Lu Ban had personally tested the pearl. Whether submerged in the sea or cast into a river, it proved utterly ineffective. Even when thrown into the mire, it showed no change, rendering it a mere lifeless trinket. In his frustration, Lu Ban scolded the deceased townsman. Recently, he had heard that Princess Shangshan was purchasing spices at a premium, leading him to believe she was financially secure. Thus, he decided to take a chance. And to his astonishment, he ended up selling 5 pieces of gold, truly a case of repurposing waste. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuanqing had instructed her aides to organize the fruits of their recent endeavors, which included rooms filled with various precious spices and an unidentified pearl. Most importantly, she had learned of the spice known as Taohuadian, along with the properties of Menhangyou and Wang Jinsan, which would greatly assist her future plans. That evening, Zhao Yuanqing meticulously contemplated the information she had gathered over the past few days. The Wang Jinsan and Menhangyou had been administered to her by Liu Li, with the intent of inducing a deep coma. Subsequently, A similarly incapacitated Hatuang would be placed in her bed, creating the illusion of an illicit affair. However, their ultimate aim was not to see Zhao Yuanqing wed Hatuang. They had deliberately orchestrated Hatuang's demise. This served multiple purposes. Firstly, to incite the emperor's disdain for Zhao Yuanqing, as well as for the empress and the crown prince. Secondly, Hatuang's death would provide the Wumong kingdom with a pretext to mobilize its forces, thereby instigating war between the two nations. And thirdly, following her grandfather's death, the military power in the northwest would diminish. Consequently, this series of events would yield three significant resources: Zhao Yuanqing's substantial dowry, the position of crown prince, and the military authority in the northwest. Who would ultimately benefit from this? Firstly, the Cui family, as Cui Hao would marry Zhao Yuanqing and acquire her considerable dowry, thereby becoming immensely wealthy overnight. Secondly, other princes, particularly the third prince born of concubine Hui, would reap the most benefits, though the emperor had yet to reappoint a crown prince before Zhao Yuanqing's marriage, leaving the position vacant. Thirdly, Liu Li, who harbored an infatuation for Cui Hao, would find her desires fulfilled, having once served as his concubine in a previous life. As for the military power in the northwest, who would inherit it? Zhao Yuanqing pondered, shaking her head. In her past life, she had been preoccupied with pursuing Cui Hao, showing little interest in court affairs, leaving many matters unknown to her. The defeat of her grandfather was a pivotal event. Following that, the Daqing kingdom suffered continuous setbacks, with countless military and civilian casualties. And even the imperial city felt the tremors. Before Zhao Yuanqing was sent away, she had heard that the emperor planned to flee Changnan for safer grounds. Reflecting on this, Zhao Yuanqing found herself perplexed by a few points. Firstly, how could the Daqing kingdom, with its formidable military and prosperous populace, fail to contend with a smaller nation like Wumong? What had happened to the armies they had maintained? Secondly, what role had the crown princess, Liu Ruoi, played in this affair? As a partner to the crown prince, she would certainly face dire consequences should he be deposed. She could not be oblivious to this fact. Why then did she administer Tao Huadian to herself, inducing madness over Cui Hao? Thirdly, was Hatuang's brother, the Wumong kingdom's crown prince Zhang Peigong, involved in this scheme? Zhao Yuanqing shook her head. His reach could not extend so far. This must have been the work of someone from the Daqing kingdom. Although Zhang Peigong could very well be a catalyst in the unfolding events. Initially, Zhao Yuanqing believed that her rebirth would grant her the ability to foresee the future. However, she soon discovered that the path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty. In fact, her resurrection had caused many events to deviate from their original course. Growing increasingly agitated, Zhao Yuanqing rose from her seat and began to pace within her chamber. Her irritation intensified with each step, culminating in a fierce blow to the table, resulting in a resounding crash. What was that sound? Looking down, she noticed the dragon god pearl, its pale exterior now cracked, a casualty of her forceful strike. How unfortunate! Even a mere pearl seemed to conspire against her. This so-called dragon god pearl, easily shattered, must surely be nothing more than an inconsequential trinket. That merchant had undoubtedly deceived her. Fuming, Zhao Yuanqing struck the pearl several more times, causing it to emit a series of cracking noises. In a short span, the pearl's exterior shattered like a peanut, revealing its true form within. What was this? As the shell of the dragon god pearl crumbled away, a small, bean-sized orb emerged, glimmering with iridescence. When held up to the sunlight, it radiated a faint seven-colored glow, unmistakably a remarkable artifact. Zhao Yuanqing felt a surge of astonishment and joy. Could this be the genuine dragon god pearl? Eager to test its powers, she recalled that Lu Ban had mentioned one could enter water without getting wet and breathe like a fish while holding the pearl. Not wishing to leap into the lake, she requested a large tub of water be brought to her. After dismissing the attendants, Zhao Yuanqing grasped the pearl and stepped into the tub. To her amazement, her clothes remained completely dry. Overjoyed, she submerged her head into the water and found she could breathe effortlessly, without the slightest hint of suffocation. Lu Ban had not been misleading her. It was indeed miraculous. Was this not the fabled water-repelling pearl of the immortals? In a moment of inspiration, she ordered a large mound of mud to be brought forth, placing the pearl atop it. Once again, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded before her eyes. The dark, murky soil gradually transformed into crystal-clear water. Every word from Lu Ban had proven true. This was indeed the dragon god pearl. Zhao Yuanqing surmised that Lu Ban must have attempted to utilize it without success before selling it to her, and by a stroke of fortuity, she had shattered its shell to unveil the true treasure within, signifying a special connection between her and the pearl. With her spirits lifted, she felt empowered. Possessing this pearl meant she would no longer fear water. Such a treasure warranted careful concealment. Zhao Yuanqing found a delicate golden orb with intricate cutout. Placing the dragon god pearl inside and securing it around her neck with a chain, vowing never to part with it. With the dragon god pearl in her possession, Zhao Yuanqing's confidence soared. It seemed as though even the dragon god himself was watching over her. She was resolute in her determination to locate her adversaries and bring them to justice. Chapter 10. A heartfelt alliance between mother and daughter. Zhao Yuanqing felt that she was too weak on her own and needed assistance. If there were anyone in the world who truly cared for her, it would undoubtedly be her mother, the Empress. The following day, Zhao Yuanqing sought out the Empress. Dismissing all palace attendants, from her bosom, she retrieved a pouch of spices and presented it to her mother. Mother, look. These are the spices given to me by Lu Li at Yuzhen Temple. The Empress took the pouch and inquired, what is amiss with these spices? They are laced with a sedative and a muscle relaxant, Zhao Yuanqing replied. The Empress's expression changed dramatically. What? Do not be alarmed, mother. Allow me to explain. Zhao Yuanqing implored, recounting the events of that day in their entirety, omitting only the fact of her rebirth. Initially filled with anger, the Empress soon calmed. Her years of experience in court intrigue allowing her to swiftly grasp that her daughter had fallen into a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. Fortuitously, the plot had failed, and her daughter remained unharmed. Mother, I have been purchasing spices these past few days to ascertain the true nature of those used by Lu Li, Zhao Yuanqing continued. The Empress enveloped her in a tender embrace, her heart aching as she said, Qing'er, such a grave matter occurred. Why did you not confide in me? Why did you choose to face this alone? If something had happened to you, it would have pained me greatly. The warmth of her mother's embrace soothed Zhao Yuanqing's battered spirit, as if her very soul had found its rightful place once more. She had truly returned. Her loved ones were still alive, and all was not yet lost. Tears flowed unbidden down her cheeks. Mother, sob, sob. Zhao Yuanqing wept with a heart-wrenching intensity, her tears soaking the Empress's garments. After 2 lifetimes, she could finally allow herself to cry freely. The Empress, filled with guilt, shed tears of her own, recognizing her own negligence. Always relying on family for support, she had let down her guard, inadvertently allowing malevolent forces to harm her child. The mother and daughter wept for a considerable time, releasing the pent-up frustration within before wiping their tears and continuing their conversation. The Empress remarked, So, you intentionally sought out a misunderstanding with Cui Hao and Rong Chang that day, did you not? Indeed, Zhao Yuanqing affirmed. I suspect both Cui Hao and Rong Chang were involved, yet I lacked evidence to apprehend them. Hence, I thought it prudent to teach them a lesson. An excellent decision. Qing'er, you are correct. Their presence there was no mere coincidence. They undoubtedly had a role in this affair. However, Rong Chang is still young and inexperienced. It is likely that Hui Fei is the one truly involved. As for Cui Hao, it is perplexing. He harbors feelings for you yet caught you in the company of Hotlang. How could he then hope to marry you? Mother, at that moment, both Hotlang and I were rendered unconscious. What if someone had taken advantage of the situation to kill Hotlang and frame me? If Hotlang were to perish, Qing'er, the situation would take a dire turn, severely disadvantaging you. Hotlang is a hostage of the Wumong Kingdom. His untimely death in the Qing Kingdom would be unacceptable to them, leading to inevitable disputes between the two nations. To provide an explanation, the Emperor would surely impose harsh penalties upon you. Furthermore, with a man found dead in disarray beside you, your reputation would suffer irreparable harm, and no one would dare to marry you again. Mother, what if at that time Cui Hao expressed that he did not mind my past and was willing to marry me? Should I accept? If he truly intends to marry you, then you should accept. For that would be the most favorable outcome, Zhao Yuanqing remarked with a bitter smile. Mother, you indeed think this way. In her previous life, the Empress believed that Cui Hao had rescued Zhao Yuanqing, bestowing upon her a considerable dowry to take to the Cui family, hoping they would treat her with greater kindness. Little did she realize that wealth was not Zhao Yuanqing's source of strength. Rather, it was a harbinger of calamity. The Empress said, Qing'er, once you wed into the Cui family, this matter will be settled. Mother, how could it be settled? The forces behind this are far more sinister. They covet Grandpa's life and the Northwestern Army. The Empress was taken aback by this conjecture. Qing'er, your grandfather is a general of unbroken victories, never known to fail. What if someone schemes against Grandpa? What if there are traitors framing him? The Empress fell silent as Zhao Yuanqing recounted the events of her past life. When Grandpa was defeated, Uncle also fell. Grandfather is our pillar, If he were to fall, what would become of us? The Empress's voice turned hoarse. We would be besieged by enemies. Your brother's position as crown prince would be in jeopardy, and my status as empress would be threatened. We would be like fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. Mother, if you all fall, and I hold a vast fortune, what good would that do? The empress remained silent, realizing that it would inevitably lead to a deadlock. The situation was indeed dire, yet she had been oblivious to it all along. Zhao Yuanqing feigned a light-hearted demeanor. Mother, do not fear, none of this has come to pass yet. There is still time. The empress, filled with sorrow, pondered how much her daughter had suffered in silence to grow into such a composed and dignified person. A mother must be strong, from this day forth. She must remain vigilant, shielding her children from worry and sparing her husband from trouble. Qing'er, leave these matters to me. You need not concern yourself. Just live your life with ease. Zhao Yuanqing shook her head. No, mother, we have many enemies, and they lurk in the shadows. We must unite as mother and daughter to confront them together. Very well, my daughter has matured. We shall face this together. Oh, and let us include your brother. Mother, do not rush. Do you remember that day when sister-in-law mentioned her ignorance of spices? Yes, what of it? From what I've learned these past few days, sister-in-law was lying. She is not ignorant of spices, she is quite knowledgeable. Why would she lie? Has she been involved with Yuzhen Temple? The empress's expression grew grave. Could it be that Liu Ruoi is also problematic? What about the crown prince? Is he aware? Is he compromised? Qing'er, keep this matter under wraps. Do not speak of it to anyone. We will investigate ourselves. Mother, when you investigate, it would be best to utilize the personnel left by grandfather. I understand. Good, mother. Let us first look into Lu Li and Liu Ruoi. There is likely something to uncover there. The mother and daughter continued their discussion until noon, after which Zhao Yuanqing accompanied the empress for a meal before departing the palace. There was yet another individual whom neither Zhao Yuanqing nor the empress mentioned. Deliberately avoiding the topic. Did the emperor have any part in this incident? None of them knew. Chapter 11. The cost of survival in the palace. After Zhao Yuanqing departed from the palace, the empress summoned her personal maid, Feng Qing. Go to the Imperial Eunuch Department and retrieve the roster of palace attendants from Princess Shangzhen's residence and the Crown Prince's palace. Yes, Your Majesty. All palace maids and eunuchs were meticulously recorded in the Imperial Eunuch Department, detailing the year and month of their entry into the palace, who had recommended them, the time of their assignment to which concubine or princess, and the records of their transfers. To obtain comprehensive information about Liu Li, the empress could only consult this archive. The empress's request was one the eunuch department could not dare to refuse. After a short while, the head of the department, Li Xiu, arrived, accompanied by two young eunuchs carrying several stacks of scrolls, which he placed upon the desk in the Fengli Palace. Li Xiu, a man in his 40s with a tall stature and a naturally cheerful demeanor, bowed to the empress and said, Your Majesty, the information regarding the attendance of the Eastern Palace and Princess Shangzhen's residence is all here. Good. The empress replied, I am well aware of your familiarity with these servants. If I have any uncertainties, I shall consult you. Li Xiu smiled, acknowledging her words. Thank you, Your Majesty, he said, as he accepted a box of Xinyang Maojian tea offered by the empress, knowing well that he was a long-standing figure in the palace, often earning respect from the concubines, including the empress herself. He took the tea and departed leisurely. The empress, accompanied by her two trusted maids, Feng Qing and Also, unrolled the scrolls, sifting through them one by one. Feng Qing and Also had been with the empress since her time at the Zunbei Marquis' residence, having followed her since their teenage years, making them her most trusted confidants. Before long, they located Liu Li's information, which was recorded on a thin sheet of paper detailing her 19 years of life. Liu Li was born in the 238th year of the Qing dynasty, the eldest daughter of a scholar from Qinghe County. Her mother passed away when she was 8. And 6 months later, her father remarried. At the age of 10, she was brought to the palace when the emperor selected maids, and she never returned home thereafter. Liu Li had worked in the laundry bureau and the garment bureau. In 249, when the empress chose maids for the young Zhao Yuanqing, Liu Li was deemed suitable and selected. She quickly won the favor of Zhao Yuanqing and was promoted to a personal maid, a position she held to this day. Also informed the empress that Liu Li had a foster mother in the palace, a seamstress from the garment bureau named Yang Qiu. It was a common practice in the palace for newly arrived maids and young eunuchs to seek out older palace members as foster parents to secure their standing. These foster parents would offer protection, though the young ones were obliged to give half of their monthly wages as a form of tribute. Investigate her foster mother, the Empress commanded. Yes. Osu returned to her quarters, retrieved a pair of new socks from her bedside cabinet, and concealed them in her sleeves before departing. She exited the Fumi Palace and made her way to the Imperial Eunuch Department, inquiring of the young eunuch at the entrance, "Is Eunuch Li present?" "Yes, Granny LV. The foster father said you could go straight in upon your arrival." Taken aback, Ozu produced several silver coins and slipped them into the young eunuch's hands. "Here, dear child. Take this to play with." "Thank you, Granny LV." Li Xiu sat in the western chamber, savoring the tea brewed from the delicate Maojian that the Empress had recently gifted him. Upon seeing Green Bamboo enter, he smiled broadly, wondering what request she might bring this time. Green Bamboo shut the door behind her and took a seat, stating, "Did you anticipate my arrival?" With a chuckle, Li Xiu replied, "Having spent so many years within this palace, there is little that escapes my notice." The moment the Empress inquired about the roster of palace maids, I knew she was investigating someone. Green Bamboo huffed in acknowledgement of his astuteness, admitting, "Indeed, I wish to inquire about a certain individual. Are you willing to share?" Li Xiu straightened his posture, gazing intently at her profile, marked by its softness and delicacy, the jade pendant on her ear swaying gently. "That depends on your sincerity," he replied. Her fair earlobe flushed crimson as she admonished, "Do not stare." Yet, emboldened, Li Xiu grasped Green Bamboo's hand, pressing, "Will you not agree?" She pulled back slightly, yet did not break free. With a sigh, she responded, "It is best if we continue to look out for one another, but a partnership is out of the question. Being near the Empress, too many eyes are upon me, and it would not be beneficial for you either." A partnership refers to a liaison between palace maids and eunuchs. Given their physical limitations, eunuchs can offer little more than emotional solace in the cold depths of the palace. The nobles within these walls often turn a blind eye to such arrangements, and numerous pairs of maids and eunuchs exist within the palace. Li Xiu had long held an affection for Green Bamboo. In the realm of palace relationships, social standing mattered. As the head of the Internal Affairs Bureau, he was typically sought after by maids of a certain caliber. Green Bamboo, with her esteemed identity, beauty, and amiable demeanor, was a fitting match for him. Despite his repeated declarations of affection, Green Bamboo had never fully accepted or outright rejected him. Li Xiu, possessing extensive knowledge of palace affairs, understood her reluctance to offend him, fearing she might need his assistance in the future. And today, as fate would have it, she did. Li Xiu withdrew his hand, a hint of disinterest in his voice. "If there's no sincerity, then forget it." Green Bamboo produced a pair of newly crafted socks, placing them on the table. "Here, is this sincerity enough?" He picked up the socks, trying them on his feet, finding them a perfect fit. "Have you prepared these for me all along? And yet you claim disinterest?" Annoyed, Green Bamboo urged, "Stop dawdling. The Empress awaits my response." Li Xiu tucked the socks away and inquired, "Whom does the Empress wish to question?" "Yang Qiu from the Garment Bureau. Are you familiar with her?" Li Xiu squinted thoughtfully for a moment before responding, "Yes. She is rather inconspicuous in her role at the Garment Bureau, her only notable skill being her expertise in shoemaking. I hear she is the godmother of Lu Li." Upon meeting Green Bamboo's gaze, he quickly grasped the implications was the Empress investigating Lu Li. Green Bamboo playfully struck him, warning, "Do not ask questions that do not concern you. If trouble arises, I shall not intercede on your behalf." Li Xiu relished the playful banter, grinning as he said, "I shall refrain from further inquiries." "Now, what else about Yang Qiu?" Li Xiu discovered Yang Qiu's file. A native of Qinha, she had served in the palace for 36 years. While nothing particularly remarkable stood out about her, she was indeed the godmother of Lu Li. However, she had taken in more than just Lu Li. She also had a goddaughter named Zining, who served in the Eastern Palace. You have already taken her records. Do check them for yourself. Did she have any close friends or romantic interests within the palace? She was not one for conversation, often preferring to remain in her quarters crafting shoe soles. The only two individuals she was close to were Granny Chai from the Cold Palace and Granny Fan, who worked in the clothing bureau making shoe operas. After clarifying these details, Lu Zhu spoke with Li Xiu in a gentle and cordial manner before hastily departing. Seeking Li Xiu's assistance, she understood that some form of incentive was necessary. Otherwise, her persistent demands would wear out Li Xiu's interest, making her own endeavors increasingly difficult. Upon returning to the palace, Lu Zhu relayed the gathered information in full to the Empress. The Empress grasped her hand, expressing her gratitude for Lu Xiu's efforts, and lamented the need to deal with Li Xiu. Surprisingly, Lu Xiu accepted this task with composure, stating, Your Majesty, Li Xiu is of great utility to you. We must draw him to our side. Should he ally with others, it would be detrimental for us. My role is merely to keep him company, which is of little consequence. With this connection, he will be better positioned to serve you. In the palace, survival necessitated some form of sacrifice, whether it be wealth, physical offerings, or emotional investments. Among these, emotional ties were the most advantageous, yielding great returns without initial costs and capable of inciting profound loyalty. Lu Xiu understood that their fates were intertwined with that of the Empress. They rose and fell together. To safeguard the Empress, she would not hesitate to forge alliances with eunuchs or make even greater sacrifices. The Empress sighed, rewarding Lu Xiu with some gifts, and summoned Zhao Yuanqing to the palace to discuss strategies together. Chapter 12. The traitorous minion strikes again. Zhao Yuanqing arrived at the Feng Palace, where the Empress shared the information she had uncovered, inquiring, Qing'er, what can you discern from this? Zhao Yuanqing picked up a brush and inscribed the names of several individuals, Liu Li, Yang Qiu, Granny Chai, Granny Fan, and Zi Ning, along with Cui Hao and Lu Rui. She noted the connections among Liu Li, Cui Hao, and Yang Qiu, all hailing from Qinghe. Could there be an underlying relationship among them? Furthermore, she linked Yang Qiu, Zi Ning, and Lu Rui, pondering Yang Qiu as remarkable capabilities. How could a mere old palace made from the Imperial Garment Bureau, responsible for crafting shoe soles, manage to place one foster daughter in the Prince's residence and another in the Princess's? What role did Zining play in the Prince's palace? The records from the Ministry of Internal Affairs indicated that she was currently engaged in procurement for the prince's estate. Her origins were neither from Qinghe nor from Fanyang, setting her apart from Cui Hao and the Crown Princess. Procurement. This implied frequent outings from the palace, fostering connections with outsiders. Zhao Yuanqing then circled Granny Chai, the matron in charge of the cold palace, responsible for overseeing the concubines within. In her previous life, her mother had entered the cold palace and never emerged, her life extinguished by a white silk ribbon. Zhao Yuanqing instinctively felt that Granny Chai must have been involved in her mother's demise. Whose person is Granny Chai? She inquired. It is unclear. She has been around through 3 reigns, and few can command her. I suspect she is either aligned with the Emperor or the Empress Dowager. As for the remaining Granny Fan, she was a shadowy figure, spending her days in the needlework chamber crafting shoe tops, with little information available about her. The mother and daughter conspired to employ the family guards left by the Marquis of Shenbei, dispatching one group to Qinghe to investigate Liu Li, Yang Qiu, and Cui Hao, while another was sent to Fanyang to look into Lu Rui, Granny Chai, and Granny Fan, conducting a covert inquiry. Zhao Yuanqing was not idle either. Upon returning to the princess's residence, she summoned her 2 attendants, both skilled in martial arts, one named Li Chang and the other Fan Wuji. Zhao Yuanqing instructed Li Chang to keep watch over the Cui family and directed Fan Wuji to monitor the Eastern Palace, focusing particularly on Zi Ning and the Crown Princess, as she sensed that significant revelations awaited discovery. Calculating the time, it had been 7 or 8 days since the incident at Yuzhen Temple. It was high time for Hatlong to respond. Zhao Yuanqing arranged to meet him at a tea house. As she prepared to leave, she realized she had not brought Liu Li with her. Frustrated, Liu Li paced the room anxiously, asking Wan Xin, did the princess instruct me to attend to her? No, replied Wan Xin. The princess said your face is not yet healed and advised you to rest well. Liu Li, distressed, stamped her foot but found herself powerless to act. Merely watching as Zhao Yuanqing's carriage departed the princess's residence, heading toward Zhuke Street. Zhao Yuanqing met Hatlong at Shangming Hall. Traveling lightly, she reached a private room on the 3rd floor, where a waiter served her a fine pot of tea before withdrawing. Soon after, a knock echoed at the door. Wan Xin opened it, and Hatlong slipped inside, urging, quickly, close the door. Wan Xin secured the door, standing watchful by its side. Upon entering the inner chamber, Zhao Yuanqing observed Hatlong's disheveled appearance and asked, what has caused you such urgency? Hatlong wiped the sweat from his forehead and, with a bitter smile, remarked, I am not as free in my movements as your highness the princess. Wherever I go, there are eyes upon me. I merely found an excuse to step out and could only exchange a few words with you. He continued, to be brief, did you bring the map? Yes, Hatlong replied, retrieving a piece of fine silk from his sleeve. I sketched a rough outline from memory. I cannot vouch for its accuracy, so I hope your highness will not take offense. Zhao Yuanqing accepted the map and, after a few glances, tucked it away in her sleeve. The surroundings felt too perilous. She would examine it more thoroughly once they returned. Hatlong, I have fulfilled your request. When will you honor your promise to assist my return home? Patience is required. This matter necessitates careful deliberation. Furthermore, I must first verify the accuracy of your map, Zhao Yuanqing replied. Hatlong did not expect an immediate resolution. To be candid, he held little hope that Zhao Yuanqing would facilitate his return. Just days prior, her fervor for procuring spices for Cui Hao had become the talk of the town, leaving Hatlong feeling despondent. Could she truly assist him in returning home when she was so enraptured by a man? He decided to consider it a gesture of gratitude for her life-saving intervention at Yuzhen Temple. Moments later, Hatlong departed, disheartened. Zhao Yuanqing hurried back to her residence and meticulously studied the map. At its center lay the kingdom of Wumong, with its vast mountain ranges and rivers clearly marked, as well as the locations of significant cities. Yet, it was evident that Hatlong had taken precautions, for the details were limited. Perhaps he was aware of the inadequacy of his sketch. To compensate, he had depicted the neighboring Daqing kingdom with remarkable clarity. Daqing operated under a three-tiered administrative system, divided into 15 regions. The borders adjacent to Wumong were the Longyu, Guanyi, Hebei, and Hedong regions. These 4 areas served as frontier zones, garrisoned by troops under the command of military governors, who wielded military authority, land, soldiers, and resources all provided by the court to ensure the defense of the borders. Zhao Yuanqing's maternal grandfather, Zhao Shengguo, held the title of Duke of the North, concurrently serving as the military governor of the Northwest, overseeing the Hebei and Hedong regions. The governor of Longyu was Sun Ping, while Zhang Ku governed Guanyi. Presently, it appeared that Zhao Shengguo commanded the largest territory, with the most troops and resources at his disposal, which likely explained the emperor's unease regarding him. Subsequently, following the death of Zhao's family in battle, the position of military governor of the Northwest became vacant, leaving the fates of Hebei and Hedong unknown. Zhao Yuanqing inscribed the names of Sun Ping and Zhang Ku on the paper. The proximity to power suggested that neither would relinquish their claims to Hebei and Hedong, and the conflict between them was inevitable. However, she pondered whether their ambitions were connected to her grandfather's demise. After finishing her analysis, Zhao Yuanqing concealed the map in a compartment beneath her bed. Shortly thereafter, Wenxing entered, announcing, "Your Highness, Liu Li seeks an audience." Zhao Yuanqing smirked coldly. After having ignored Liu Li for 7 or 8 days, she had finally been unable to contain herself. "Let her enter," she commanded. "Yes, Your Highness." Moments later, Liu Li entered, kneeling on the ground and stating, "Your Highness, I have repented. I beseech you to allow me to return to your service." Zhao Yuanqing remained silent, and Liu Li glanced at her expression before speaking. "Your Highness, the flowers in the peony garden are in full bloom. I have heard that many noble ladies have gone there to purchase flowers. You should hurry and take a look, lest the most beautiful blossoms are snatched away." "Which noble ladies are you referring to?" Zhao Yuanqing inquired. "The legitimate daughters of the duke's residence, the legitimate daughters of the minister's residence. And I have heard that Princess Rongchang intends to visit as well. If she secures the most exquisite flowers during the skirt and tent banquet, she will overshadow you. You should really go and see." Had it been the former Zhao Yuanqing, such words would have ignited her fury, prompting her to rush to the peony garden. However, the current Zhao Yuanqing merely smiled coldly. How had she not realized before that Liu Li possessed such a remarkable talent for inciting her anger? It was likely that those people were growing impatient and had laid a trap for her. One cannot obtain a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den, she mused. Very well, let us see what awaits. All right, prepare yourselves. Tomorrow, we shall also visit the peony garden. Liu Li rejoiced, for the princess was still the same as before. Easily stirred by just a few words. With great delight, she exclaimed, "Indeed." Chapter 13. A scheme to entangle her the following day. Zhao Yuanqing traveled to the peony garden in Ninhufan. At the heart of Ninhufan lies a serene lake, aptly named Ning Lake, surrounded by an expansive garden teeming with peonies. Many noble ladies flocked to the peony garden to purchase flowers, hoping to dazzle onlookers at the upcoming banquet. Upon learning of Princess Shangzhen's arrival, the peony garden dispatched someone to escort Zhao Yuanqing to the Minda Pavilion by the lakeside, a spot reserved for dignitaries. After a brief moment of sitting there, she encountered 2 familiar faces, Princess Rongchang, Zhao Bouwu, and Cui Hao. Although Cui Hao had yet to fully recover from his injuries and had been bedridden for several days, his father insisted he join Zhao Yuanqing at the peony garden, determined to win her unwavering affection once more. Upon seeing Zhao Yuanqing again, Cui Hao had learned his lesson and refrained from provoking her, instead standing quietly to the side. However, Zhao Bouwu, with a hint of provocation, remarked, "Sister, I heard you recently acquired a considerable amount of spices. Surely they are for Lord Cui. Cui Hao's eyes gleamed with pride, but he feigned humility, replying, Thank you, Princess Shangshen, but I truly have no need for such excess. It is best not to indulge in extravagance. Zhao Yuanqing coldly retorted, Extravagance, you say? How audacious. I purchased those spices for myself. Why should it concern you? It seems you have forgotten the lesson of those 10 lashes. I would not hesitate to remind you. Cui Hao trembled at the thought, still nursing his wounds. Another encounter would surely spell his doom. I was mistaken. Please do not hold it against me, your highness. He stammered. Seeing she had gained no advantage, Zhao Bozu's eyes flickered with malice, yet she quickly donned a smile, suggesting, Sister, I have heard of a painting named 10 Varieties of Brocade. Shall we go see it? Liu Li also chimed in, Princess. I have heard that the 10 Varieties of Brocade boasts 10 distinct colors, truly extraordinary. Let us go see it. Zhao Yuanqing cast a cold glance at Liu Li. Recognizing the treacherous intent behind her words, she could no longer afford to let such a sycophant remain. Although Liu Li felt a pang of fear, she pressed Zhao Yuanqing to go, with Zhao Baowu and Cui Hao eagerly agreeing. Then let us proceed and behold these legendary 10 varieties of brocade, Zhao Yuanqing declared. Exchanging glances, Zhao Baowu and Cui Hao smiled, Sister, after you. As they exited the Mingda Pavilion and strolled toward Ning Lake, after a short while, Rongchang exclaimed, Sister. Having walked for a while, I feel weary. Let us take a rest. Very well, where shall we rest? Zhao Baowu pointed towards the lakeside. There are several stone benches over there. Let us sit there. Stone benches by the lake. Was this not a ploy to push her into the water? Their malice seemed to grow more ruthless with each scheme. However, Zhao Yuanqing preferred to play for higher stakes. She gestured towards a large rock by the water's edge. Let us sit upon that grand stone. The stone was roughly the size of a table, one corner submerged in the lake, the rest protruding onto the shore. Appearing rather precarious, Rongchang felt a mix of delight and fear. He was pleased that the stone was close to the water, making it easy to push Zhao Yuanqing in. Yet apprehensive that she might have seen through their intentions, questioning why she would choose such a stone. As she hesitated, Zhao Yuanqing had already walked over to sit on a stone, turning back to say, Come over here. Zhao Baowu, Cui Hao, and Liu Li swallowed hard in unison, conceding that it would be best to end things today. Zhao Baowu also approached and sat on the stone, while Cui Hao and Liu Li stood beside it, all gazing at the lake's surface. The spring breeze stirred, causing gentle ripples on the water, as the cool wind brushed against them, sending a shiver through the group. How cold! Zhao Baowu thought uneasily, sensing something was amiss with Zhao Yuanqing today, but she no longer wished to wait. After exchanging a few awkward words with Zhao Yuanqing, she suddenly seized Zhao Yuanqing's sleeve and tugged her towards the water, exclaiming, Sister, be careful. Zhao Yuanqing had anticipated her move. Feeling the pull, she swiftly tricked Zhao Baowu, who unexpectedly lost her footing and plunged into the water. This time, her cry was genuine. Help! Zhao Yuanqing also shouted, Sister, watch out! And then gave Zhao Baowu a firm kick on the backside, propelling her forward into the lake. Enraged, Zhao Baowu clutched Zhao Yuanqing's sleeve tightly, determined to drag her down with her. Zhao Yuanqing smiled faintly, touching the dragon god pearl around her neck, and said, Come on, let us jump into the lake together. With a splash, she followed suit. The entire sequence unfolded so swiftly that Cui Hao and Liu Li stood in bewilderment, wondering how they had both ended up in the water. Wen Xin, anxious, shouted, What are you doing? Hurry and call for help. The princess has fallen into the water. As she shouted, she rolled up her sleeves, clearly intending to jump in herself. Cui Hao, alarmed, pushed Wen Xin aside, declaring, I'll go. This was the moment they had been planning for. He could not afford to miss this opportunity. Diving into the icy water, he felt a shiver run through him, exacerbating the injury on his back. Struggling to open his eyes, he wondered, where are Zhao Yuanqing and Princess Rongchang? How could they have disappeared so quickly? At that moment, Zhao Yuanqing was at the bottom of the lake. Zhao Baowu had fallen in right behind her, swallowing several mouthfuls of water before beginning to flail helplessly. She could not swim and only sank deeper with each frantic movement, consuming more water until she eventually lost consciousness. Zhao Yuanqing, however, remained completely dry, moving effortlessly through the water, thanks to the dragon god pearl around her neck, which perhaps was indeed a treasure of the dragon god. Underwater, she could see more clearly than on land, taking in the entire lakebed. About 10 meters away, she spotted a stone and swam over, thinking it was time for Zhao Baowu to learn a lesson for her scheming. With a forceful throw, Zhao Yuanqing hurled Zhao Baowu onto the stone. the sharp edge striking her face and causing her to wince in pain, but the water she had swallowed kept her from waking up. Again and again. She struck Zhao Bowu until her face was covered in blood, only stopping when she felt satisfied. Meanwhile, Cui Hao was swimming over, dazed, and called out, "Princess Shangdong! Princess Rongchang!" With a cold laugh, Zhao Yuanqing was acutely aware of the intentions of those around her. They aimed to bind her fate with Cui Hao's. After the previous failure at Yuzhen Temple, they now sought to orchestrate a hero's rescue. Very well, if Cui Hao harbored such feelings for Princess Shang, let him be paired with Zhao Bowu instead. It would serve as the most exquisite form of revenge to see these two ruthless individuals torment each other. Zhao Yuanqing tore open Zhao Bowu's garments, exposing swathes of skin, and cast her towards Cui Hao. He swam to her side, enveloping her in his embrace. "Princess Rongchang! My lady!" Zhao Bowu was at a loss for words. Cui Hao hesitated. He needed to get her to safety, but what of Zhao Yuanqing? The original plan had been to save Zhao Yuanqing first, and then he could win her over through gratitude. Now, rescuing Zhao Bowu meant abandoning Zhao Yuanqing. What to do? While Cui Hao was lost in thought, Zhao Bowu clung to him tightly. Resolutely, he decided to disregard the complications. Princess Rongchang was still a princess, and marrying either would bring him wealth and power. Let others deal with the rest. With a decisive turn, he left Zhao Yuanqing behind and swam towards the shore. Zhao Yuanqing observed his retreating figure, smirking. He thought he could escape unscathed. Drawing close to Cui Hao, she seized a stone and viciously severed the tendons in his foot, then propelled herself away. Cui Hao let out a pained cry. "Oh, my leg!" Unfortunately, he was too preoccupied to look down, believing instead that the lake harbored sharp stones and fierce fish, and he frantically swam towards the shore. Once Zhao Yuanqing had succeeded, she discarded her outer garment into the water, distancing herself from the dragon god pearl, as her clothes quickly became soaked. She grasped the garment and swam towards the less populated side of Ning Lake. Upon reaching the shore, she donned her clothing and feigned drowning, collapsing at the water's edge. After a considerable time, a servant finally discovered Zhao Yuanqing. "Princess Shangzhen, over here!" Zhao Yuanqing pretended to be unconscious as a throng of servants carried her to the guest room in the peony garden. Chapter 14. Countermeasures against Cui Hao. The simultaneous plunge of two princesses into the water caused quite a stir in the peony garden. A multitude of noble ladies had gathered today, all congregated by the lakeside, witnessing the scene where Cui Hao carried the disheveled Zhao Baolu ashore. Gasps filled the air. It is Princess Rongchang. She is cradled in the arms of Lord Cui. Her clothing was in disarray, exposing her delicate skin. Alas! It seemed that Princess Rongchang was destined to wed Lord Cui. What of Princess Shangzhen, who had long harbored feelings for him? Was this not a rivalry between two princesses for a single man? Cui Hao was indeed fortunate. As the onlookers reveled in the spectacle, they exchanged gossip. For royal intrigue was ever so captivating, drawing the entire assembly of the peony garden towards this unfolding drama. Zhao Baolu, having swallowed a mouthful of water, remained unconscious, while Cui Hao clung to her, refusing to relinquish his hold. The more spectators, the better. He was determined to bring a princess home as his bride. Cui Hao's legs ached tremendously. Glancing down, he noted his right ankle was smeared with blood, likely lacerated by the stones beneath the lake. Struggling, he carried Zhao Bowu to a private room in the peony garden, summoning a physician to attend to them both. The garden was equipped with a doctor, who upon arrival pressed on Zhao Bowu's abdomen. After expelling several mouthfuls of water, she coughed and gradually regained consciousness. As she awoke, Zhao Baolu felt a searing pain on her face. Upon touching it, she found it smeared with blood. "What has happened to my face?" she cried out. Her visage had suffered multiple abrasions from Zhao Yuanqing's rough handling beneath the water. While submerged, the blood had been washed away, but upon reaching the shore, any pressure caused fresh blood to surface. Cui Hao, upon seeing her bloodied face, was taken aback. Could Princess Rongchang be disfigured? "Doctor, hurry and attend to Princess Rongchang," he shouted. The physician examined her face, discovering over a dozen small cuts, some still caked with mud, presumably inflicted by the stones in the lake. Zhao Bowu's fury intensified as she bellowed, "Enough with the idle chatter. Treat me at once. If you fail, I shall have your head." The physician, torn between indignation and fear for his life, reluctantly ordered a maid to cleanse the mud from Zhao Bowu's face. The pain caused her to scream and kick the maid to the ground. "You are killing me. Are you trying to harm me?" The maid, terrified, knelt and bowed her head, pleading, "I mean no harm, princess, spare me. Incompetent fool. Do not lay another hand on my face. Bring me a mirror." A handmaiden presented a mercury mirror, a prized import from overseas, procured by concubine, Hui specifically for her, renowned for its clarity. As Zhao Baowu gazed into the mirror, her reflection revealed a chaotic mess. Her hair was disheveled, entangled with strands of aquatic vegetation, and her pallid face appeared swollen. But most alarming were the numerous small wounds, each weeping blood, rendering her visage a ghastly sight. A wave of despair washed over Zhao Baowu, her heart plummeting as her body swayed. It was over. Her face was ruined, and with it, her life seemed to unravel. How could she continue as a princess? How would she ever find a suitable husband? In this era, the survival leverage of women differs significantly from that of men. Women rely on their lineage and beauty. Even a princess cannot afford to be unattractive, let alone disfigured. How could she ever hope to marry? Zhao Baowu wept, lamenting, "What will become of my face?" Tears fell onto her wounds, intensifying her pain, compelling her to cry yet restraining her from doing so. Her face contorted in anguish. Cui Hao stood nearby, observing Zhao Baozu's visage, feeling a sense of vexation. Was he truly expected to bring home a disfigured princess? That would be utterly humiliating, rendering her unpresentable. In a fleeting moment, Cui Hao reconsidered. Perhaps it would be better if the princess were disfigured, for then no one would desire her, and she would have no choice but to marry him. Once she entered his household, she would surely be at their mercy, whether in matters of wealth or future prospects. To please him, she would have to submissively offer everything. And as for women, he could always take several beautiful concubines. With this thought, Cui Hao gently reassured her, "Princess, do not be afraid. Let us return to the palace at once and have the imperial physician treat you. Their medical skills are exceptional. They will surely restore your face." His voice was soothing, and his expression tender, providing great comfort to Zhao Baozu's troubled heart. She recognized that it was Cui Hao who had saved her, and under the bright sunlight, their embrace signified that she would indeed marry him. Numerous thoughts flitted through Zhao Baozu's mind. Although the Cui family was not particularly affluent, the Cui clan of Qinghe had always maintained a noble reputation. Cui Hao was exceptionally handsome, and marrying such a man would not be a disgrace. As for wealth and prosperity, with her support after their marriage, the Cui family would undoubtedly thrive. A blush crept across Zhao Baozu's cheeks as she lowered her head, shyly declaring, "I will heed Lord Cui's words." A trace of smug satisfaction crossed Cui Hao's face as he thought to himself, "Such is the nature of a princess." With the likes of Princess Zhao Yuanqing before her, and now Princess Zhao Baowu, they often present themselves as unattainable, yet they are easily swayed with a mere beckoning. Though Cui Hao harbored disdain within, his visage remained warm as he supported Zhao Baozu's arm, stating, "I shall accompany the princess back to the palace." "Very well," she replied. As they exited the chamber, they encountered a crowd gathered in another area. Cui Hao inquired, "What has transpired?" "Lord Cui, it is Princess Shangzhen. She has been rescued." Upon hearing that name, a sharp pain shot through Cui Hao's back and ankles. He asked, "What has become of Princess Shangzhen?" "She is drenched and unconscious. She has already been carried inside." Cui Hao nodded. Princess Zhao Yuanqing was now of no use to him. He need not concern himself with her fate any longer. However, Zhao Baowu harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Zhao Yuanqing. If only she had let go when Zhao Yuanqing pulled her, she would not have fallen into the water alongside her and ruined her face. That treacherous Zhao Yuanqing even kicked her. Heaven help me. It would be better if she simply perished, Zhao Baowu thought. She desired to go and see, but Cui Hao restrained her, saying, "Princess, your face is paramount. Let us return to the palace for treatment." His gentleness quelled her anger, and she acquiesced, "Very well." The two of them took a carriage and returned to the palace. Upon hearing the news, concubine Hui immediately shattered everything on the table, exclaiming, "Baowu is truly foolish." The attendants surrounding her, what were they doing, that they allowed the princess to fall into such misfortune? Her devoted maidservant replied, "Your Highness, let us discuss this later. The princess's face is of utmost importance. Quickly summon all the physicians from the Imperial Medical Office." Yes. The court physicians on duty were all summoned to the Yuhuo Palace of Consort Hui to provide thorough treatment for Zhao Baowu and Cui Hao. "Physician Shou, how is the condition of Princess Rongchang's face?" "Your Highness, the wounds on the princess's face are not severe. As long as we administer the medicine promptly, she will gradually recover. However, it is imperative to avoid water, cosmetics, and spicy or cold foods." "Will there be scars?" "Once the wounds heal, applying dantian and sheep's fat ointment may gradually diminish them." Consort Hui grew anxious. A woman's face holds immense significance. "Physician Shou, is it possible for her to return to her former beauty?" Physician Zhou furrowed his brow in discomfort. Who can dare to make such a promise? We can only strive to minimize the damage. Whether complete restoration is possible, I cannot guarantee. Consort Hui felt a surge of anger. Yet she dared not offend the chief physician of the Imperial Medical Office. With a suppressed breath, she replied, "Thank you, Physician Zhou." Physician Zhou then attended to Cui Hao. "Cui Lanjun, your right ankle's tendon is severely injured. If not treated properly, you may face difficulties in walking in the future." Cui Hao was taken aback. He had thought it was merely a simple cut. Little did he know it was so serious. No wonder his foot ached so terribly. "Please, Physician Zhou, save me. I will do my utmost." Physician Zhou applied medication, wrapped it in a fine cloth, and instructed him to rest well and avoid unnecessary movement. Otherwise, he would face problems walking later. Consort Hui observed from the side, her eyes gleaming. "When Cui Lanjun comes for a follow-up, I would appreciate your assistance again, Physician Zhou." Physician Zhou nodded. "Your Highness, there is no need for such formality. I shall attend to him during his follow-up." Cui Hao felt a surge of joy, indeed. The treatment befitted a princess. With Princess Rongchang's reputation tarnished, he was now the only one she could marry. Consort Hui, feeling tender towards her daughter, would surely treat him well. How splendidly fortunate he felt. Being young, he could not conceal his emotions, his eyes sparkling with delight. Consort Hui cast him a glance, her heart coldly dismissing him. After the treatment, Cui Hao was sent back home, while Consort Hui resolved to have a serious conversation with Zhou Bo. Chapter 15. The plans of Consort Hui. Consort Hui returned to her inner chamber, where Zhou Bo was in a fit of rage. Her face was smeared with a thick layer of green ointment, rendering her both unattractive and comical. "Mother, it hurts terribly." Zhao Bao cried. "Let it hurt then." Consort Hui retorted. "You failed to manage the last affair, and now you've entangled yourself in this one." "Mother, it's not my fault. It's all Zhao Yuanqing's cunning. I tried to pull her back, only to find myself dragged into the water." Zhao Bao recounted the events. Consort Hui immediately understood that Zhao Yuanqing had seen through Zhao Boju's intentions and had turned the tables on her. At this juncture, all they could do was plot for the future. The pressing issue was that Cui Hao, originally meant for Zhao Yuanqing, was now linked to Zhao Bo, which was problematic. Cui Hao, a man of no official position, was beneath Consort Hui's notice. "Today, you were seen embracing Cui Hao. What were you thinking? Do you truly intend to marry him?" Zhao Boyu's face flushed. "Mother, if I do not marry him, who else can I wed? So many saw us together. My reputation is ruined." Consort Hui scoffed. "Reputation is a constraint for the inept. Bao, you are a princess of the great Qing. Do not think that merely embracing Cui Hao, or even sharing a bed with him, would compel you to marry him." "But, mother, did you not say that if Zhao Yuanqing shares a bed with a man, her reputation would be tarnished? My embrace with Cui Hao has also sullied my name." Consort Hui laughed derisively and poked her forehead. "Silly girl, that was a trap set for Zhao Yuanqing. Let her share a bed with a man, and then we will fabricate rumors to embarrass the Empress and the Crown Prince. They will have to act according to our design to silence the gossip. But you are my daughter. I shall never allow you to be swayed by public opinion like the Empress. If you wish to marry Cui Hao, then do so. If not, disregard him entirely." Zhao Bao murmured, "Mother, I do wish to marry him. Cui Lanjun is kind, handsome, and his family has a good reputation." Consort Hui, however, was unwilling. "You are still too young and inexperienced. What does good looks matter? There are many who surpass Cui Hao in appearance. As for the Cui family's reputation, it is merely a facade for self-aggrandizement. They hold no high office nor vast wealth, and their desire for a good reputation is simply a ploy to attract noble ladies like you. And Cui Hao's mother, coming from humble origins, is quite difficult to deal with. In short, the Cui family is not a suitable match." Zhao Bao grew upset. "Mother, in the past, you praised the Cui family to match Cui Lanjun with Zhao Yuanqing, and now you disparage them. I see you do not wish for me to marry him and are deliberately tarnishing their name." Consort Hui scolded, "You foolish child. I spoke thus to deceive the Empress and her daughter. How could you take it to heart? Those words were mere fabrications. I don't care. I believe Cui Lanjun is good, and I want to marry him. You need not interfere." With that, Zhao Bo stood up and stormed out. The Empress Dowager, vexed, clutched her chest and scolded the retreating figure, exclaiming, "What a foolish girl, oblivious to being sold off. How could I have given birth to such a wretched child?" Her devoted maid, Hu Ling, urged gently, "Your Highness, the princess has already developed feelings for Cui Hao. If you speak too harshly, she might distance herself from you, pushing her further into the arms of the Cui family, which would be detrimental to you. The Empress Dowager sighed, lamenting the girl's boldness. Even before marriage, she has begun to favor Cui Hao. Very well, if she wishes to wed him, let it be. With my protection, I shall ensure the Cui family does not mistreat her. However, Cui Hao has previously entangled himself with Zhao Yuanqing and is now pursuing Bo Wu. He is merely a man seeking wealth and status, certainly not a suitable match. I truly do not wish for Bo Wu to wed such a man. Hu Ling replied. Your Highness, is there any noble who does not seek riches? It is unavoidable. As long as you protect the princess, the Cui family would not dare to bully her. Yet, I fear for the princess's beauty. What if Cui Hao finds her lacking? The Empress Dowager scoffed. Does he dare? If he were to disdain Bo Wu, I would have her divorce him. No, divorce would be too kind. He must be made to suffer. I shall have her take several lovers to infuriate the Cui family. However, she continued, you speak truthfully. Bo Yu's appearance is indeed a flaw. Let us ensure Cui Hao bears a flaw of his own. Summon Physician Zhou. At once. Soon. Physician Zhou arrived, bowing respectfully, Your Highness. Physician Zhou, I have a matter to entrust to you. Please, Your Highness, speak. I wish for Cui Hao's leg to remain forever impaired, preferably making him unable to walk. Do you understand my intent? Physician Zhou shuddered, lowering his head. This old servant comprehends. Ah, Physician Zhou, you may take this task upon yourself. Rest assured, I shall not neglect your reward. The old man acknowledged her. The Empress Dowager signaled to Hu Ling, who presented some gifts for Physician Zhou to take with him. As he exited the palace with his medicine chest, he sighed. Reflecting on how Cui Hao was eager to become a prince consort, while the Empress Dowager wished to see him crippled. The minds of those in the palace were truly unlike ordinary folk. Being a physician was no easy task. After Physician Zhou departed, the Empress Dowager said to Hu Ling, Another failure. My father must already be aware. Send word for my mother to visit at her earliest convenience. Yes, Your Highness. In the great Qing kingdom, there were 5 powerful factions, the royal family, the noble families, the civil officials, the military officials, and the hidden military governors, who were stationed at the borders. Cui Hao and the Crown Princess Liu Ruoi belonged to the noble families. The Empress's maternal family belonged to the military officials. Her father, the Marquis of Shenbei, concurrently served as a military governor, ranking among the elite of that group. The Empress Dowager's family, on the other hand, belonged to the civil officials. Her father, Yao Jiang, held the title of Right Minister, a position of significant power, effectively serving as a deputy prime minister and ranking within the second tier of the civil officials. With Princess Zhao Bo and the third Prince Zhao Yu, the Empress Dowager was blessed with both a son and a daughter. Her formidable maternal family and her empathetic nature endeared her greatly to the emperor. In the imperial palace, those who bore sons harbored ambitions for the throne. And the favored consort, of course, was no exception. If she could usurp the crown prince and elevate her own son to the throne, the destiny of her lineage would be irrevocably transformed. Thus, when her father divulged the scheme, the favored consort readily acquiesced. The Duke of Northern Defense wielded military power. And both the Empress and the Crown Prince were astute. They were not easily challenged. Therefore, she resolved to target the weakest link, Zhao Yuanqing, believing that by manipulating him, she could unsettle the Empress and the Crown Prince, ultimately ensnaring them all. Initially, the favored consort felt confident in her strategy, yet to her dismay, the established plan faltered twice in succession, resulting in the loss of Zhao Bo. Anxious, she sought counsel from her father regarding their next course of action. Meanwhile, the Right Minister's residence received a missive from Hu Ling. Yao Jiang ventured out to consult several individuals and engage in a private discussion with Lady L. On the 3rd day, he submitted a request to meet with the favored consort. Chapter 16. Punishment of Lu Li. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuanqing feigned a faint and collapsed by the lakeside, subsequently being taken to a guest room in the peony garden. A physician examined her, and Zhao Yuanqing gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed Wanxing and Lu Li gathered around her bed. Wanxing, with tears streaming down her face, exclaimed, Princess, you have finally awakened. I was terrified. Zhao Yuanqing gently patted her arm and reassured her, I am fine now, do not cry. Lu Li attempted to squeeze out a few tears but failed miserably, contorting her face as she pretended to be anxious, saying, Princess, you have finally woken up. We were so worried. Zhao Yuanqing scoffed, recognizing that Lu Li's apparent concern was not for herself. She inquired, Lu Li, Did you not say that the 10 varieties of peony flowers were extraordinary? I fell into the lake and did not see them. Are they still there? Liu Li looked somewhat bewildered, unsure why Zhao Yuanqing brought this up. They should still be there, but I am not certain. Go check and inform the steward that I desire the 10 varieties, Zhao Yuanqing commanded. Yes. Liu Li left, confused, and returned after a while to report, Princess. The 10 varieties are still there. The steward has already loaded them for you. Good, let us depart for the residence, Zhao Yuanqing ordered. Yes. Wenxing and Liu Li assisted Zhao Yuanqing in rising, and they took a carriage back to the princess's residence, with the 10 varieties following closely behind. Upon returning home, Zhao Yuanqing changed her attire and took a moment to appreciate the 10 varieties of peonies. As the name suggested, this assortment boasted 10 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, white, orange, and black. Yet, to Zhao Yuanqing, it appeared merely as a chaotic blend of colors, lacking the beauty of a single hue. She surmised that the peony garden had deliberately created this spectacle to attract attention. Zhao Yuanqing summoned one of her guests, a tattoo artist named Wu Qing. In the open-minded realm of the Daqing kingdom, tattoos were popular, predominantly among men and convicts, while women seldom adorned themselves with such art. Wu Qing entered the hall. Bowing respectfully, "What is your command, princess?" Zhao Yuanqing gestured toward the 10 varieties and asked, "Can you tattoo this flower?" After observing the assortment for a moment, Wu Qing replied, "It can be done." "In color?" Zhao Yuanqing inquired. "Yes, all the colors can be replicated," he confirmed. "Excellent. Summon Liu Li to me," Zhao Yuanqing commanded. Shortly thereafter, Liu Li arrived. "What is your command, princess?" she asked. Zhao Yuanqing said, "Liu Li, are you aware of your crime?" Liu Li knelt down abruptly, exclaiming, "I am unaware of any wrongdoing, princess." Still defiant, "If it were not for your encouragement to view the 10 varieties at the peony garden, I would not have fallen into the lake. I nearly drowned. Tell me, do you have no guilt?" Zhao Yuanqing retorted. With tears on her face, Liu Li, who had hoped Zhao Yuanqing had forgotten the incident, realized she was now facing retribution. She bowed her head repeatedly, pleading, "Princess, I merely thought the flowers were beautiful. I had no idea something would go wrong. I will not dare again. I see you are quite bold. Guards, take Liu Li away and beat her to death," Zhao Yuanqing commanded. "Ah! Princess, spare my life. I shall never dare again." The specter of death loomed over Liu Li as she desperately pleaded for mercy. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Yuanqing spoke, "In light of your years of service to me, I shall spare you from the death penalty, though you shall not escape punishment. I intend to discipline you." Liu Li exhaled in relief. As long as she was not to face death, she would accept her punishment. "Please, your highness, impose your penalty. Have you seen the 10 exquisite brocades? I shall have them tattooed upon your face, so you may behold them day and night, for the entirety of your life." Liu Li was taken aback. A tattoo on her face would ruin her appearance. Terrified, she wept, "Your highness, spare my life. Choose between being beaten to death or receiving a tattoo." She sobbed, "I choose the tattoo." Zhao Yuanqing commanded Wu Qing to take Liu Li away and have the 10 brocades tattooed upon her visage. Wenxing, anxiously observing from the side, quietly interceded for Liu Li, "Your highness, a woman's face is of utmost importance. If it is marred, how shall she present herself in the future? Might there be another way to penalize Liu Li?" Zhao Yuanqing replied, "Wenxing, it is fortunate that I, too, escaped with my life from Ning Lake, otherwise, it would have been my face that was ruined." Observing her anger, Wenxing refrained from further protest. Days later, upon hearing that Princess Rongchang's face had been scarred by jagged stones, she felt relieved that Zhao Yuanqing had emerged unscathed and no longer viewed Liu Li's punishment as excessive. Zhao Yuanqing sighed inwardly, while Wenxing was indeed loyal. She possessed numerous flaws: her softness and lack of vigilance amidst the perilous circumstances they faced. Loyalty alone was insufficient in their precarious situation. Zhao Yuanqing summoned a retainer and instructed him to visit the bustling tea houses, seeking out storytellers to convey the following narrative. "Yes," the retainer replied and departed. Zhao Yuanqing sensed an increasing inadequacy of personnel. Her previous infatuation with Cui Hao had led her to surround herself with those of little capability and martial prowess. Now, she had no choice but to rely on retainers, who were often unreliable. They would abandon her for better rewards elsewhere. She needed to cultivate her own loyal followers. Before long, a tale began circulating in the capital's tea houses, titled The Love Between Fish and Water. It narrated the story of a princess who, while wandering in the peony garden, fell into a lake, only to be rescued by a handsome scholar who leaped in after her. The two embraced. As if the water cradled the fish, their bond portrayed as beautifully harmonious an ideal union, akin to the inseparable relationship between fish and water, destined to last a lifetime. The incident of Zhao Bao falling into Ning Lake and being saved by Cui Hao had long since spread among the nobility. Upon hearing this story, the people readily recognized it as a reference to the two of them. Gossip about the royal family was a favorite topic among the common folk, and soon embellishments flourished. Some claimed Zhao Bao pursued Cui Hao, while others suggested Cui Hao sought wealth and status. Artists even depicted the pair in numerous risque illustrations. And the rumors became increasingly scandalous, tarnishing the reputations of both Cui Hao and Zhao Bao. The Cui family was the first to catch wind of these developments, initially elated. They soon turned furious. They rejoiced in the knowledge that Zhao Bao was now firmly ensnared, and the prospect of marrying the princess promised imminent wealth and grandeur. In a fit of anger, Zhao Bao had yet to step through the door, and already the reputation of the Cui family was tarnished beyond repair. Truly, she was a harbinger of misfortune, provoking the disdain of the Cui household. Soon enough, the maternal family of Hui Fei became aware of the situation. On the third day, Hui Fei's mother, Lady L, came to visit her, relaying the rumors circulating outside. Enraged, Hui Fei smashed a cup, exclaiming that these vile commoners dared to utter slander against a princess and deserved execution. Lady L maintained her composure, advising, "My dear, consider carefully from whom these words have originated. It must surely be the Cui family. I never wished Fu Bo to wed Cui Hao. Yet I never anticipated that the Cui family, in their desire to please the princess, would resort to such despicable tactics to ruin Bozu's reputation, effectively coercing her into marriage." Though Bozu's reputation was in shambles, the Cui family's standing was equally compromised. These noble families held their honor in the highest regard, thus, this incident could not have been orchestrated by the Cui family. Then who else could it be? Lady L shook her head, uncertain. This affair has not only struck a blow against the noble families, but has also affected the princess. Perhaps it was the doing of political rivals. What does father say? Hui Fei inquired. Your father believes that since circumstances have reached this point, we ought to transform this misfortune into an opportunity. Let the princess marry Cui Hao with joy. We can seize this moment to align ourselves with the noble families, as long as the princess and Cui Hao thrive. The noble houses may be swayed to support the third prince, which would benefit our future endeavors. Despite Hui Fei's love for her daughter, her loyalty to her son prevailed. Upon hearing that it could aid the third prince, she sighed in relief. That is good. Your father also mentioned that Zhao Yuanqing has failed twice, indicating that it is no mere coincidence. They must be on guard. To avoid alerting the enemy, we should pause our efforts and strategize carefully. I shall heed my father's counsel. Chapter 17. Preemptive strike. Zhao Yuanqing entered the palace to seek an audience with the empress, recounting the events that transpired in the peony garden in their entirety. The empress was incensed. That wretched concubine, Wei, was undoubtedly behind this. As for Zhao Bao, it was only fitting that she bore the consequences for her malicious actions at such a tender age. Mother, she has certainly learned her lesson this time. She will surely behave more modestly in the future. I have come to discuss a few matters with you. Speak, my dear. Mother, I currently have too few capable individuals at my disposal. I seek those who are loyal and possess martial prowess. After much contemplation, I realized that only those from grandfather's side may be of use. Please, could you introduce some of them to me? Your grandfather has been stationed in the northwest for many years, and most of his men have been taken away. In the Duke of Zhebei's household, only a few family retainers remain. I shall send someone to inquire. Very well. Mother, do you know where the retired veterans and the remaining soldiers from grandfather's army are? There should be some useful individuals among them. Your grandfather did not take them all away. Some have returned to their hometowns, others have remained in the capital, while some reside on your grandfather's estate. The steward of the Duke of Zhebei's household has a directory. You may ask him. Understood. By the way, Yuanqing, go to Qinghai to investigate Lu Li. The people from Cui Hao and Yangqiu have returned. Lu Zhu, please convey this message to the princess. Yes. Lu Zhu began to report to Zhao Yuanqing. Princess, according to those who have returned, Lu Li's information largely aligns with that in the records. The only detail omitted is that before Lu Li was brought to the palace, she was sold to the Cui family. The Cui family? Is it the one from Qinghai? Indeed, it is the direct line of the Cui family in Qinghai. The Cui family in the capital is a collateral branch. After Lu Li was sold to the Cui family, 6 months later, when the palace was selecting maidens, her family redeemed her and sent her to the palace. During the time Lu Li was sold to the Cui family, Cui Hao's parents took him home to pay respects to their ancestors. They must have encountered her then. Zhao Yuanqing nodded, realizing why Lu Li held such admiration for Cui Hao. It was because they had met in their youth. Lu Zhu continued, aside from that, there are no other matters regarding Lu Li. As for young Qiu, her experience is utterly unremarkable and precisely as documented in the records, with nothing peculiar. Understood. The Empress remarked, Qingha is nearby, so the news arrived swiftly. However, Fanyang is farther away, and it may take another day or two. There is no rush. This is already quite satisfactory. Mother, if Xiao Bowu and Cui Hao were to become engaged, the aristocracy and the civil official faction would draw closer together, which would surely displease father. Let us stoke the flames further to amplify his ire. The Empress sneered, the sovereign is ever suspicious, regardless of who draws close to whom. He is never pleased. He revels in the discord among his subjects. Come, let us seek your father and create some trouble for concubine Hui. The Empress, accompanied by Zhao Yuanqing, proceeded to the Emperor's Tai Chi Hall to request an audience with him. Enter. The Emperor sat behind the table, his brow furrowed. Upon seeing the Empress and Zhao Yuanqing enter, his expression grew even more severe. Empress, what brings you before me? Your Majesty, have you heard the rumors circulating outside? It is widely said that Princess Rongchang and Cui Hao are as inseparable as fish and water, a match made in heaven. If you were to ask me, they should be granted a marriage contract post-haste, for I fear they cannot wait any longer. The Emperor's countenance darkened. Empress, be cautious with your words. The Empress, equally displeased, retorted, Your Majesty, Rongchang's actions are shameless. Must I remain silent? I have yet to hold Rongchang accountable. Had she not dragged Shangshen into this? How could Shangshen have fallen into the lake? Your Majesty, I implore you to judge fairly. The Emperor, feeling the weight of the situation, commanded, summon Huifei and Princess Rongchang. Moments later, Huifei and Zhao Baowu arrived. Zhao Baozu's face was plastered with medicinal patches, a tapestry of blue and green. Zhao Yuanqing could not suppress her laughter, while Zhao Bao shot her a piercing glare, which Zhao Yuanqing met unflinchingly. When enemies confront each other, tensions run high. As Huifei and Zhao Baowu took their positions, the Empress stepped forward and struck Zhao Baowu across the face, sending her stumbling to the ground. The suddenness of the blow caught everyone off guard, and the atmosphere grew thick with tension. Zhao Baowu cried out in pain, Why did you strike me? Huifei, enraged, shielded Zhao Baowu and exclaimed, Empress, why do you assault my daughter? She fell to her knees, wailing, Your Majesty, the Empress dares to strike my daughter before your very eyes. Her arrogance is intolerable. How can we mother and daughter survive? Please, Your Majesty, stand up for us. Huifei and Zhao Baowu clung to each other, weeping pitifully, while the Empress loomed nearby, exuding a malevolent aura. The Empress coldly declared, Huifei, you teach your daughter to harm mine in secret, yet feign innocence before me. Since you choose to act so theatrically, I shall grant you a swift end. With that, the Empress seized Huifei and delivered a resounding slap, knocking her to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Empress Lu Jun, how dare you strike me? I shall retaliate. The highest form of palace intrigue often devolves into physical confrontation. When tempers flare, direct action takes precedence over elaborate schemes. The Empress and Huifei clashed violently, and despite the Emperor's repeated calls for order, they continued until he smashed a weighty object to the floor and bellowed, Enough. Only then did they cease, both panting and disheveled. The Emperor pointed at the Empress and then at Huifei, cursing their ancestors in his heart. Yet, one was backed by the Marquis of Beibei, while the other was a high-ranking official. Offending either would spell trouble. He suppressed his fury and said, A queen and a consort, behaving like commoners in a brawl, devoid of any decorum or dignity. Such conduct will only serve to bring ridicule upon us. What a disgrace! The Empress, undeterred, retorted, In the Jade Truth Palace, Qing'er was ensnared by Zhao Baowu, and now she has dragged her into the lake. Should I concern myself with decorum when my daughter's life is at stake? Your Majesty, I strike them because they deserve it. Rongchang deliberately lured Shangshen to the lake in the peony garden, nearly causing her demise. Zhao Baowu, incensed, muttered a curse under her breath. It was Zhao Yuanqing who nearly brought about my demise. Huifei retorted sharply, Your Majesty, you have inverted right and wrong. It is Princess Shangshen who deliberately lured Rongchang to the lake, intending to bring about her demise. Look at my daughter's visage, marred and disfigured by Princess Shangshen. The gaze of the assembly fixated upon Zhao Baowu's face, which bore a ghastly array of grins, blues, and blacks, resembling a clown. Zhao Bo felt the heat rise to her cheeks, as if sitting upon a bed of nails. The Empress declared, "Such utter nonsense. Rongchang, I ask you. Who wished to see the 10 treasures?" Zhao Baolu hesitated to respond, yet the eyes of the crowd bore down upon her, and surrounded by so many servants, she found it impossible to lie. It was I who, in their right mind, would abandon a safe path to sit by the lakeside. Of course, it was Zhao Baolu, yet to confess this would solidify her implication in the attempted harm against Zhao Yuanqing. She cast a desperate glance towards Huifei, "Mother." Huifei countered, "Your Majesty, you are being excessively harsh towards my daughter. This is an act of shameful bullying." "Shameful? You and your daughter are the true embodiments of shame." "Zhao Baolu, speak." The two women erupted once more into a cacophony, and the emperor, wearied by their bickering, interjected, "Enough. Cease your quarrel." He attempted to mediate, saying, "Regardless of whether Rongchang is at fault, her face has been injured and she has learned her lesson. Let this matter be laid to rest." This was clearly favoritism towards Zhao Baolu. Zhao Yuanqing spoke up, "Father, do you not understand how dreadful it was for me at the bottom of the lake? I nearly believed I was to perish. Zhao Baolu is your daughter. Am I not also your child? She has harmed me. Will there be no consequences?" The emperor remained silent, his dark, inscrutable eyes fixed upon Zhao Yuanqing, surveying her as if he were encountering her for the first time. Zhao Yuanqing met his gaze unflinchingly. After a prolonged silence, the emperor asked, "Shangzhen, what do you propose?" "I do not know. I only beseech your majesty to act with fairness." "Then let Rongchang be punished to transcribe the female precepts 10 times and forfeit 3 months' salary. As for Huifei, due to her lax discipline, let her also forfeit 1 month as salary." The punishment inflicted was minimal yet deeply humiliating. Huifei protested, "Your Majesty." The Empress, equally dissatisfied, exclaimed, "Your Majesty, this punishment is far too lenient. Enough. I am weary, you may all withdraw." The Empress emerged victorious for the moment, escorting Zhao Yuanqing away, while Huifei and Zhao Baolu assisted each other as they exited. Long after, the sound of objects being hurled echoed from within Taiji Hall. Chapter 18. Reinforcement of personnel. Upon returning to the Fumi Palace, the Empress exclaimed, "Today, I struck concubine Hui with a slap, and it felt utterly gratifying. Mother, we have irreparably severed ties with concubine Hui today. They will undoubtedly harbor resentment and seek revenge more fiercely in the future. Qing such is the nature of the palace. It's a matter of survival, where one must either perish or prevail. After all, there is only one position at the pinnacle." Zhao Yuanqing clasped her mother's hand reassuringly. "Do not worry, mother. We shall face any challenges together. Fear not, for I shall protect you," the Empress replied with resolve. After Zhao Yuanqing departed from the Fumi Palace, she made her way to the residence of the Duke of Shenbei. Her grandfather had long been stationed in the northwest, and her uncles, aunts, and cousins were also there, leaving only the steward and a few servants in the manor. The steward, named Li Jia, welcomed Zhao Yuanqing inside. "Princess, what brings you here unexpectedly?" "Steward Li, are you aware of the whereabouts of the veterans and the injured soldiers left by my grandfather?" "There are several dozen within the manor, mostly with minor injuries. The severely wounded and the elderly are at the Duke's estate in the outskirts of the capital. I am in need of additional personnel, and I wish to take a few back with me. Please assist me in selecting them." "Certainly, I shall summon them at once." After a brief interval, dozens of individuals stood in the courtyard, gazing at Zhao Yuanqing with curiosity. She scrutinized them. Most were men, with about 10 women among them. Their faces bore the marks of hardship, and their eyes glimmered with a fierce disposition, clearly shaped by the rigors of battle. "Steward Li, why are there women among them?" "They are female soldiers employed by the court, who have returned from the battlefield. Unwilling to marry and bear children, they have been taken in by the Duke's household." Zhao Yuanqing nodded. "Have them present their skills." Steward Li called out, "Everyone, this is Princess Shangzhen, the Duke's granddaughter. The princess wishes to select some attendants from among you. So please state your abilities." A murmuring of excitement rippled through the crowd. Serving Princess Shangzhen was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. One stepped forward, cupping his hands in greeting. "Your Highness, I am Li Xing, and my skill lies in wielding a blade." Another stepped forward. "I am swift of foot. I was once a scout, adept at gathering intelligence. I excel in archery, hitting the target from 100 paces. I possess great strength, capable of lifting a 200-pound millstone. I am proficient in horseback riding and horse training." After the men had spoken, it was the women's turn. "Your Highness, I am skilled in the use of concealed weapons. I was an assistant to a military physician, with a rudimentary understanding of medicine. I am swift and strong. Finally, a woman of unremarkable appearance approached. She bowed deeply to Zhao Yuanqing and said, "Your Highness, I am Manjiu. I lack the numerous skills of the others. I possess but one killing." Zhao Yuanqing's interest was piqued. Among the many who had boasted of their talents, none had been so forthright about their lethal capabilities. Others can kill. What sets you apart? Others may employ weapons, knives, or even poison. I can kill with my bare hands, using only 3 moves. Zhao Yuanqing's curiosity deepened. Is what you claim truly the case? Manjiu did not respond, and those nearby began to speak. Your Highness, Manjiu is right. We have all witnessed her prowess in combat. She is the strongest among us. Zhao Yuanqing remained somewhat skeptical. Manjiu interjected, "Permit me to demonstrate for the princess, stewardly." "What? Forgive me." As soon as the words left her lips, Manjiu swiftly darted forward, her figure appearing as if it were in multiple places at once. In the blink of an eye, she materialized behind Stewardly, twisting his arm, causing him to collapse to the ground, clutching his carotid artery. Stewardly cried out, "Manjiu, please don't truly harm me. Just for the princess to see. Your Highness, do you witness this? I see it, she can indeed kill." "Release Stewardly." Manjiu let go of him and returned to her place. A total of 67 individuals had displayed their respective skills. Most were adept with knives, guns, and clubs, while a few possessed unique abilities. Zhao Yuanqing, puzzled, asked, "Stewardly, these individuals appear quite capable. Why did they withdraw from the battlefield?" "Your Highness, they are significantly stronger than ordinary folk, yet on the battlefield, they fall short. In a protracted conflict, they are destined for demise, hence their retreat." "And what of Manjiu? Is she similar?" Though swift, Manjiu sustained injuries to her heart and lungs on the battlefield. Her lethal techniques can only be employed 2 or 3 times consecutively. Manjiu nodded in agreement, affirming the truth of this statement. Zhao Yuanqing understood and said, "Stewardly, may I take these individuals with me?" "Certainly, it would be a fortunate opportunity for them to follow the princess toward a better future. However, they cannot enter the princess's residence directly. Such an action would—" "Yes, I comprehend." 2 days later, Zhao Yuanqing instructed the steward to visit the largest pawnshop in the capital, saying, "Inform them that I wish to purchase a batch of individuals." "Understood." After more than an hour, the pawnshop's manager arrived with a group of people. "Your Highness, I bring you the freshest stock from the shop. Please make your selection. Come in, all of you." In the courtyard stood over 100 individuals. Among them were those previously at the residence of the Marquis of Shenbei, now appearing as refugees, awaiting Zhao Yuanqing's selection. This was Zhao Yuanqing's strategy. Rather than directly removing these individuals from the Marquis' estate, she had them placed in the pawnshop first, only to purchase them later, thus avoiding drawing attention. Given that many were monitoring Zhao Yuanqing, if she were to directly transport individuals from the Marquis' residence to her own, it would certainly raise suspicions, and her grandfather would face reproach. It was wiser to act discreetly. Zhao Yuanqing surveyed the individuals, initially selecting the men from the Marquis' estate. "What skills do you possess? Please, one by one." Prior to their arrival, these individuals had been instructed to prepare their responses. "Your Highness, I can feed horses. I possess considerable strength and can cultivate the land. I can tend to flowers." Of course, they refrained from mentioning weapons, as per Steward Li's guidance, presenting only ordinary skills that would not arouse suspicion. Zhao Yuanqing remarked, "I find them all satisfactory. Let them remain." "And what of the women? They too should speak." One by one, the women approached, and I showcased my skills in embroidery and garment making. I am proficient in culinary arts and adept at writing and accounting. Among them was Manjiu, who had disguised herself as a maid. I also possessed the ability to provide therapeutic massages. Zhao Yuanqing appeared quite satisfied and decided to retain them all. Ultimately, aside from a few with unfavorable appearances, the remainder were kept. Totaling 86 individuals, 67 from the town North Marquis residence and 19 from outside. Yao Long was overjoyed. The newly arrived batch, initially perceived as coarse and unmarketable, had unexpectedly found a significant patron in Princess Shangshen, resulting in a complete sellout. He settled the accounts and left with a beaming smile. Zhao Yuanqing assigned tasks to these 86 individuals. Some formed a patrol team to safeguard the princess's residence, while others were placed strategically to serve as her eyes and ears, monitoring the palace. The remaining women each possessed unique skills. One was a healer, another skilled in poisons, another proficient with concealed weapons, and yet another was knowledgeable in writing and calculations. Their capabilities were commendable, and Zhao Yuanqing designated them to assist in her courtyard. The most formidable among them, Manjiu, was assigned to serve closely, ensuring Zhao Yuanqing's safety. Once these arrangements were finalized, Zhao Yuanqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had, at last, acquired a reliable workforce. Chapter 19 Unmasking Liuli. The following day, Wu Qing reported that Liuli's tattoo was completed. Is that so? Bring her in. Shortly after, Liuli entered, standing obediently before the throne, paying her respects to the princess. Lift your head. As Liuli raised her gaze, her face came into Zhao Yuanqing's view. A magnificent peony adorned her features, with the flower center resting on her nose, and petals scattered across her visage in 10 vivid hues, creating a chaotic and unsightly appearance. Zhao Yuanqing gazed for an extended moment, causing Liuli to nearly burst into tears. Her eyes brimmed with unshed tears, reluctant to fall. The tattoo, freshly inked, left her face dotted with tiny needle marks, searing with pain, and she could not wet it at all. Having seen enough, Zhao Yuanqing remarked, "Well done, Wu Qing. Go to the treasury and claim your reward." "Thank you, Your Highness." A flicker of resentment crossed Liuli's eyes. She was bewildered by Zhao Yuanqing's sudden shift. The person she had once trusted the most now treated her with such humiliation. Zhao Yuanqing did not miss the animosity in her gaze. "Do you harbor hatred towards me? I would never dare." "Liuli, how long have you been by my side?" 8 years. 8 years is not a short time. How have I treated you during these years?" "The princess has been very kind to this servant, but if I may be so bold, that was in the past. Ever since returning from Yushan Temple, Your Highness has looked down upon me, even branding my face with a tattoo. I do not understand what I did to offend you." Liuli's face was a portrait of grievance, and tears finally spilled down her cheeks. The pain was excruciating, yet she quickly stifled her sobs, appearing utterly disheveled. Zhao Yuanqing fumed. "Dare you mention Yushan Temple? If it weren't for my prior knowledge of your intentions, I might have believed you were wronged. Look at this." An oil paper package was hurled before Liuli. She opened it to reveal a handful of reddish-brown powder, a fragrant aroma wafting towards her. Liuli's pupils dilated spices. Why would the princess give her this? Her heart raced. Is this not spice? Does the princess wish for me to burn it for her? Still wish to serve me? Zhao Yuanqing kicked Liuli to the ground, exclaiming, "You deceitful wretch. Look closely, this is the spice you prepared for me. Why does it contain muscle relaxant and a soporific?" Liuli's heart raced, panic seizing her. An overwhelming fear rendered her weak, her mind consumed by a single thought: it was over. Stammering, she protested, "What muscle relaxant? What soporific? I know nothing." Such a stubborn mouth. "Manjiu." "Yes. Show her your abilities." "Understood." Manjiu approached, a woman in her 30s, appearing like an ordinary maid. Yet, the moment Liuli laid eyes on her, she sensed a suffocating aura of menace. "What do you intend to do?" Manjiu was ruthless and spoke little. She swiftly dislocated Liuli's arms, followed by the sound of 2 more joints being forced from their sockets, causing Liuli to gag in agony. Zhao Yuanqing inquired, "Will you speak now?" "I truly do not know." "Manjiu, proceed." "Yes." Manjiu had a basin of water brought in and retrieved a roll of yellow paper from her bosom. "Princess, this insolent servant's cries are utterly unbearable. I shall administer the punishment of tie and press upon her." The tie and press is a brutal form of torture, implemented with alarming simplicity. A piece of mulberry paper is moistened and placed over the offender's face, obstructing their breath. The paper, being pliable, does not tear regardless of the victim's desperate gasps. However, a single sheet is insufficient to induce suffocation, thus, a second, third, and even fourth sheet is layered atop, gradually constricting the air supply until the victim succumbs to asphyxiation. Liuli, as a palace maid, was well acquainted with the horrors of such a punishment. Upon seeing the mulberry paper in Manjiu's hands, terror overwhelmed her, leaving a stain of filth beneath her. Manjiu dampened the first sheet and pressed it against Liuli's face, her features becoming pronounced as she gasped for air, engulfed by the dread of impending death. With the second and third sheets, the air grew scarce, and Liuli's struggle intensified as the specter of death loomed closer. A desperate thought surged within her. She did not wish to die. She yearned to live. Frantically shaking her head, she stammered, "I will speak. I will speak." "Let her speak," ordered Manjiu. With the paper removed, Liuli inhaled deeply, relief washing over her. She was alive. "Princess, I truly know nothing of the soft muscle powder or the draught. The spices I received were given to me by another. Who provided them? My foster mother. Yang Qiu from the Palace Garment Bureau. According to Liu Li, a month prior, Yang Qiu had handed her a packet of spices, urging her to persuade Zhao Yuanqing to ignite them at the Yuzhen Temple, promising that her wishes would then be fulfilled. Did Yang Qiu not say that igniting these spices would allow you to be with Cui Hao? Liu Li gasped in astonishment. How does the princess know? Zhao Yuanqing kicked her fiercely. Wretched girl. I have treated you with such kindness, and yet you plot against me. You deserve to die. Princess. Yang Qiu said that lighting these spices would allow you to be with Cui Hao, and as your accompanying maid, I could go with you. I am only trying to assist you. Assist me? By drugging me? By inciting me to the peony garden? Had I not been vigilant, you would have caused my demise. Regardless of Liu Li's pleas, Zhao Yuanqing's trust had evaporated. Recognizing her precarious position, Liu Li resorted to desperate begging for mercy. Zhao Yuanqing recalled the humiliating days she had endured in the kingdom of woman, where even the chance of death had eluded her. All of this began with Liu Li's treachery at the Yuzhen Temple. Allowing her to die so easily would be too lenient. She must endure the same sufferings Zhao Yuanqing had faced in her past life. Liu Li, do you not wish to live? I do not wish to die. Princess. If you grant me my life, I will do anything you ask. I beg you. Very well, I shall spare your life. But you cannot remain in the princess's residence any longer. I will find you a suitable place. Liu Li's heart soared with hope. Princess, I will go anywhere. Zhao Yuanqing smirked coldly. Wen Qian, fetch a vial of mute potion and administer it to her. Yes. Wen Qian, a member of the Northern Marquis household, possessed the skill of poison mastery. She turned and retrieved a porcelain vial, approaching Liu Li with determination. Liu Li gasped in astonishment. What do you intend to do? Stay away. Unfortunately, her limbs had yet to be reattached, rendering her utterly immobile. She could only submit as Wen Qian pried open her mouth and poured the liquid inside. Liu Li felt an excruciating pain in her throat, as if it were being set ablaze. When she attempted to speak again, no words escaped her lips. Chapter 20. Punishment of Liu Li. Liu Li gazed at Zhao Yuanqing with pleading eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Zhao Yuanqing remained unmoved and spoke. Liu Li, we grew up together. Although you are a servant, I have never treated you poorly. Yet, how have you repaid my kindness? You drugged me in Yuzhen Temple, leaving me in a state of unconsciousness, and plotted to drown me in the peony garden, attempting to bind me to Cui Hao. You must know that a woman's reputation, once tarnished, leads to a most tragic fate. Even if I were to marry Cui Hao, my outcome would be no better. Your malice is evident. As a servant, you lack loyalty. As a woman, you lack virtue. If I were to spare you today, countless women would suffer in the future. Thus, I will not show you mercy. You have a penchant for poison, do you not? Today, I shall serve you a taste of your own medicine. You are enamored with men. So I will cast you into their midst, allowing you to indulge to your heart's content. Manjiu, administer the narcotic and the muscle-relaxing powder, and sell her to the lowest-level private mine, forbidding her ever to emerge again. Yes. Manjiu and his companions were filled with indignation. Liu Li's audacity in plotting against the princess warranted a fate of 1,000 cuts. Liu Li, terrified, desperately pleaded for mercy, but her words were reduced to incoherent sounds, barely intelligible. After being drugged by Manjiu, she soon fell into a deep slumber, after which they stuffed her into a sack and exited through the back gate of the princess's residence, heading towards the outskirts of Chang'an City and its mines. Manjiu discovered a remote mountain mine, seldom visited by people. Without a guide, not even a bird could escape. Do you buy women here? The guard's eyes lit up. Women? Where? Manjiu pulled Liu Li from the sack, declaring her a criminal slave, a disgrace to her household, and offering her for sale. The guard lifted Liu Li, noting her decent appearance, though her face bore bruises, clearly indicating her status as a wrongdoer. Liu Li struggled desperately, but the guard was unyielding, striking her across the face, demanding compliance. With tears marking her cheeks, Liu Li reached out to Manjiu, mumbling something indistinct, but he paid her no mind. She should have anticipated this fate the moment she betrayed the princess. The guard tore at Liu Li's clothing, nodding in satisfaction at her delicate form. How much do you want for her? Manjiu shook his head, stating that he required no payment, only 2 requests, to ensure her suffering and prevent her escape. No problem. Without a backward glance, Manjiu departed, leaving Liu Li to struggle in vain as she was carried into the mine, never to emerge again. In the dark, wretched depths of the mine, as she endured torment, Liu Li drifted in and out of consciousness, catching glimpses of a surreal vision. She saw Zhao Yuanqing captured in Yushan Temple. Her reputation destroyed, marrying Cui Hao. Subsequently, Liu Li found herself in the Cui household, becoming Cui Hao's concubine. A year later, Zhao Yuanqing departed for Wumeng country, while Liu Li dominated the Cui residence. However, it was not long before Cui Hao married a new wife, who, disapproving of Liu Li, offered her a cup of poisoned wine. Uncertain if it was a dream or reality, Liu Li felt a spark of hope. Perhaps this dream could guide her back to the princess's side. She bit her finger, inscribing her identity onto her dress, and presented it to the guard. The guard inquired if she hailed from the residence of Princess Shangzhen. Liu Li nodded and gestured that upon her return to the princess's abode, she would express her profound gratitude. The guard chuckled heartily, hoisting Liu Li onto his shoulder, declaring, "Let us go." Liu Li, overwhelmed with joy, believed she was truly being released. Tears of elation streamed down her face as she thought of her tormenting days. Today, she would finally escape. However, to her dismay, the guard carried her to a forsaken mine and unceremoniously cast her down, saying, "Seek your princess in your next life." With a thud, Liu Li fell heavily to the bottom of the cavern, blood splattering around her. After a prolonged struggle for survival, she succumbed to her fate amidst the gnawing of rats. In her final moments, a singular thought echoed in her mind: if only she could relive her life, she would never betray the princess again. Whether in dreams or reality, her treachery had only led to a dismal end. Alas, it was too late. Life offered no second chances. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuanqing visited the palace, where she relayed Liu Li's testimony to the queen. They resolved to refrain from capturing Yang Qiu for the time being and instead focus on uncovering the person behind her. In the following days, several groups sought out Zhao Yuanqing, surprisingly to purchase spices. It turned out that Zhao Yuanqing had acquired all the spices from the foreign merchants in Changnan, leaving the city bereft of any to sell. This predicament distressed the cultured elite, who wondered where they would procure their spices. The answer? Seek Princess Shangdan. All the spices in Changnan were in her possession. Consequently, those with a favorable rapport with Zhao Yuanqing came knocking at her door. After their departure, Zhao Yuanqing burst into laughter, remarking how one might plant flowers with care only to see them fail to bloom, while a casual act could yield unexpected shade. Was this not a fortuitous opportunity for profit? All the spices of Changnan were now under her control, and she could dictate her own prices. Zhao Yuanqing summoned her associates and declared her intention to open a spice shop. Do any of you have suggestions on how to sell the spices at a good price? Those who offer valuable advice shall be generously rewarded. With the prospect of reward, someone quickly spoke up, "Your Highness, some spices are worth more than gold, while others are as cheap as dirt. First, we must categorize the spices, separating the precious from the ordinary and the high quality from the mediocre to establish appropriate pricing." "Excellent, you shall be rewarded." A servant presented a tray of copper coins, and the individual eagerly pocketed a handful. Encouraged by this, others became more vocal with their suggestions. "Your Highness, it would be best to separate male and female customers in the shop, employing knowledgeable male attendants and female assistants to provide detailed explanations of the spices. This would enhance sales." "Indeed, you shall be rewarded." The speaker gleefully collected another generous handful of copper coins, their sleeves struggling to contain the bounty. Another suggested, "Princess, while spices are commonly used by the nobility, they are but a minority. If we could sell spices to the common folk, allowing them to indulge occasionally, it would lead to a significant increase in sales." "How might they sell spices to the ordinary people?" "One may grind the leftover spices into powder to create fragrant sachets or infuse them onto cloth for aromatic purposes, subsequently selling the cloth." However, some have raised objections, asserting that spices must be ignited to release their fragrance. Thus, how could they emit scent when sewn into sachets? Furthermore, the aroma from the infused cloth dissipates after a few hours, inevitably causing frustration among customers. This approach seems untenable. Zhao Yuanqing chuckled, acknowledging the validity of their points. At that moment, a retainer named Wu Rong stepped forward, proclaiming, "Your Highness, I possess a method that could enhance the marketability and value of the spices, while also prolonging their fragrance." Intrigued, Zhao Yuanqing inquired, "What method do you propose?" Wu Rong replied, "We can refine the spices into a liquid form that can be applied to the skin, thereby imparting a delightful scent." Zhao Yuanqing's interest was piqued. "Have you previously created such a concoction?" "Indeed, Your Highness," Wu Rong responded. "In my past as an alchemist, I discovered that residues at the bottom of the alchemical furnace emitted a pleasant aroma. If we were to pursue this method, it is conceivable that we could produce scented water, which could be bottled and sold." Chapter 21, opening a fragrance shop to earn great wealth in recent years. The practice of alchemy gained popularity in Daqing, initially embraced by Taoist disciples who concocted elixirs atop the mountains, selling them to affluent individuals seeking immortality. Subsequently, physicians discovered that the alchemical methods could yield medicinal concoctions with comprehensive effects, leading to the emergence of the profession of alchemist within the marketplace. However, when an alchemist mishandled a potion, resulting in an explosion that claimed numerous lives, the public became acutely aware of the inherent dangers of alchemy. Consequently, the practice began to wane, and Wu Rong lost his livelihood, subsequently becoming a retainer in the household of Zhao Yuanqing. Zhao Yuanqing perceived an opportunity. "Do you believe you can produce this fragrant water?" he inquired. "I could attempt it, but I will require some resources from the princess," Wu Rong replied. "Very well, what do you need?" "Request it from the steward," Zhao Yuanqing instructed. Recognizing the potential, Zhao Yuanqing rewarded Wu Rong with double the usual remuneration and assigned him 2 knowledgeable assistants to collaborate on the formulation of the fragrant water. After collecting and organizing all opinions, Zhao Yuanqing resolved to explore various methods. Juke Street, the most opulent thoroughfare in Chang'an, was home to several of Zhao Yuanqing's establishments. He selected the largest of his shops, a charming 3-story building. The original merchandise was removed, and the first floor was adorned with rows of wooden compartments lining the walls, each housing a different spice, clearly labeled with their names. The compartments were veiled with transparent glass curtains, preventing the mingling of scents while allowing customers an immediate view. In the center of the room stood a grand table, which displayed woven baskets containing incense balls, burners, scoops, and spatulas, essential accessories for the spices, all reasonably priced. The staff was divided into 2 categories: male attendants and female servers, each dedicated to serving their respective clientele, attired in coordinated garments. Each member was equipped with an incense burner and an incense ball, facilitating the sampling of fragrances for customers. The first floor featured common spices, while the second floor showcased rare spices, designed with greater intricacy and furnished with soft couches for guests to relax. The third floor displayed 4 exquisite spices: ambergris, agarwood, musk, and sandalwood, with an even more lavish design. After a preparation period of around 10 days, on an auspicious day, Zhao Yuanqing's Drunken Fragrance Incense Shop opened its doors. Prior to the grand opening, one of Zhao Yuanqing's retainers volunteered to compose a short tale specifically to promote the shop, which was entrusted to storytellers in tea houses and taverns for advertisement. On the day of the opening, a multitude of eager patrons flooded into Drunken Fragrance, as they had long exhausted their supplies and yearned to purchase more. However, upon entering, they gasped in astonishment at the prices. "Why is it so exorbitant? It is over half again the price of that sold by the foreign merchants." This was precisely Zhao Yuanqing's pricing strategy. He had intentionally set prices to be more than double those of the foreign merchants, with rare spices priced several times higher. After all the spices were under Zhao Yuanqing's control, and his shop was the sole establishment of its kind in the entire city. Moreover, given the inherently limited supply of spices, especially the rare ones, there was no harm in pricing them higher. If one found them too costly, they were free to refrain from purchasing. As Princess Zhao Yuanqing, she possessed a keen understanding of the vanity and competitive nature of the affluent. Each one of them was obsessed with status, prioritizing appearances above all else. The more expensive their purchases, the more fervently they indulged, fearing that they might be outdone by others. Spices, being luxury items, had never been meant for the impoverished. Zhao Yuanqing's predictions proved accurate. While the wealthy indulged in extravagant shopping sprees, they simultaneously engaged in scathing gossip about her. Yet, their hands remained steadfastly grasping at the spices. For her establishment offered the finest and most comprehensive selection. The elegance of her shop matched their lofty status, compelling them to buy and buy. On the first day, more than half of the spices at Zui Xiangfeng were sold, and within 3 to 4 days, the entire inventory was depleted. Zhao Yuanqing reaped substantial profits, and Zui Xiangfeng established a prominent reputation in Chang'an. Even the moderately priced sachets and handkerchiefs garnered admiration from the common folk, bringing spices into the homes of ordinary citizens. However, this selling method instilled a sense of urgency within Zhao Yuanqing. If things continued this way, her 2 rooms of spices would soon be insufficient. Thus, she instituted a policy of limited sales, offering only a set amount each day until sold out. Amidst the grumbling of her customers, she managed to sell a considerable quantity daily. The following year, when the merchants from the north returned to sell spices, they discovered that their method of hawking through the streets had become outdated. People had developed a preference for the refined and sophisticated offerings. leading the merchants to sell their spices to Zhao Yuanqing instead. Years later, Zhao Yuanqing ascended to become the preeminent spice merchant of the Qing dynasty, expanding Zui Xiangfeng across the nation, but that is a tale for another time. Once her spice shop was on the right track, Zhao Yuanqing entrusted its management to capable hands, for she had more significant matters to attend to. One day, she visited the imperial palace, having received information from someone investigating Lu Ruoi. Lu Ruoi's father, Lu Zheng, was a branch of the Lu family from Fanyang, serving as the dean of the Fanyang Academy. The Lu family had 2 daughters and a son. Lu Ruoi was the eldest daughter, while her younger sister was married to a cousin, and her brother remained unmarried. According to the academy's sources, Lu Zheng was exceedingly fond of his eldest daughter, often taking her to play in the academy during her childhood. As she grew older, Lu Ruoi frequently disguised herself as a boy to attend classes at the academy. In a mixed-gender environment, could she have developed feelings for a particular student? This information remained elusive. Upon her return to the princess's residence, Zhao Yuanqing dispatched someone to keep watch over Lu Ruoi and Cui Hao, as inquiries were in order. Fan Wujie was observing Lu Ruoi and Zi Ning, reporting that the crown princess frequently visited a few locations, the palace, offering incense, and soaking in hot springs at Lishan. Where did she go to offer incense? Only at Xingguo Temple and Taiha Temple. Those were the only 2. Zhao Yuanqing furrowed her brow. She had never heard of Lu Ruoi's devotion to Buddhism. How could she be unaware of Lu Ruoi's affinity for incense? However, burning incense and reciting sutras were merely pastimes for women, not particularly surprising. When it came to the hot springs, did she go alone, or was she accompanied by someone? This small informant did not know. He only followed her to Lishan, after which he could not approach any closer. That was all the information available about Lu Ruoi. What about Zi Ning? The princess exhibits a remarkably consistent routine, venturing out for shopping every 3 days, frequenting similar establishments. Fan Wujie presented a note to Zhao Yuanqing, detailing the names and addresses of the shops. Has she displayed any peculiar behavior? There was one instance where she was followed by 2 ruffians. The trio entered an inn together, yet after some time, only she emerged, leaving the 2 thugs unaccounted for. This was all that Fan Wujie could ascertain, and Zhao Yuanqing rewarded him handsomely, instructing him to remain vigilant and report any developments immediately. Next is Li Chang, who has been observing the Cui family. Recently, Cui Hao has been in close contact with Princess Rongcheng, the 2 having met several times in a tea house, with the princess always adorned in a veil. The Cui family is currently experiencing significant expansion, with even the doormen proclaiming their impending elevation to nobility through marriage to the princess, heralding their swift rise to prominence. Zhao Yuanqing scoffed. Although the Cui family projects an image of refined elegance, their inner nature is one of insatiable greed. With Zhao Baohu entering the Cui household, one can certainly expect some intriguing developments. She granted Li Chang a reward, urging him to continue his surveillance. Chapter 22. The wooden figurine. Zhao Yuanqing resolved to pay a visit to the renowned inn, perhaps to uncover something of significance. Disguised, she, along with Manjiu and several others, ventured to the Eastern market. This esteemed establishment, known as the Sanyangzi Inn, was managed by a widow in her 30s named Qiu Sangyang. Known for her benevolent nature, she often provided lodging at little or no cost to those without means. Attracting numerous patrons, the inn comprised a front and rear courtyard. The former featured a 2-story structure for guests, while the latter served as a kitchen and stable. Zhao Yuanqing and her group rented 3 rooms on the 2nd floor. From their vantage point above, they noticed a multitude of donkeys tethered in the stable. Inquisitive, she asked Qiu Sangyang about the abundance of donkeys. The innkeeper explained that they engaged in the trade of live donkeys, sourced from distant lands. Zhao Yuanqing nodded, her mind swirling with questions. How could a widow manage an inn and still have the energy to run a donkey business? After a meal that Zhao Yuanqing and her companions deemed unpalatable, they discreetly disposed of the food. In the dead of night, they stealthily made their way to the westernmost room on the 1st floor, where Qiu Sangyang resided. The dim glow of a lantern flickered from within, accompanied by faint sounds. As Manjiu and the others stood guard, Zhao Yuanqing pierced the oil paper on the window, peering inside. Qiu Sangyang was busily engaged, opening a chest from which she retrieved a wooden figurine, half a foot tall, alongside a wooden ox. Placing them on the ground, she watched as the wooden figurine began to animate, directing the wooden ox. Zhao Yuanqing's eyes widened in astonishment. What was this? A mechanical trick. The wooden figurine diligently plowed the floor beneath the bed, and then Qiu Sangyang produced a sack of wheat seeds, which the figurine promptly sowed, followed by a generous watering from Qiu Sangyang. In an astonishing turn of events, The freshly sown seeds sprouted almost instantaneously, blossoming and bearing heavy ears of wheat within the span of a mere incense stick. Zhao Yuanqing covered her mouth in disbelief. This was no mere mechanical contraption, it was sorcery. Who was this Qiu Sangyang? The wooden figurine harvested the wheat, and Qiu Sangyang produced a wooden mill, where the figurine ground the wheat into flour, resulting in a sack of fine flour appearing on the table. Subsequently, Qiu Sangyang returned the wooden figurine and ox to the chest, using the flour to prepare around 10 fragrant pancakes. Zhao Yuanqing was perplexed. Was all this effort merely for a handful of pancakes? As Qiu Sangyang prepared to emerge, Zhao Yuanqing and Manjiu hastily concealed themselves in the rear stable. Moments later, Qiu Sangyang emerged with the pancakes, rousing several weary travelers and distributing bowls of spicy soup along with a pancake to each. The patrons expressed their gratitude and devoured the food with gusto, praising Qiu Sangyang as she stood by with a beaming smile. Yet again, the bizarre unfolded. After finishing their meal, the travelers collapsed to the ground, sprouting gray fur and emitting braying sounds, transformed into donkeys. Zhao Yuanqing shut her eyes and reopened them, yet the sight remained unchanged. Donkeys. What on earth was happening? Manjiu and the others were equally astounded. Qiu Sangyang adeptly wielded a whip, herding the transformed donkeys back into the stable when suddenly a commanding voice rang out, "Bring them to me." Manjiu and several others swiftly subdued Qiu Sangyang, pinning her to the ground, revealing her apparent lack of martial prowess. Qiu Sangyang feigned ignorance, asking, "Esteemed guests, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Zhao Yuanqing scoffed, remarking that had it not been for their late-night vigil, they would have remained oblivious to Qiu Sangyang's peculiar ability to transform people into donkeys. In a state of panic, Qiu Sangyang struggled, exclaiming, "What are you saying? I don't understand. If you do not comprehend, then do not listen." Feed her a sesame cake. As the cake was brought to her lips, Qiu Sangyang stubbornly refused to eat, pleading for mercy. "Just tell me the truth. What is happening?" According to Qiu Sangyang, she had purchased a set of wooden figures, a wooden man and a wooden cow at a flea market, initially believing them to be mere toys for children. However, she soon discovered their remarkable ability to cultivate wheat. Subsequently, she transformed flour into sesame cakes for sale. To her astonishment, customers who consumed these cakes inexplicably turned into donkeys. Thus, she began to feed the cakes to her patrons intermittently, engaging in the lucrative trade of donkey trafficking, a venture far more profitable than running an inn. Can these individuals revert to their original forms? Qiu Sangyang shook her head, answering in the negative. The fate of those transformed was all too predictable. They would either end up as donkey meat soup or donkey meat pies, under the guise of offering free lodging. Qiu Sangyang lured people in, all for the nefarious purpose of selling them as donkeys, a truly despicable act. Do you know Zining? Yes. She is a maid from the Eastern Palace and has visited my establishment several times. On one occasion, she witnessed a customer transform into a donkey. I pleaded with her not to disclose it, and she agreed, requesting that I sell her some sesame cakes. On another instance, 2 ruffians accompanied her and were also brought to my shop, where they were fed 2 sesame cakes, both of whom transformed into donkeys. How many cakes did you sell her? A total of 9. Who does Zining intend to feed these cakes to? Is someone in the Eastern Palace turning into a donkey? Qiu Sangyang desperately begged for mercy, but Zhao Yuanqing remained unyielding, aware that she had likely harmed countless innocents, and deemed her fate to be justly severe. Zhao Yuanqing signaled to Manjiu, who nodded in understanding. He dislocated Qiu Sangyang's jaw, forcing a sesame cake down her throat while tightly clasping her mouth shut. In full view of the onlookers, Qiu Sangyang transformed into a donkey, braying in distress, yet curiously retaining a semblance of human consciousness, tears streaming down her cheeks. Upon glancing back, all the donkeys on the ground had reverted to their human forms, each one unconscious, including those already present in the stable, 24 in total. Qiu Sangyang's greed was now apparent. It turned out she had lied. As long as she transformed into a donkey, those who consumed her sesame cakes could revert back to their original states. Zhao Yuanqing and the others roused the individuals, who, devoid of memories of their previous ordeal, felt as if they had merely awakened from a long dream. They hastily gathered their belongings and departed. Simultaneously, across various regions of the Daqing kingdom, astonishing tales of donkeys turning into humans began to circulate, sparking fervent speculation among the populace that the donkey spirit had manifested. Manjiu inquired, "My lord, what shall we do with Qiu Sangyang?" "Let us take her to the donkey meat shop for sale," was the decisive response. Of course, Qiu Sangyang refused, but she was mercilessly whipped by Manjiu and sold to a bakery. 2 hours later, Qiu Sangyang was transformed into minced meat, used to make the very pastries she had once sold, thus receiving her just deserts. Zhao Yuanqing returned to Qiao Songyang's chamber and took away the box containing the wooden figurine and the wooden cow, for this item held potential value. Subsequently, they roused the guests, ignited Qiao Songyang's room, and the entire inn was enveloped in flames, marking the complete obliteration of Songyang Inn. Upon returning home, Zhao Yuanqing experimented with the wooden figurine, discovering that it could also sow wheat and grind flour under her guidance. She stored the flour in a hidden chamber, reserving it for an opportune moment to utilize. Chapter 23. Reclaiming belongings. The following day, Zhao Yuanqing visited Zui Xiangfeng and encountered Cui Hao, Zhao Baowu, and Cui Hao's sister, Cui Yi. Upon seeing Cui Yi, Zhao Yuanqing's heart brimmed with resentment. Cui Yi feigned an air of aloofness, yet beneath her facade lay a heart steeped in greed and vanity, characterized by a sharp and malicious demeanor. In her previous life, Cui Yi had extorted many possessions from Zhao Yuanqing, often deriding and belittling her, ultimately aiding Lu Li in becoming Cui Hao's concubine, which left Zhao Yuanqing in torment. This time around, Zhao Baowu had taken her place in the Cui family, promising a spectacle to behold. Zhao Baoju's face had yet to fully recover, concealed behind a delicate veil. The trio paused before the fragrant Suhao incense, seemingly intent on making a purchase. Zhao Baozu felt an overwhelming irritation. Ever since the Peony Garden incident, she had been inseparably linked to Cui Hao, and everyone presumed they would soon be wed. Consequently, her interactions with the Cui family had increased, particularly with Cui Yi, who frequently invited her for shopping excursions. Accompanying her future sister-in-law, Zhao Baowu was generous with her finances. But the frequency of these outings had become unbearable. Cui Yi seemed to regard her as a mere benefactor, exuding an attitude of entitlement. Were it not for Cui Hao's influence, Zhao Baowu would have severed ties long ago. Today was no different. Cui Hao and Cui Yi summoned her for shopping, and Zhao Baowu instinctively knew this would entail her footing the bill. True to form, Cui Yi halted before the Suhao incense, expressing her desire to purchase it, with a steep price of 50 gold pieces per tael and a minimum of 3 to 4 taels required. The cost would exceed 200 gold pieces, an expense Zhao Baowu was unwilling to bear. Cui Yi inquired, "Princess Rongchang, what do you think of this Suhao incense?" "Not particularly impressive," Zhao Baowu replied curtly. Cui Yi's countenance soured. "Brother, what is your opinion?" Cui Hao understood his sister's intentions all too well. She coveted the incense, yet their family could hardly afford it. However, with Zhao Baowu soon to be part of their family, what harm was there in indulging his sister? "I find it quite agreeable." "Baowu, it's rare for ear to express such fondness for something," he remarked. Zhao Baowu rolled her eyes. "Do not say it like that. Your sister has many whims. Just yesterday, she fancied the Chongshan hairpin from Insui Pavilion, the day before that, the Helan inkstone from Canwan Valley, and the day before that, the Fengxian skirt from Day Workshop. There's hardly anything she does not desire." Cui Yi feigned tears, lamenting, "Brother, it is my fault for upsetting the princess." Wah. Zhao Baoju's frustration peaked as she snapped, "I did not scold you. Why are you crying? It feels as though I have wronged you." Cui Hao's displeasure grew. He felt Zhao Baowu was undermining him and dismissing his sister's desires. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed exterior, masking his anger with a facade of serenity. "Baozu, ear has indeed erred. Let us return home." Cui Yi interjected, "Brother, the gracious Princess Shangzhen would have purchased this Suhao incense without a second thought." Cui Hao retorted sternly, "Ear, silence. Baowu, do not take her words to heart." Zhao Baoju's competitive spirit ignited. Why should she be outdone by Zhao Yuanqing? Was it merely a matter of Suhao incense? She, too, could afford it. With just a hint of aloes wood, they made their purchase. The moment the gazes of Cui Hao and Cui Yi met, they quickly parted, regardless of whether it was Princess Shangzhen or Princess Rongchang. Once ensnared in the web of affection, they were easily manipulated by the sibling duo. Cui Yi, beaming with joy, took the aloes wood along with several incense burners and incense balls, ultimately tallying the total to 280 gold. Zhao Baowu settled the bill and, upon turning around, spotted Zhao Yuanqing. She exclaimed, "Zhao Baowu, are you really with Cui Hao? Congratulations." Zhao Baowu, with a sense of pride, replied, "Indeed. It's a pity some are blind to true beauty and can only blame themselves." "Ha ha, Zhao Baowu, when you find yourself in tears later, do not blame your own blindness. Why are you here? Your question is amusing. This is my shop. Of course I can be here." Zhao Baowu, in disbelief, asked, "This is your shop?" "Absolutely. Did you not know?" Zhao Baowu genuinely did not know. Having spent several days recuperating in the palace, she had only just ventured out to explore after her face had healed somewhat. She had heard that a spice shop had opened and was thriving. Yet she had not anticipated it was Zhao Yuanqing as a wave of deep jealousy washed over Zhao Baowu. When had Zhao Yuanqing been able to open such a grand spice shop? What right did she have? What's so impressive? It's merely a spice shop. Indeed. It is impressive, Zhao Baowu. Otherwise, why would you come to buy? Feeling utterly humiliated, Zhao Baowu turned to Cui Yi and declared, I won't buy anything. Let us go. Cui Yi let out a shriek, no way. Cui Hao grasped Zhao Baowu's hand, saying, Baowu, in front of so many people, do not act so willfully. Furious, Zhao Baowu, already known for her poor temper, had reached her limit. She forcefully shook off Cui Hao's hand, stating, if you're not leaving, I will. And with that, she stormed off. Cui Hao shook his head, appearing helpless in the face of Zhao Baowu's fury. He turned to Zhao Yuanqing and remarked, Princess Shangzhen, you possess a gentle disposition. It's a pity that we are fated to be apart. Seeing him adopt such a melodramatic demeanor made Zhao Yuanqing feel somewhat nauseous. Did he truly believe she still harbored feelings for him? Was he seeking punishment? Cui Hao, have you received your 10 lashes yet? Cui Hao shuddered, cupping his hands in a gesture of deference as he made his exit. Cui Yi, however, lingered. Smiling brightly as she addressed the princess, I had no idea this spice shop belonged to you. I wish to. No, you shall not. Zhao Yuanqing interjected firmly. I shall grant you nothing. Cui Yi, undeterred, persisted, Princess, I can speak favorably of you in front of my brother. As long as he remains unmarried. You will have your chance. Cui Yi, no matter what you say, I shall not give you anything. You must return all that I have given you. Panic set in for Cui Yi. How could a dignified princess demand the return of gifts given to others? I shall give as I please and take as I desire. If you do not return them, I will ensure that word spreads far and wide, exposing the Cui family as shame. You! Cui Yi, filled with indignation, stormed out. Zhao Yuanqing called after her from the doorway. Hurry back and gather your belongings. I shall ruin you if even a single item is missing. From a distance, Zhao Yuanqing observed their retreating figures, her brow furrowing slightly. What was wrong with Cui Hao's right foot? It appeared to be limping. Upon returning to the princess's residence, Zhao Yuanqing instructed Wenxing to compile a complete inventory of the items bestowed upon the Cui family, as she intended to reclaim every single one. Yes, Your Highness. Summon someone to investigate which physician treated Cui Hao's leg, she commanded. Understood. Before long, a report came back, Your Highness. It was the chief physician of the Imperial Medical Department, Zhou Yuanqing, who attended to Cui Hao's ailment. Furthermore, it was also Zhou that examined Princess Rongchang. Noted. Zhao Yuanqing pondered for a moment, swiftly unraveling the intricacies of the matter. The physician Zhou, sought by concubine Hui, had surely contributed to Cui Hao's condition, otherwise. Given Zhou Yuanqing's medical prowess, Cui Hao's leg would not have been so compromised. What could concubine Hui have been thinking in marrying her daughter to a man with a limp? Yet, recalling Zhao Baozu's countenance, Zhao Yuanqing understood. One with a disfigured face and the other with a lamed leg indeed, a match made in a most peculiar sense. Concubine Hui was truly ruthless. No wonder she triumphed in the previous life. After a while, Wenxing approached with a ledger in hand. Your Highness, I have compiled the inventory of items belonging to the Cui family. Zhao Yuanqing took the ledger and was taken aback. It spanned several dozen pages, detailing food, clothing, and adornments, along with numerous rare artworks and unique literary works that the Cui family had sought and which Zhao Yuanqing had procured for them. Montgomery, take a few sharp-tongued matrons to the Cui residence and demand our belongings back. Remember, the more scathing the rebuke, the better. Understood. Chapter 24. The humiliation of the Cui family. Manjiu, equipped with a booklet and accompanied by a dozen women, marched triumphantly towards the Cui residence. She had even brought along a bronze gong, which she struck vigorously upon arrival at the gate, calling out for all to witness that the Cui family was refusing to return the belongings of Princess Shangzhen. The sound of the gong attracted a considerable crowd, and as the gate of the Cui household swung open, the doorman stepped out to inquire, Who are you? We are from the household of Princess Shangzhen, they declared. Tell your masters to return our princess's possessions without delay. The doorman, emboldened by recent events involving both Princess Shangzhen and Princess Rongchang, had grown quite arrogant. Those items were willingly given to our lord by your princess. How can you possibly demand them back? This is utterly ridiculous. Leave at once. Otherwise, we shall notify the authorities. Manjiu smirked. Go ahead and report it. Whoever fails to do so is a coward. The doorman, a robust middle-aged man, regarded Manjiu with disdain. thinking her merely a woman. Infuriated, he lunged towards her, attempting to seize her waist and deliver a punishing blow. Alas, he found himself unable to move her. And when he tried again, he was met with a chilling retort from Manjiu. "You vile man, may you perish." With that, he was abruptly hurled into the air, landing headfirst with a resounding thud. The crowd gasped in horror as the man's head struck the ground with a chilling finality, his body crumpling lifelessly, a pool of blood seeping beneath him. The onlookers cried out in shock. A murder has occurred. Unfazed, Manjiu kicked the lifeless body, assuring the crowd, "Do not worry. You all witnessed that he struck me first. I merely defended myself." A second doorman, sensing the chaos, hastily retreated to report the incident. One of the women opened the booklet and began to read aloud. "Listen closely, everyone. The Cui family has taken many possessions from our princess. Indeed, they even claimed a shop on Juke Street." Another chimed in. "Ah, what a pity. The Cui family must be impoverished to resort to swindling the princess's property for their gain. 2 Duanyan stones from Zhouqing, no less. What does Cui Hao need so many inkstones for? Has he even passed the imperial examination?" "Passed? Hardly. Cui Hao is but an unsuccessful scholar, if you ask me. While others use inkstones to write, Cui Hao seems to devour them, which only reflects his greed." Laughter erupted among the crowd as the women continued to deride the Cui family, their remarks eliciting gasps of disbelief from those gathered. How greedy the Cui family is to claim so much from Princess Shangshan. Indeed, they took the princess's possessions and then cast her aside. Such audacity. Did you not hear? Cui Hao is now with Princess Rongchang. He believes he has protection. Soon, a group emerged from the Cui residence, led by Cui's mother, Cui Hao, and Cui Yi. Cui's mother shouted, "What are you all staring at? Leave at once. Otherwise, we shall call the authorities." The servants drove away the onlookers, and Mother Cui, with a stern expression, remarked, "What is the intention of Princess Shangzhong? First, she sent us gifts, and now she makes a grand show of wanting them back. Is this a deliberate insult to our family?" Manjiu responded, "Cui Hao first sought to ingratiate himself with our princess, then embraced Princess Rongchang, casting our princess aside. This is the true affront, trampling upon her dignity." Mother Cui was momentarily speechless. Indeed, they were in the wrong. Yet it was utterly unacceptable to demand the return of the gifts. Once given to us, there was no rationale for reclaiming them. In truth, Mother Cui did not wish to return them, but was unable to do so. Some consumables were manageable, but the precious artworks, rare books, and antiques had mostly been gifted away by Father Cui, leaving nothing to return. Could they possibly ask for those back? Manjiu sneered. Then let it be known throughout Chang'an City, revealing the true nature of the Cui family. Let us see how you continue to flaunt your lineage and claim to honor the princess." Mother Cui grew anxious, and Cui Hao, too, became flustered, interjecting, We will. We shall return everything. Given the time constraints, may we have a few days to organize our affairs and return them later." Manjiu tossed the ledger at them, declaring, "You have 3 days. We shall return for the items then. If they are not ready, well, you shall see what awaits you." She strode away with confidence, while the surrounding crowd gossiped. The Cui family hastily carried their belongings inside and shut the door. As they perused the ledger, they were astonished to realize how many items they had taken from Princess Shangzhen. How could they possibly return all this? Mother Cui asked. "My dear husband, what shall we do?" Father Cui, furrowing his brow, replied, "Hao is about to marry the princess. We cannot let this matter ruin it. Let us return what we can, and for what cannot be returned, we shall convert it to cash." Cui Yi interjected, "Father, mother, I will not return the jewelry that Princess Shangzhen has given me." The Cui family was not wealthy and adhered to a reputation of simplicity. Thus their attire was marked by minimalism, rarely adorned with jewelry. However, the absence of adornments did not signify a lack of appreciation. Rather, it was a matter of finances. Cui Yi's valuable jewelry was all gifted by Zhao Yuanqing. Mother Cui, touching the jade bracelet on her wrist, which was also a gift from Zhao Yuanqing, couldn't bear to part with it. "My dear, those items are quite valuable. Converting them to cash would amount to a considerable sum, yet we do not possess such funds." In truth, the Cui family could scrape together the money, but they were reluctant to spend and sought a scapegoat to cover their costs. The eyes of the trio turned in unison to Cui Hao. "Hao, we are relying on you. Brother, it is up to you." Cui Hao comprehended. "You want me to approach Princess Rongchang to cover this expense?" It seemed there was no other choice. "Hao, the shops and jewelry can be managed, but the prestigious artworks, rare books, and manuscripts we have already given away cannot be reclaimed. Our funds are limited. We must turn to Princess Rongchang. Chui's mother said. However, does not Princess Rongchang hold a fondness for you? If you utter a few sweet words to her, she might be as generous as Princess Shangzhen, and our family's predicament would be resolved. I shall approach Princess Rongchang to see how amenable she is. How could she be unyielding? Come. Let me adorn you splendidly so that at the very sight of you, Princess Rongchang will be captivated. When a woman is enchanted, a man's words are readily accepted. As they ventured out, Cui Yi remarked, Father, Princess Shangzhen's recent machinations have put us in a most uncomfortable position. We must devise a way to teach her a lesson. Cui's father concurred, Indeed, my dear. Do you possess any clever strategies? Chapter 25. The schemes of the Cui family. Cui Yi remarked, Father, Princess Shangzhen has opened a spice shop, the only one in the capital, monopolizing the profits from the spice trade. Many spice merchants are already dissatisfied. Does this not constitute competing with the people for their livelihood? Cui's father's eyes brightened with inspiration. Indeed, my daughter is astute. I shall venture forth to devise a plan. Meanwhile, Li Chang, who had been keeping an eye on the Cui family, returned to report, Your Highness, just moments ago, Cui Hao's father, Cui Yu, ventured out. He first visited the Grand Minister's residence, where he lingered for half an hour before heading to the West Market and entering a stone carving shop. What business could he have at the stone carving shop? I took the liberty of inquiring. It is said he commissioned a stone tablet, but the craftsman would not disclose the inscription. Understood. You have done well. Continue to monitor the Cui family. Yes, Your Highness. Zhao Yuanqing pondered the nature of Cui Yu's connection with Grand Minister Gu Fenghou, a relationship she had never previously heard of. Who were the allies behind the Cui family? The Grand Minister held a second-rank position, part of the civil official circle, maintaining a lukewarm relationship with a family like the CUS. However, their collaboration could pose a threat to Zhao Yuanqing. Feng Yan, please compile the information I requested. Yes, Your Highness. Zhao Peng, you are to keep watch at the stone carving shop in the West Market and report on what they inscribe. Understood. Feng Yan and Shao Peng hailed from the Duke of Shenbei's household. Recently, Zhao Yuanqing had found them exceedingly useful due to their loyalty and capability, providing her with significant assistance. News from the stone carving shop arrived swiftly. Cui Yu had paid extra, and the craftsman had worked through the night. Zhao Peng returned with the report, Your Highness, the stone tablet has two sides. One side contains slander against you, accusing you of competing with the people for their livelihoods and depriving the Hu people of their means of survival, leaving them with no escape. The other side bears Hu characters, which I cannot decipher. Oh, I see. This is an attempt to erect a monument solely to malign me. Cui Yu is truly resourceful. Zhao Peng added, Your Highness, the Hu characters surely contain nothing favorable. Perhaps it would be best to destroy it. No, if you destroy it, they will simply create another. Not only would this fail to resolve the issue, but it would also alert them. Does the stonemason understand the Hu characters? No. He mentioned that the customer provided the draft, and they merely carved according to his instructions. Very well, that is fortunate. I have conceived a plan, Zhao Peng. You shall keep watch for now. Yes, Your Highness. Zhao Yuanqing summoned her retainer, Fan Su, a bookish individual who rarely ventured from his quarters. Yet, he possessed an exceptional talent for languages, being proficient in the scripts of various regions, including those of the Great Qing, the Hu, the Turks, the Nanxiao, and the Tubal, making him a linguistic prodigy. Although Fan Su had been of little use since joining the household, Zhao Yuanqing, not one to be stingy, continued to support him, allowing him to indulge in his studies. Upon entering, he bowed deeply, Your Highness, what commands do you have? Fan Su, do you understand the Hu characters? I do. Certainly. Allow me to compose an inscription of grandeur and eloquence for Your Highness. With utmost confidence, Fan Su accepted the task and departed, believing it to be a mere trifle. Indeed, after the passage of half an hour, he returned with several sheets of paper. Your Highness, I have completed the writing. Zhao Yuanqing glanced at the pages, only to find them resembling indecipherable scribbles. Should Fan Su prove disloyal and pen something contrary to her instructions, this endeavor would culminate in utter failure. You have done well. Proceed to the steward to collect your reward. Thank you, Your Highness. Once Fan Su exited, Zhao Yuanqing summoned a few of her maidens and inquired, Who among you understands the script of the Hu people? Wen Qian replied, Your Highness, I have perused some texts authored by the Hu and can recognize certain characters. Excellent. Then examine this and tell me what it conveys. Wen Qian took the paper and, stammering, read aloud. It conveyed that the Hu merchants labored diligently, lingering in Chang'an for an extended period without selling their spices, unable to return home and reunite with their families. The benevolent Princess Shangzhong compassionately purchased their spices at a premium, enabling them to earn enough to return home swiftly. Truly, the princess is a paragon of kindness, revered as the deity of spices in the hearts of the Hu people. Satisfied, Zhao Yuanqing concluded that Fan Su had not deceived her, his writing aligned with his assertions. She then summoned Zhao Peng and instructed him, regardless of the means, to ensure that the stonemasons inscribed this new text upon the monument, discarding the original entirely. Zhao Peng accepted the task, opting for diplomacy first. Should the artisans be unwilling, he would resort to more forceful measures. By the following morning, Zhao Peng reported that the artisans had worked overnight to replace the inscription, obliterating the previous version. The day unfolded with tranquility. Yet Zhao Yuanqing anticipated the impending return of her possessions from the Cui family, convinced they would not comply willingly. As expected, on the third day, turmoil ensued. Two significant events transpired. Firstly, during court, 4 imperial envoys simultaneously approached the emperor, accusing Princess Zhao Yuanqing of monopolizing the spice trade, establishing the largest spice shop in the Daqing kingdom, thereby driving Hu merchants to despair and inciting public outrage among the Hu, jeopardizing bilateral relations and posing a grave threat to the state. The court was rife with division, officials fervently debating in support of or against Zhao Yuanqing. Secondly, a group of Hu individuals bore a stone tablet to the entrance of Zui Xiangfeng, asserting that Zhao Yuanqing had usurped their business, leading to the demise of their friend, and demanded compensation from her. This incident reverberated throughout Chang'an, encircling Zui Xiangfeng within mere hours, prompting officials from the Ministry of Justice to restore order. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuanqing received a summons from the emperor, commanding her immediate presence in the palace. Undaunted, she donned her formal royal attire and proceeded to the Golden Wang Hall. Chapter 26, Confrontation at the Golden Chariot Hall. Upon her arrival at the Golden Chariot Hall, Zhao Yuanqing found the court officials embroiled in a heated argument. Many cast her disdainful glances, yet she chose to ignore them and respectfully bowed to the emperor seated at the head of the hall. "Father," she began, "I hear you have opened a spice shop." "Indeed," he replied. "It has come to my attention that you have monopolized the spice trade from the nomads, leaving them in dire straits. How do you explain this?" "Father, spices are traded throughout the nation. I merely opened a modest shop. How could I have possibly seized their business?" "I am wronged." Suddenly, Grand Envoy Wang interjected. "Princess Shangzhong, do not feign innocence. Those merchants whose trade you have usurped are far more aggrieved than you." "Oh, then tell me, which merchants have I deprived? Bring them forth, and I shall confront them. Let us not dwell on specifics for now, but tell me, have you not purchased all the spices from the merchants in Chang'an?" "Absolutely not. Only a portion." Wang gritted his teeth, realizing the princess was adept at wordplay. "Very well. A portion is still a portion. Princess, you are indeed infringing upon the merchants' livelihoods." "How have I infringed?" "Their spices were unsold. I offered to buy them at a premium, thus allowing them to profit. Is that not assistance?" Wang, unable to counter her argument, grew furious. "As a princess of the realm, how can you engage in commerce? This is tantamount to competing with the common folk. And what of it? Which law of the great Qing forbids a princess from running a shop? Please enlighten me." Wang was at a loss for words, for no such law existed that prohibited royal family members from engaging in business. As Wang faltered, Envoy Li stepped in. "Princess Shangzhong, while your shop may be permissible, you have concentrated all the spices in your establishment, hoarding them and selling at exorbitant prices compared to the nomadic merchants. This is nothing short of price manipulation, disrupting the spice market." Zhao Yuanqing replied with a cold smile, "Envoy Li, spices are indeed a scarce commodity, and thus should command a higher price. The nomads previously sold them cheaply because they were itinerant traders, avoiding costs such as rent and labor. Now that I have established a shop, my expenses have increased, and naturally, the prices reflect that. Furthermore, customers have not complained of high prices. Why should your opinion matter?" Li found himself at a loss, and thus, Envoy Chao took his turn. "Princess, you do present some valid points. Yet the merchants have recently lamented that they cannot sell their spices. Are you not thereby cutting off their means of survival? If these merchants cannot conduct business, the Silk Road will be affected, jeopardizing our relations with neighboring nations. War could ensue. What a grand accusation. And according to your logic, what should be done?" Chao smiled slyly, suggesting the princess could close her spice shop, though that would be a pity. Alternatively, it could be handed over to the Merchant Affairs Bureau, allowing them to manage it uniformly. In the future, when the nomadic merchants arrive, they could deal directly with the Bureau. Ha! It's easy for you to say. But why should I relinquish the shop I worked so hard to establish to the Merchant Affairs Bureau? Absolutely not. The Merchant Affairs Bureau is the department managing commerce in the Great Qing, and it is populated by numerous imperial merchants. Zhao Yuanqing's demeanor has provoked the ire of many, particularly that of Tan Xingjian, the chief of the Merchant Affairs Bureau. Princess Shangzhen, your dealings lack propriety. Numerous merchants expressed their dissatisfaction and have come to lodge complaints with us. I find myself overwhelmed with these cases daily, rendering me incapable of performing my official duties. You wish to hand over my shop to the Merchant Affairs Bureau, entrusting all spice trade to you, and expect the merchants to be satisfied. I believe it is not the merchants who are dissatisfied, but rather you who are discontented. The emperor, seated at the head of the hall, remained silent. Observing the exchange between Zhao Yuanqing and the officials, his expression inscrutable. Zhao Yuanqing addressed the emperor, Your Majesty. I suspect that the Merchant Affairs Bureau seeks to usurp my shop and has concocted this scheme to slander me. I implore you to take my side. Tan Xingjian exclaimed in protest, Your Majesty, the claims made by Princess Shangzhen are baseless. Recently, there have been daily disturbances caused by merchants at the Merchant Affairs Bureau. They even inscribed a stone tablet to voice their grievances. I beseech you to summon these merchants to court and allow them to speak for themselves. Upon hearing the mention of the stone tablet, Zhao Yuanqing smirked inwardly, realizing that they had been anticipating this moment. It seemed that Cui Yu's hastily inscribed stone tablet had been appropriated by the Merchant Affairs Bureau when had they become allies. The emperor finally spoke, Shangzhen, bring the merchants in. It would be unseemly to delay further. Should word of this spread, it could tarnish your reputation as a princess. What is your majesty's intention then? Shenzhen. You are a princess, endowed with sufficient resources from me. Leave the arduous task of managing the shop to those beneath you. Zhao Yuanqing scoffed internally. Such eloquence veiled the true intent to seize her shop. Your Majesty, I do not shy away from hard work. If I relinquish my shop now, it would only serve to affirm the accusations of competing with the common folk for profit. I am willing to confront those merchants and vindicate my name. The emperor's countenance darkened. Shangzhen, our discussions today have been consumed by your affairs, neglecting other important state matters. You must heed my words and cease your obstinacy. Your Majesty, I am agreeable to relinquishing my shop, but I must first confront those merchants and clear my name. Otherwise, I refuse to comply. Exchanges of glances occurred among the court, a flicker of delight illuminating their expressions. Guo Fenghou, the Minister of Rights, stepped forward, saying, Your Majesty, it is understandable that Princess Shangzhen feels this way. Let us afford her the opportunity. He then offered Zhao Yuanqing a disingenuous smile, presenting himself as benevolent. Zhao Yuanqing realized for the first time that Guo Fenghou's smile was deceptively innocent, revealing the effete of those who harbor malice beneath a veneer of kindness. Others echoed his sentiment, and the emperor swiftly made a decision, then let those merchants be brought forth. Crown Prince Shaoxing regarded Zhao Yuanqing with concern, to which she responded with a reassuring smile and a shake of her head. In less than a quarter of an hour, the group of merchants arrived at the Golden Wang Hall, bearing the stone tablet, their swiftness indicating they had likely been waiting outside the palace for this moment. Upon their arrival at the Grand Hall, the merchants from the Hu region fell to their knees, wailing in distress as they struggled to articulate their grievances in their rudimentary Qing dialect. They lamented that Princess Shangzhen had usurped their trade, rendering their spices unsellable and jeopardizing their livelihoods. As outsiders, they felt powerless to seek justice for themselves and had put their resources to erect a stone tablet, intended to expose the misdeeds of Princess Shangzhen. Silence! The Hu merchants ceased their cries. The emperor spoke, Minister Man, please read the contents of that stone tablet. Man Zheng, the minister of the Imperial Academy and a scholar well versed in several languages, was regarded as one of the most learned individuals in the Daqing realm. He began by reading the front of the tablet, inscribed in the Daqing script, which accused Zhao Yuanqing of exploiting the people, the language harsh and condemnatory. Next, he turned to the reverse side, inscribed in the Hu script. As he read, the audience grew uneasy. The contents diverged significantly. While one side denounced Princess Shangzhen, the other extolled her virtues. What is the meaning of this? Tan Xingjian exclaimed in agitation, Minister Man, are you certain of your reading? Man Zhen's countenance grew stern. If I am mistaken, then no one could possibly decipher it correctly, for it is I who composed the Hu script. Those who could not comprehend the text were merely panicking, while those who understood should step forth to read for themselves. Indeed, Minister Man was accurate. The tablet conveyed precisely this duality of meaning. This stone tablet presents both praise and condemnation. Is it not a two-faced monument? In such tumultuous times, the only one bold enough to support Zhao Yuanqing was her imperial brother, Crown Prince Zhao Xin. Father, these Hu merchants malign Shangzhen. Yet the tablet in their own script lauds her. There must be hidden truths within this matter. I implore you, Father, to discern wisely. Chapter 27. Victory. The Crown Prince spoke up in support of Zhao Yuanqing, and the officials aligned with the Crown Prince also stepped forward to plead for him. The Emperor pondered for a moment before addressing the Minister of Justice, asking him to investigate the matter. Minister Tian Lisher responded affirmatively. The Ministry of Justice was the highest judicial authority of the Qing dynasty. At over 40 years of age, Tian Lisher had handled countless significant cases, exuding an aura of intimidation that left others in awe. He approached the group of Hu people and barked, "What is the meaning of this? Report immediately." His commanding voice startled several individuals, who cried out, "Lord, spare us." Tian Lisher narrowed his eyes and demanded, "What did you say?" They shouted even louder, "Lord, spare us." He gestured for one of them to step forward. Trembling, the man approached and stammered, "My lord, from where do you hail?" Tian Lisher inquired. "I am from the western regions, of the eastern Turkic people." The man's voice dwindled. Tian Lisher chuckled briefly before suddenly bellowing, "You are lying. You are clearly from Chang'an's Xiujiang district." The man collapsed to the ground, shaking as he sputtered, I am from the western regions. Not a Chang'an local." "Is that so? Manjiu, could you engage this man in conversation in the language of the western regions?" "Of course." Manzhong replied as he stepped forward and spoke a phrase in the western tongue. The man stammered a few words in response, but as Manzhong continued, the man could no longer articulate anything and exclaimed, "My lord, I am indeed from the western regions. But I have lived in Chang'an for many years and can no longer speak the language." Utter nonsense. One never forgets their mother tongue learned in childhood. At that moment, it became evident to all that these individuals were likely not from the western regions at all, but rather impostors from the capital. This was treason against the emperor. Tian Lisher ceased his interrogation and allowed Manzhong to converse with the group. Among the 12 individuals, only one could speak fluent western tongue, while the others could only manage a few phrases. It became clear, and Tian Lisher shouted, "Why do you not confess? Otherwise, severe punishment awaits." The remaining 11 all agreed uniformly, insisting that they were from the western regions, residing in Chang'an, and had lost the ability to speak their native tongue. Tian Lisher scoffed. Pointing to a stele, "Read the inscription aloud. Whoever can read it shall be spared." Only one individual managed to read it, while the others faltered. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Yuanqing knelt and implored, "Father, these individuals masquerade as people from the western regions and have deliberately slandered me. Please, I beseech you to take action on my behalf." Zhao Xin also knelt, stating, "Father, Princess Shangzhen is a dignified royal, yet these people have spread falsehoods against her. Not only has her reputation suffered, but the royal family's honor is also at stake. I implore you to act on Shangzhen's behalf." The crown prince's faction all knelt, pleading for the emperor's intervention. The emperor's expression darkened, resembling a piece of charcoal. As he grappled with his anger, whether it stemmed from Zhao Yuanqing or these Hu individuals remained unclear. "Rise, for those who dare to slander the princess shall face my wrath. Bring forth the culprits, each shall receive 50 strikes." At that moment, the individual proficient in the dialect of the western regions interjected, "Your Majesty, I have words to share." "Speak." This man identified himself as a boss, a spice merchant hailing from eastern Turkestan. He had come to the great celebration kingdom bearing spices, tasked with the malicious endeavor of slandering Princess Shangzhen. He was to incite unrest in the streets under the pretense of delivering a stone tablet. Yet, a boss harbored no ill will towards Princess Shangzhen. Rather, he felt immense gratitude towards her. Previously, spice merchants would toil for long hours to sell their wares, but now, with the establishment of the Zui Xiangfeng, operated by Princess Shangzhen, they could sell their spices in mere minutes, a marked improvement. Disturbed by the conspiracy against such a virtuous figure, a boss took it upon himself to inscribe a counter-message, replacing the vile words intended to disgrace her. "Guo Fenghao, Tan Xinjian." And others listened in astonishment, exchanging furtive glances, sensing the tide had turned and that swift action was necessary. "Your Majesty, these individuals dare to defy the throne. I implore you to execute them publicly." Guo Fenghao exclaimed. Zhao Yuanqing replied, "Hold your haste, Lord Guo. The investigation is not yet complete. The facts are evident. What remains to be examined? If it were up to me, their execution would serve as a stern warning, retorted Tian Lisher. Why the impatience, Lord Guo? Are you the one conducting this investigation, or am I? Guo Fenghou, beads of sweat forming on his brow, conceded, of course, it is your inquiry, Lord Tian, please proceed. Tian Lisher addressed the 11 individuals. If any of you confess promptly, you may escape the death penalty. Should you remain silent, you shall each meet a slow and torturous demise. Terrified, the group hastily clamored, I confess. I confess. It turned out these men were mere lackeys from Chang'an. Accustomed to running errands, they had been approached the previous day with promises of substantial rewards to create a disturbance at Zui Xiangfeng. Unaware of the gravity of their actions that would lead them to the Golden Wang Hole. Who hired you? We do not know. Which stone engraving shop? The Ming Shi Hui engraving shop in the West Market. Tian Lisher dispatched individuals to the engraving shop, but regrettably, they arrived too late. The stonecutter had been brutally murdered, and the shop had succumbed to flames, reduced to mere charred remnants. Thus, the trail of evidence had vanished. Nonetheless, the situation had clarified. The emperor swiftly rendered judgment. The 11 had falsely accused the princess and were sentenced to immediate execution, their treachery against the throne warranting the punishment of their entire lineage. As for a boss, following an investigation by the Dali Temple, he was confirmed to be a legitimate spice merchant with official records and was released without charge. As midday approached, the case had reached a resolution, and Zhao Yuanqing's name was cleared. The emperor intended to conclude the court session, but Zhao Yuanqing protested, Father, I have endured great injustice. These courtiers have wrongfully accused me. Shall they not face retribution? The 3 courtiers hastily responded, Your Highness. We acted in accordance with the established protocols. Indeed, Your Highness, I too have fallen prey to the insidious influence of these individuals. You carelessly lodge accusations without thorough investigation, rendering yourselves unworthy of the esteemed title of Imperial Envoy. If all envoys were to act as you do, heeding mere whispers and targeting whomever they please, chaos would surely ensue within the court. The Crown Prince Zhao Xin, standing nearby, echoed this sentiment. The emperor, left with no alternative, demoted all 3 envoys by 1 rank. Henceforth, they would no longer attend court and were relegated to the position of clerks at the censorate. The trio lamented their fate, realizing that their prospects for promotion were bleak for the foreseeable future. Yet, they were grateful to have retained their lives and expressed their gratitude for the emperor's grace. With the case now elucidated, the emperor declared the court adjourned, and the officials exited the palace. Chapter 28, Alliance with the Crown Prince Zhao Yuanqing and Zhao Xin arrived at the empress's palace. The empress had already been informed of the recent events and initially expressed her fury towards the nefarious individuals involved. However, she soon found solace in the bond of camaraderie shared between the siblings, appreciating their deep familial affection. Zhao Xin remarked, Qing'er, this is evidently a trap directed at you. Have you offended anyone recently? Zhao Yuanqing exchanged a glance with the empress and recounted the recent occurrences, beginning from the incident at Yuzhen Temple and Hatuang, continuing through their investigation into Liu Li and others. However, Zhao Yuanqing omitted a few details: her rebirth, her suspicions and investigations regarding Lu Ruoi, and matters concerning the dragon god pearl and the wooden figurine. Having learned from her past life, Zhao Yuanqing chose to remain cautious, trusting no one completely. The empress, understanding the gravity of the situation, also refrained from disclosing information about Lu Ruoi. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xin's expression grew somber. Mother, Qing'er, why did you not share this with me sooner? Zhao Yuanqing replied, Elder brother, you have been preoccupied lately, and I did not wish to burden you with these matters. At the age of 23, Zhao Xin had already begun assisting the emperor and was privy to far more knowledge and affairs than Zhao Yuanqing. On the surface, this incident seems to target you, but in reality, it is a plot against me. They are using this opportunity to eliminate our grandfather, seeking control over the military power in the northwest and my position as crown prince. Elder brother, who is behind this? Zhao Yuanqing inquired. It must involve several princes, but it is certainly not limited to just one faction. With both military and imperial power at stake, none of them can easily digest this situation. It appears we have attracted the attention of a pack of wolves. The emperor had 4 princes and 3 princesses, all of whom had reached adulthood. Zhao Xin was the second prince. The first was born of the late consort Wen Shu, while the third was born of consort Hui, and the fourth was born of consort Ming Xiao. Elder brother, regarding the recent incident with the stone tablet, Guo Fenghou, the minister of rites, reacted quite vehemently. as did those 3 imperial envoys. They must have been involved. These are merely pawns. The true masterminds are lurking in the shadows. With those envoys out of the way, it creates an opportunity to place my own people in their stead. The Empress interjected, Crown Prince, the most crucial aspect is military power. Consider carefully. Who desires your grandfather's military authority? There are many who covet it. The military generals within the court desire it, as do the various regional governors stationed at the borders. Yet, their ambitions are futile, as the soldiers remain in the northwest, beyond their reach. The borders of the Daqing kingdom frequently experienced conflict, resulting in the majority of military forces being stationed there, leading to a disparity where the national military was weak while border forces were abundant. The troops at the borders fell under the command of the governors, making it difficult for others to seize control. At this point, Zhao Xin suddenly recalled a matter. A few days ago, father received a memorial from Sun Ping, the governor of Longyu, expressing his desire to concurrently hold the positions of the stable master and the pastoral supervisor of Longxi. Father has yet to approve his request. This was news to Zhao Yuanqing. Elder brother, are not those 2 positions responsible for managing cattle, sheep, and horses? What business does a military general have with them? Dear Qing'er, you may not be aware that in Longxi, there exists a vast expanse of pastureland, from which the majority of our nation's horses originate. The management of idle stables is crucial for the allocation of war horses, and securing these 2 positions is vital for the army's supply chain. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanqing understood. She recalled her grandfather's defeat in her previous life and remarked, Your Majesty, if Sun Ping were to attain these 2 positions, what if he were to deny my grandfather the horses when war breaks out? Would that not lead to his downfall? Zhao Xin also recognized the gravity of this issue. Indeed, a shortage of horses during wartime would significantly diminish combat effectiveness. Should her grandfather face defeat, with Longyu and the northwest in proximity, Sun Ping could seize the opportunity to claim the northwest for himself. The seriousness of the matter hung heavily in the air, and silence enveloped the room. Zhao Yuanqing pondered whether this was the very reason for her grandfather's defeat in her past life. The Empress urged, Crown Prince, you must advise the Emperor against allowing Sun Ping to secure these 2 positions. Mother, that is a delicate matter, Zhao Xin replied. Father has always preferred to maintain a balance among various factions. If he perceives my grandfather's influence as too formidable and seeks to suppress it, he might elevate Sun Ping to counterbalance him. If I voice my concerns, father may assume my grandfather desires this position as well, and in a fit of anger, grant it to Sun Ping instead. That would be disastrous. Zhao Yuanqing suggested, then let us remain discreet and ensure Sun Ping does not acquire this position. What shall we do? Recalling the tactics used against her by Cui Hao, she proposed, Your Majesty, we cannot directly obstruct this matter. Instead, let us strategize from another angle. How about we tarnish Sun Ping's reputation? If his official standing is compromised, he may be unable to secure these positions. Zhao Xin's eyes brightened at this notion. Indeed, upon my return to the manor, I shall confer with my strategists. Qing'er, you have matured impressively. You can now offer me counsel. Zhao Yuanqing smiled, attributing her insight to her brother's guidance. Zhao Xin declared, Mother, Qing'er, I shall return to the Eastern Palace to devise plans. As for other suspicious individuals, I will dispatch someone to investigate. Await my news. Very well. Your Majesty, how have you and your sister-in-law been faring lately? At the mention of Lu Ruoyi, a smile crept across Zhao Xin's face. Very well. Your sister-in-law is understanding and manages the Eastern Palace adeptly. Indeed, a woman nurtured by a prestigious family possesses profound depths. It seemed he was quite satisfied. And Zhao Yuanqing chose to swallow her words. Given the current circumstances, speaking ill of Lu Ruoyi would not only be met with disbelief but would also lead him to suspect her intentions in undermining their marital bond. She resolved to wait until any flaws in Lu Ruoyi's character became evident before broaching the subject with him. Zhao Xin hurriedly departed, and the Empress advised, Qing'er, do not speak to your brother about the Crown Princess just yet. They are a united front. Their bond surpasses that of siblings or even mother and son. What we discuss may not find credence with him, and he might perceive us as sowing discord between them. I understand, Zhao Yuanqing replied. Noting the weariness in the Empress's demeanor, she took her leave as well. As she sat in the carriage, Zhao Yuanqing reflected on the look in Zhao Xin's eyes, an amalgamation of surprise, vigilance, and a hint of weariness. She offered a wry smile. Such was life within the palace. There existed familial bonds, yet they were scarce. Each individual harbored the belief that others sought to usurp their power, and everyone yearned to seize the authority of others. She could only feel fortunate for being a woman, otherwise, her elder brother would surely suspect her ambition for that coveted position. Chapter 29. Cui Hao deceives Zhao Baowu upon returning to the princess's residence. Zhao Yuanqing meticulously recounted the events that transpired in the Golden Chariot Hall. 5 individuals had launched an attack against her, comprising 3 imperial envoys, the head of the Merchant Affairs Department, Tan Xinjian, the Minister of Rights, Guo Fenghou, and, additionally, Cui Yumao. In total, 6 individuals were involved in this scheme. Following the previous clues, it became evident that Cui Yumao had conspired with Guo Fenghou together. They devised a plan to commission artisans from the stone carving pavilion to create a false monument, intending to frame Zhao Yuanqing. The imperial envoys would then step forward to confront her before the emperor, with other ministers lending their support. Their intentions were glaringly apparent. First, to tarnish Zhao Yuanqing's reputation by accusing her of usurping the interests of the people. Second, to seize control of the Zui Xiangfeng. And third, a more insidious objective by besmirching the name of the legitimate princess. Both the crown prince and the empress would inevitably suffer, achieving multiple objectives with a single stroke. The imperial envoys, Guo Fenghou, and Cui Yumao were clearly aligned, but what of Tan Xinjian? Who was the force behind him? This remained to be uncovered by the crown prince, a mystery that Zhao Yuanqing could not unravel. Yet, the emperor's stance was particularly perplexing. It was evident that someone had orchestrated a plot against Zhao Yuanqing, yet he hastily concluded the investigation without further inquiry, leaving many questions unanswered. The scheme had almost succeeded, with the only unpredictable variable being a boss. Guo Fenghou and his accomplices had not anticipated that among the multitude of counterfeit merchants from the western regions, there existed a genuine one. This was a clever maneuver by Zhao Yuanqing. Upon learning of the monument's existence, she conceived the idea of enlisting a boss's assistance, promising him a substantial reward for his cooperation. Indeed, a boss proved to be the crucial key to victory. Zhao Yuanqing suddenly recalled an important detail. The invitation to Hatuang at Wangguo Mountain had been extended by Guo Fenghou's eldest son, Guo Sun. It seemed evident that Guo Fenghou was implicated in the affairs of Yuzhen Temple, necessitating a thorough investigation into his actions. She summoned Du Su, who had recently emerged from the Duke of North's residence. Du Su, formerly a scout specializing in intelligence gathering, was ideally suited for the task of discreetly investigating Guo Fenghou. With matters on this front temporarily settled, Zhao Yuanqing calculated that it was time to procure what she needed from the Cui family. Meanwhile, 3 days prior, Cui Hao had heeded his parents' advice, adorned himself handsomely, and ventured to the palace to seek out Zhao Baowu. Zhao Baowu awkwardly emerged from the inner quarters and inquired, "What brings you here?" Cui Hao gently grasped her hand and replied, "Baowu, have you calmed down yet? If not, feel free to hit me twice. It is entirely my fault for not handling things properly and causing your displeasure." As he spoke, he playfully pressed her hand against his cheek. As a princess, Zhao Baowu had never experienced such antics, which evoked a sense of novelty and intimacy within her, ultimately leading her to burst into laughter. "All right. I won't hold it against you. It's all your sister's fault for insisting on that fragrance, which embarrassed me in front of Zhao Yuanqing. I have already scolded her. She needs to tone it down in the future." Zhao Baozu nodded in agreement. "That sounds reasonable." After a moment of tender closeness, noticing her improved mood, Cui Hao seized the opportunity to say, "Baowu, I find myself in a difficult predicament and seek your assistance." "What is it?" Cui Hao let out a sigh, reflecting on how this matter was connected to Princess Shangzhen. In the past, she had bestowed upon him numerous gifts, and now that she had learned of his association with you, she audaciously demanded their return. What? Zhao Yuanqing is truly lacking in decorum. A dignified princess. How can she request back items that she has already given away? Indeed, I too was taken aback. Zhao Baowu remarked nonchalantly, "If she truly desires them, then return the gifts and hurl them at Zhao Yuanqing's feet, letting her lose face entirely." Cui Hao fell silent, for he wished to act on her suggestion. But those items were no longer in his possession. How could he return them? Baowu, your words resonate, and I too wish to return them. But I find myself in a predicament. What predicament? Some items have already been utilized, making it impossible to return them. However, Princess Shangzhen mentioned that they could be compensated with money. If she wants money, then simply give it to her. Cui Hao felt a surge of frustration. Give, what nonsense. If their family had such wealth, would they need to seek out you, Zhao Baowu? Cui Hao suspected that Zhao Baowu was intentionally teasing him. Otherwise, why did she not pick up on his words? She was even more unyielding than Zhao Yuanqing, who would automatically present herself whenever he merely spoke. In truth, this was not Zhao Boyu's fault. She was unaware of how much Zhao Yuanqing had given to the Cui family, nor did she know that the Cui family had no intention of shouldering this financial burden. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Baowu, sensing his troubled expression, finally inquired, Cui Lanjun, is this matter you sought my assistance with? Yes, Baozu. The demands of Princess Shangzhen are excessive, and our family cannot meet them promptly. Could you lend us your aid? Zhao Baowu was puzzled. How could the Cui family be unable to produce the items that Zhao Yuanqing requested? With such words, Cui Hao felt a twinge of annoyance, as if she were mocking their family's financial situation. Yet, he endured and produced a ledger from his sleeve, stating, it is all contained here. Zhao Baowu took it, her eyes widening in disbelief. It was a hefty tome with dozens of pages. All of this was given to you by Zhao Yuanqing. Yes, but she offered them willingly. I never once requested anything from her. As Zhao Baowu perused the pages, her expression darkened further. Gold, silver, jewels, antiques, rare books, famous paintings, food, drink, entertainment, and even shops. How could Zhao Yuanqing be so generous as to bestow upon the Cui family such an abundance? A thought began to stir within Zhao Boju's mind. The Cui family was rather greedy, much like Cui Yi, with a penchant for acquiring others' possessions. Noticing her discontent, Cui Hao hastily defended, Baowu, many of these items remain, but some are so old that they are simply untraceable. Our family had no choice but to seek your assistance. In truth, this is also for your benefit. If our family were to gain a tarnished reputation, it would adversely affect our impending union. This was indeed a concern for Zhao Baowu. As her relationship with Cui Hao approached fruition, a scandal within the Cui family would bring shame upon her as well. How much do you anticipate it will cost? She asked. Approximately, at least 2,000 gold pieces. 2,000 gold pieces. Zhao Baowu furrowed her brow. Is such a sum truly necessary? I am unable to procure it at the moment. Please wait for me to gather it. Do you return tomorrow? Cui Hao tenderly grasped Zhao Boju's hand, his voice imbued with affection. Baozu, you are truly remarkable. Once the matters concerning Princess Shangzhen are resolved, we shall promptly petition the Emperor for our union, allowing us to be together for all eternity. Zhao Baowu felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks. Very well. I too wish to be with you. Cui Hao painted a vivid picture of their future together, leaving with a sense of contentment. Upon returning to the palace, Zhao Baowu instructed her devoted maid, Xiang Yun, please fetch my treasure chest. At once, replied Xiang Yun. Upon opening the chest, Zhao Baowu discovered the rewards she had received over the years, an assortment of gold and silver jewelry, along with numerous trinkets crafted from gold, all bearing the palace's insignia, rendering them unsuitable for direct use by Cui Hao. This predicament elucidated why many princes and princesses ventured into commerce. They possessed valuable items, yet most were not readily transferable. Setting the chest aside, Zhao Baowu sought out concubine Hui. Mother, I require 2,000 gold for an urgent matter. What do you need such a large sum for? Chapter 30. The true nature of Cui Hao revealed upon hearing the account from Zhao Baowu. Wei Fei was immediately consumed by fury. The Cui family, devoid of any sense of shame, prided themselves on being a venerable lineage, yet their insatiable greed was astonishing. They first extorted numerous possessions from Zhao Yuanqing, and now, when pressed to return them, they turned their scheming eyes upon you. What connection do you have with Cui Hao? Why should you be obliged to provide them with funds? They merely perceive you as a pawn, believing you are destined to marry Cui Hao, and they are seizing the opportunity to manipulate you. The more Hui Fei pondered, the angrier she became. How dare Cui Hao treat my daughter in such a manner? Who granted him the audacity? Baozu, you have not even crossed the threshold of the Cui family, and they already dare to exert such pressure upon you. Once you enter their household, how could you possibly enjoy a life of ease? The Cui family is certainly not a worthy match. My dear Baowu, it would be wise to seek another suitor. Zhao Baowu lifted her veil to reveal her face, which had healed but bore faint scars. Mother, do you see my visage? What noble husband could I possibly attract? Regardless of who marries me, it would be for my family's power, not for my own being. Thus, what difference does it make whom I wed? The devastation wrought upon Zhao Baowu by her disfigurement was profound. Her complexion was pale, and she swayed unsteadily. Hui Fei embraced her, her heart heavy with regret. Had she known it would come to this, she would not have ventured to the peony garden that day, thus sparing her daughter's beauty. The blame lies squarely with Zhao Yuanqing. She is the one who is culpable for her cunning ways. Mother, it is too late for such lamentations. Please, Grant me the funds to hastily dismiss Zhao Yuanqing, so we may preserve some semblance of dignity. Bao, I truly believe that Cui Hao is not a suitable match. Do you genuinely wish to be with him? Mother, since the incident, Cui Lanjun has remained by my side, exhibiting nothing but kindness and patience. He has never shown a hint of impatience. I find him to be quite agreeable. Hui Fei sighed inwardly. Recognizing that her daughter was still too naive to discern the ambitions and avarice lurking in men's hearts, easily swayed by a few sweet words. Bao Zu, having opened this channel, what will happen when the Cui family continually demands money from you in the future? Zhao Bao replied coldly, Fear not, mother. I am not as foolish as Zhao Yuanqing. I will not allow them to take advantage of me. This money is merely a means to placate them. Once I am within the Cui household, I will seize the authority of the matriarch, and all these funds will return to us. Hui Fei felt a sense of relief. Revenge is essential. That is my good daughter. The Cui family threatens you at their own peril. Zhao Bao provided Cui Hao with 2,000 taels of gold, and he lavished her with sweet talk. She smiled radiantly at his flattery, yet once he departed, her expression swiftly returned to calmness. Cui Lanjun, I have laid bare my heart for you. Do not let me down, for if you do, I shall demand the same of you. Cui Hao returned home with a chest of gold, boasting with elation, Father, Mother, behold, Princess Rongchang has bestowed upon me this fortune. Cui father and Cui mother opened the chest, revealing dozens of golden ingots gleaming with brilliance, dazzling their eyes. Cui mother remarked, My son is truly remarkable. He has captivated Princess Rongchang so thoroughly, and so swiftly secured the funds. Indeed, the moment I asked, the princess obliged without hesitation. The excitement of Mr. and Mrs. Cui was palpable. Their family had unexpectedly encountered a stroke of fortune, although they had lost the opportunity with the novel Princess Shangshan. The equally promising Princess Rongchang was now within reach. Mrs. Cui's imagination began to soar. It appeared that Princess Rongchang was even less prudent with her finances than Princess Shangshan. Once she married into their family, it would be imperative to exercise some control over her spending. Mother, you shall be the matriarch. Your word will carry weight, she assured. The entire family once again began to dream grand dreams. However, their elation was short-lived. On the third day, Cui Yumao returned home dejected, retreating to the study in silence. His latest attempt to eliminate Zhao Yuanqing had ended in failure, and he had been harshly reprimanded by the esteemed Gu Fenghou for his incompetence. Cui Yumao felt utterly wronged. How could he be solely blamed for the failure of such a promising plan? He was unfamiliar with the Western dialect and had no idea how the stonemason had altered the manuscript. Fortunately, someone had taken care of the stonemason, preventing any potential leaks. Cui Yumao harbored grand ambitions. As a collateral branch of the illustrious Cui family of Qinghe, he lacked renown within the clan. Thus, he brought his family to the capital, hoping to leverage the Cui name for his own advancement. Regrettably, his efforts to secure an official post had proven fruitless. He could only adopt the demeanor of a noble family, surrounding himself with sycophants, and inflating their family's reputation to impress the newly wealthy. Those who had risen through merit regarded these noble pretensions with disdain, yet many ambitious youths, like Zhao Yuanqing and Zhao Bao, were easily deceived. Cui Yumao's greatest opportunity lay in successfully promoting his son, Cui Hao, positioning him among the talented youth of Changnan, thus capturing the attention of the martial princess Zhao Yuanqing. This association would elevate the Cui family's status, and Cui Yumao was filled with elation at the prospect of marrying into nobility, finally connecting with the powerful elite. Unexpectedly, a more advantageous opportunity arose when Gu Fenghao approached him with a proposal for collaboration, promising not only a marriage to the princess but also the ability to manipulate her as he wished. Cui Yumao eagerly consented. Their involvement in the Yuzhen Temple incident ended in failure, as did their participation in the Peony Garden incident, and subsequently, the Steel incident met the same fate. With each endeavor, Cui Yumao's trepidation grew. How many were conspiring against Princess Shangshan? Thank heavens he had not allied with her, otherwise, he could not fathom how he might meet his end. After yet another setback, Cui Yumao sensed impending doom. Princess Shangshan was far from the foolish figure they had portrayed. Would they ever succeed? Yet, having embarked on this treacherous path, there was no turning back. Before Cui Yumao could dwell on his concerns for long, a servant's voice pierced the air. My lord, Princess Shangshan has come with her entourage demanding the return of her possessions. You must go out and address this. A glint of menace flickered in Cui Yumao's eyes as he rose, regaining his composed demeanor. Understood. I shall go out at once. Outside the Cui residence, Zhao Yuanqing, accompanied by Manjiu and a band of allies, pounded on the bronze gong, chanting, Return the money. Return the money. The Cui family has taken Princess Shangzhen's belongings and refuses to return them. Soon, a large crowd gathered, each individual with arms crossed, reveling in the misfortunes of the Cui family. Among them was a storyteller, fervently penning down the unfolding drama, adding yet another captivating narrative to his repertoire. Cui Yumao, accompanied by the members of the Cui clan, rushed forth. Upon encountering Zhao Yuanqing, he greeted her with utmost courtesy, inviting Princess Shangzhen to enter the manor for a discussion. Cui Yumao, clad in flowing robes, exuded an air of elegance, his striking features reminiscent of Cui Hao. Yet time had bestowed upon him an added gravitas. This was Zhao Yuanqing's first encounter with Cui Yumao since her rebirth. In her previous life, she had regarded him as a paragon of fairness and a model of nobility, holding him in high esteem. During times of difficulty, she had sought his counsel, only to discover that he was but a more cunning wolf in sheep-esque clothing, insidiously hypocritical and ruthless, with the members of the Cui family merely pawns in his greater game. Now, upon witnessing that duplicitous visage once more, Zhao Yuanqing was filled with a fierce desire to strip away his deceitful facade. Chapter 31. A resounding slap to the Cui family. Cui Yuma invited Zhao Yuanqing inside for a discussion, believing that once they were behind closed doors, the onlookers would no longer have the opportunity to mock them. However, Zhao Yuanqing was resolute in her refusal, dismissing his pleasantries with disdain. Enough of your nonsense, Cui Yuma. Return what belongs to this princess at once. A storm of anger surged within Cui Yuma, yet he masked it with forced composure. Standing here is quite tiresome. I implore you, princess, to enter my residence so we may deliberate at our leisure. Montgomery stepped forward, sneering. How dare you speak to the princess in such a manner? Cui Yuma, cease this delay and promptly return the princess's belongings. With those words, a resounding gong echoed, and the crowd erupted in a chorus, demanding the return of the items. Cui Yuma's face shifted through shades of crimson and pallor as he commanded his men to bring forth 4 chests. Princess, please take a look. Montgomery scrutinized the contents meticulously, ensuring nothing was amiss. Indeed, he affirmed, opening a box and lifting an emerald bracelet towards the sunlight, which revealed an astonishing clarity. Yet, something felt amiss. Princess, does this not appear to be a top-grade icy jade bracelet? Zhao Yuanqing took it into her hands, feeling a mist form upon its surface, sticky and grimy. This cannot be the case for genuine top-grade jade. The more one touches it, the more lustrous it becomes. What? Does this resemble glass? She exclaimed, and with a fierce motion, she hurled the bracelet to the ground, shattering it into countless green shards. Montgomery, sensing something was wrong, picked up a fragment, exclaiming, this is no jade, it's merely glass. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Glass? How could a bracelet be fashioned from glass? It was known that glass could be produced in various colors: green, red, yellow, purple, yet the Cui family had the audacity to substitute glass for jade. However, even glass had its value. But can it compare to jade? The Cui family is clearly attempting to replace Princess Shangzhen's authentic bracelet with a counterfeit. Such despicable tactics! Whispers filled the air as Cui Yuma grew increasingly flustered. Princess, do not heed the slander of these knaves. I assure you, all I have presented are genuine items. Zhao Yuanqing retorted with a cold smile. Whether they are genuine or not can be easily verified. Summon the master craftsmen from Jinyutan, and let them authenticate each piece. At once, a servant dashed towards Jinyutan. But Cui Yuma, in a panic, intervened. Princess, must it come to this? If you do not desire these items, I shall have them returned and properly arranged for you. It is too late. Zhao Yuanqing struck Cui Yuma across the face with a resounding slap. Get out of my way. Staggering from the blow, Cui Yuma was steadied by his king. Father, do not worry about me. Retrieve the chests. Yes. The servants of the Cui family surged forward, attempting to reclaim the chests. But Zhao Yuanqing's entourage would not allow them to succeed, retaliating with force. Begone. The servants were pushed aside, and Cui Yi and Cui mother, frantic, positioned themselves in front of the chests. Stand back. Let us see who dares to touch them. Beneath the resplendent sunlight, the golden hairpin atop Cui Yi's head glimmered with fragmented light, while the creamy white jade bracelet adorning Cui's mother reflected a gentle glow. Zhao Yuanqing let out a cold laugh, acknowledging the audacity of these 2 women, brazenly adorned with items she had bestowed upon them. Manjiu, seize their jewelry. It all belongs to the palace. Yes. Manjiu, accompanied by several maids, encircled Cui Yi and her mother, forcefully tearing at their adornments. The 2 women screamed in protest. What are you doing? Stop. A maid viciously pinched the tender flesh on Cui Yi's arm, scolding, "Shameless wretches! You've taken the princess's possessions yet refused to acknowledge it. You are beneath even us servants." In pain, Cui Yi cried out, "You're speaking nonsense. Those were mine to begin with. Let go of me. Not a chance. Hand them over." The maid stripped Cui Yi and her mother of their headpieces, earrings, necklaces, and bracelets, leaving their hair in disarray and their garments in disarray. Nearby, Cui Hao and Cui Yumao were not spared either. The jade from their hats, the jade belts at their waists, and their ornamental pendants were all ruthlessly torn away. Infuriated, Cui Hao and Cui Yumao shouted, "You are nothing but bandits. I will report you." However, with their belts yanked away, their trousers began to sag, forcing them to clutch one hand to their waist while the other pointed accusingly at Zhao Yuanqing. Their indignation somewhat diminished. Zhao Yuanqing retorted coldly, "Go ahead. Take your complaint to the Dali Temple and see who is in the right." At that moment, the master craftsman from the Jin Yutan had arrived. Zhao Yuanqing instructed, "Would you be so kind as to ascertain the authenticity of the items within this box?" Indeed, the craftsman, each with decades of experience, examined the contents of the box piece by piece, quickly arriving at their verdict. This bracelet is not jade but rather glass. The gold hairpins and bracelets are merely gold-plated copper, not solid gold. These renowned paintings are forgeries, and the cat's eye stones are fake. The rubies and sapphires are also counterfeit, all merely glass. With each revelation, the faces of the Cui family grew increasingly pale, eliciting laughter from the onlookers. Ultimately, the conclusion was drawn. The box contained nothing but forgeries either made of glass or gold-plated copper, and the paintings were all false, with not a single genuine item in sight. It became clear that the Cui family had devised this scheme to replace their valuable possessions with fakes, intending to return the counterfeit items to Zhao Yuanqing while retaining the real ones at home. Additionally, they sought to extort a sum from Zhou Bowu, hoping to come out unscathed on both ends. Zhao Yuanqing was taken aback by the Cui family's shamelessness. Their greed was utterly astounding, a disgrace to their noble lineage. "Cui Yuma, what do you have to see for yourself?" As the crowd continued to swell, Cui Yuma sought to quell the situation swiftly, saying, "Your Highness, I too was deceived by my subordinates. They dared to present these forgeries. Please, do not be angry. I will have the genuine items brought to you at once." "Cui Yuma, do you think you can deceive the princess and simply return the items? What does your Highness desire?" "Manjiu, teach him a lesson." "Understood." Manjiu stepped forward, and Cui Yuma, trembling in fear, stammered, What do you intend to do?" "Send you to the heavens." "To the heavens? What do you mean?" Manjiu seized Cui Yuma. With a crack, he dislocated his arms, eliciting a harrowing scream. He then grasped Cui Yuma's clothing and began to whirl him around with great force. "Help! Let me down!" Cui Yuma cried out, dizzy and disoriented from the spinning. After a dozen rotations, Manjiu flung him away with a final thrust. Whoosh! Cui Yuma soared through the air for several dozen meters before crashing against a wall, letting out a terrified yelp before losing consciousness. The Cui family, Cui Hao, Cui Yi, and their mother stood frozen in shock. "My lord," Manjiu inquired, "do you wish to ascend to the heavens as well?" The three shook their heads vigorously. "No, no, no. We do not wish to go to the heavens. Quickly! Bring out the princess's belongings, or I shall send you all skyward." This ultimatum rendered them utterly compliant. They presented a dozen or so chests and produced the 2,000 gold pieces given by Zhou Bowu for the princess's inspection. Zhao Yuanqing had her men meticulously examine each item. Some were returned, while others were replaced with gold, and after a thorough ordeal lasting over an hour, she finally departed. Satisfied, the Cui family retrieved a ladder to bring down Cui Yuma from the wall. He was covered, unconscious, and carried inside by the servants, too ashamed to emerge for many days thereafter. The surrounding onlookers found great amusement in the spectacle, spreading the tale far and wide, with storytellers weaving it into entertaining anecdotes that circulated throughout the capital. The Cui family's reputation was thoroughly tarnished. People claimed they had covetously sought the treasures of Princess Shangshan and attempted to substitute fakes. Cui Yuma's humiliating predicament was a disgrace to their esteemed lineage. This incident had a secondary effect. As the century-old Cui family's prestige was diminished, so too was the standing of other aristocratic families. Many quietly rebuked the Cui family's misconduct, yet more harbored resentment towards Zhao Yuanqing, accusing her of wielding her royal status to deliberately oppose the aristocracy, deeming her actions worthy of condemnation. Chapter 32. The birth of fragrance. Zhao Yuanqing returned to the princess's residence, her spirits exceedingly buoyant. In her previous life, she had endured great misfortune at the Cui family's hands, This was a small yet satisfying lesson for them, but the matter was far from concluded, as there was still more to come. A servant reported, "Your Highness, Wu Rong seeks an audience." Wu Rong was the individual responsible for crafting the fragrant water for Zhao Yuanqing. "Allow him to enter," she commanded. Shortly thereafter, Wu Rong entered, carrying a tray. His excitement palpable. "Your Highness, I have fulfilled my mission and successfully concocted the fragrant water." Zhao Yuanqing, equally pleased, replied, "Is that so? Let me see it." "Your Highness, please observe, all is contained within these porcelain vials." Wu Rong opened one vial, revealing a delicate pink liquid. "Your Highness, this is a blend of red roses and souvenir, combining the essence of flowers with the richness of spices." Zhao Yuanqing inhaled the fragrance, which was both refreshing and elegant. This fragrant water offers numerous advantages over traditional spices. When spices are ignited, they emit a singular scent, but this fragrant water, derived from a variety of spices and botanicals, produces a harmonious bouquet of aromas. "Does that imply we can create an array of previously unimagined fragrances?" she inquired. "Precisely. Your Highness, in essence, we can invent a multitude of novel scents." "Splendid!" Zhao Yuanqing exclaimed, her joy evident. "It seems this fragrant water holds great promise, far surpassing the potential of mere spices. How is it to be utilized?" "Your Highness, I have conducted trials. The fragrant water can be applied to the wrists, neck, behind the ears, or in the hair. As one passes by, a subtle fragrance wafts through the air, enchanting all who encounter it," Wu Rong explained, his enthusiasm infectious. He poured some of the liquid onto his wrist and waved his hand. "Can you perceive the aroma, Your Highness?" Indeed, Zhao Yuanqing detected a faint, delightful scent, pleasant and smoke-free, unlike the overwhelming nature of spices. "And what of its longevity?" she asked. "The duration of the fragrance varies with the materials used. Some can last 5 to 6 hours, while others may only linger for 2 to 3 hours. That is ample time, quite satisfactory." According to Wu Rong, he had concocted over a dozen varieties of fragrant water with the spices at hand, while others were still in the process of refinement. "Your Highness, the creation of this fragrant water can utilize not only spices but also various flowers and even certain ordinary stones, thus significantly reducing production costs. This is an exceedingly important discovery. The high price of spices is due to their limited availability. Now, with affordable materials, the production of fragrant water will undoubtedly increase, potentially displacing traditional spices." Wu Rong expressed a note of concern. "Your Highness, if the fragrant water is inexpensive to produce, its selling price may not compare favorably to spices, resulting in lesser profits. I understand your apprehension, but fear not. This fragrant water will yield even greater profits than spices. Spices are exclusively utilized among the affluent, commanding exorbitant prices, and the profits derived from them are quantifiable. In contrast, fragrant waters can be produced in abundance and sold to the common populace, which numbers in the millions. Even if each individual purchases but a single bottle, the profits would far exceed those garnered from spices. Moreover, the method of concocting these fragrant waters lies within our grasp, allowing us to dictate the price. Even if we opt for a high price, others remain oblivious." Wu Rong felt reassured. The princess was indeed wise. These fragrant waters were contained in porcelain bottles of varying sizes, appearing rather unrefined, rendering them unsuitable for sale. Some of the fragrant waters were red, others blue, and some were colorless. Zhao Yuanqing resolved to employ transparent glass bottles to showcase the colors within, while the glass would serve to elevate the perceived value of the fragrant waters. However, an appealing name was necessary. Referring to them simply as fragrant waters sounded awkward and unappealing. Manju and Wen Qian joined in the brainstorming session. Soft fragrance, fragrant water perfume. Yet, perfume was too direct. Fragrant honey. Honey is thick, and this fragrant water is not, thus it does not fit. Fragrant oil. No, that conjures images of sesame oil. Nian. Fragrant dew. The name sounded delightful. Ultimately, the consensus was that fragrant dew was the most fitting appellation, elegant, subtle, and exquisite. The name for the fragrant water was established. Yet specific names for each variety of fragrant dew had yet to be devised. Zhao Yuanqing suggested a stipulation: when naming the fragrant dew, the original materials must remain elusive. For instance, a fragrant dew made from red roses and sweet-scented osmanthus should not reveal either of those names. The more ethereal and obscure, the better. Consequently, one particular fragrant dew was named powdered dream spirit, harmonizing with the dew's color while evoking a sense of enchanting dreams. perfectly aligned with the dew's delicate fragrance, making it suitable for young women. After a lengthy discussion, they had only devised 3 or 4 names. Zhao Yuanqing felt this was a matter of great significance. To thoroughly name all the fragrant dews, they required a larger assembly. Thus, Zhao Yuanqing issued several directives. First, a spacious courtyard within the princess's residence would be designated, with Wu Rong at the helm, leading a group of alchemists in the production of the fragrant dew. Second, Wen Qian was appointed to oversee the quality control of the fragrant dew. Given that the dew was crafted from various spices and botanicals, the possibility of toxicity loomed. Wen Qian, versed in toxicology, would test each batch to separate the toxic from the non-toxic. Third, Zhao Yuanqing enlisted several palace maids, well versed in the names of precious treasures and silks, and familiar with the preferences of the nobility, to assist in naming the fragrant dew. Fourth, regarding the packaging of the dew, Zhao Yuanqing had a retainer named Qian Yi, who had previously engaged in trade at sea and possessed extensive knowledge of the packaging of imported goods. Zhao Yuanqing entrusted him with the task of designing suitable packaging for the fragrant dew at various price points. The tasks have been assigned, and Zhao Yuanqing is filled with excitement. She perceives immense potential in this fragrant dew, believing it is likely to spread throughout the entirety of the kingdom of Daqing. No, a single kingdom is insufficient. She envisions a world where fragrant dew reigns supreme in other nations as well. Additionally, Zhao Yuanqing discreetly entrusted Wu Rong with a mission. Should any medicinal pills materialize during the refinement of the fragrant dew, she is to gather them for her, as they hold great significance. This diligent group proved remarkably capable, producing a batch of finished products within just a few days. Zhao Yuanqing then LED'd them into the palace. Chapter 33. Investigating Zhao Bozu's maid Zhao Yuanqing presented a vial of fragrant essence to the empress, saying, "Mother, look. What do you think this is?" "It is a scented essence that I had crafted by my subordinates. It surpasses ordinary fragrances in utility." Inside the ornate box lay a row of exquisite glass vials, each filled with colorful scents, and the wooden stoppers were intricately carved in the shape of flowers, each one charming and delicate. Women are often drawn to exquisite items, and the empress was no exception. She picked up a peony-shaped vial, uncorked it, and was immediately enveloped by a delightful aroma of peonies, truly enchanting. "Mother, if you apply it to your wrists or behind your ears, the fragrance will waft gently as you move, creating a most pleasant atmosphere." Following Zhao Yuanqing's instructions, the empress applied the essence, and indeed, a subtle fragrance emanated from her. 4 women have an innate fondness for alluring scents. Instantly, the empress took a liking to it. Appreciating its advantages over traditional incense, there was no smoke and no risk of fire, making it far more convenient than incense balls. "My intention is to sell this scented essence at Zui Xiangfeng, but I require your assistance, mother." "What kind of assistance?" "When my women come to pay their respects to you, please remember to recommend my essence." "That is easily arranged. In a few days, the regular court visit will take place, and I shall speak favorably of it to the ladies." The grandeur of the great Qing kingdom ensured that the attire and adornments of the palace women often influenced the populace, prompting many to emulate their styles. If the empress were to endorse this scented essence, it would undoubtedly become a popular item. "Qing'er, you must retrieve the items from the Cui family. Their embarrassment has been significant. I have heard that concubine, who caused quite a stir in the palace, no longer wishing for Zhao Bowu to marry Cui Hao. Instead, she plans to select a suitable suitor for Zhao Bowu during the upcoming banquet. Zhao Bowu will not marry Cui Hao. That cannot be allowed. The 2 treacherous individuals must be bound together. Mother, I have a plan to unite Zhao Bowu and Cui Hao." "What is your plan?" "Previously, at Yuzhen Temple, they had incapacitated me, attempting to consummate their desires. We shall turn the tables and ensure they are compelled to marry." "That is a clever strategy. Do you have a specific course of action?" "Indeed, but it will require influencing Zhao Bowu as close attendants." The empress understood her intent. If Zhao Yuanqing managed to win over the maidservant closest to Zhao Bowu, it would facilitate their scheme. "Green Bamboo, summon Chief Eunuch Li Xiu." "Yes." Green Bamboo collaborated with Li Xiu, who had aligned himself with the empress. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to secure his cooperation for such matters. Li Xiu arrived promptly, asking, "Your Majesty, how may I assist you?" "Li, do you have knowledge of the situation regarding Princess Rongchang's personal maidservants?" Li Xiu, forthright in his knowledge, replied, "Your Majesty, Princess Rongchang has 2 personal attendants, one named Dujun and the other Xiu, both selected during the palace maid auditions. Dujun lost contact with her family upon entering the palace, while Xiu maintains a close relationship receiving monthly remittances, with her family waiting at the back door to collect. It is said that Shoyu's father is in poor health and requires substantial funds for treatment each month. It seems Shoyu is in dire need of money. How does Princess Rongchang treat her? I have heard it is rather indifferent. The jewelry Shoyu wears is typically provided by the palace. Understood, Green Bamboo. Please present a box of delicacies to Inner Minister Li and see him off. Certainly. In the kitchen, freshly made treats were prepared. And Green Bamboo selected some of Li Xiu's favorites before escorting him out, allowing the two to share a tender moment. Once they had departed, the Empress remarked, "Let us begin with the peony. Mother, we must not reveal our traces. Do not worry, within this palace, no one will believe a straightforward approach. The careless words of others will be taken to heart. We shall employ a seemingly innocuous remark." After the mother and daughter exchanged casual conversation, Zhao Yuanqing left the palace with the fragrant dew. "Manjiu, please send someone to investigate the situation of the peony family." Very well. In less than half a day, information was laid before Zhao Yuanqing. The peony, whose birth name was Li Ahuo, hailed from Ponglai in Shandong. Her parents were alive, and she had a younger brother. A decade ago, Peony entered the palace, and her family followed her to Chang'an, managing to establish contact with her. Since then, Peony's monthly salary and rewards had supported her family, allowing the Li family to open a shop in Chang'an, specializing in flatbreads, and they were living quite comfortably. Is Peony's father unwell? Manjiu shook his head. No, her parents are both in good health. I personally visited them. Her father was in the kitchen kneading dough, while her brother served customers, and her mother managed the finances. They are thriving. Yet each month, her family still claims her father is ill to take her wages, to sell their daughter to the palace and deceitfully seize her earnings each month. Such disregard for her humanity. In that case, let us ensnare them. Manjiu. This course of action. Understood. In Langxiu Palace, Zhao Bowu gazed at her reflection in the mirror, where glaring white scars marred her face under the sunlight. The more she looked, the angrier she became. She hurled the mirror to the ground and stamped on it fiercely. Why is it still not good enough? Why? Ever since Zhao Bozu's face had been disfigured, she often smashed things, and the palace staff had grown accustomed to it. The young maidens dared not speak up, except for two senior maids, Peony and Cuckoo, who ventured to approach her. Cuckoo nudged Peony's arm and whispered, "The princess is angry again. You must go and persuade her." Peony hesitated. Cuckoo, growing anxious, urged, "You must go. Only you can calm the princess." Fearful, Peony finally approached Zhao Baowu, who was increasingly hoarse with rage. "Princess, please. Calm your anger and take a moment to rest." To Peony's dismay, her attempt only fueled Zhao Bozu's fury further. With her disfigurement, she could only seek Cui Hao as a husband, yet the disgrace of the Cui family had become common knowledge throughout Chang'an, leaving her utterly humiliated. Ah! Zhao Baowu yearned to obliterate everything. She glared fiercely at Peony, whose complexion was a delicate pink beneath the light, her fine features increasingly appealing. Zhao Baowu spat. "You insolent servant! Your face is more beautiful than mine. By what right? By what right?" In a fit of rage, she struck Peony several times, causing her face to swell instantly, with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Upon witnessing the blood, Zhao Bozu's anger seemed to find its release, intensifying her blows. Shoyo dared not resist. The more she struggled, the harsher Zhao Bozu's punishment became. She knelt silently on the ground, awaiting the culmination of Zhao Bozu's wrath. Ever since Zhao Bozu's visage had been marred, the sight of the palace maids' fair faces ignited her fury. Yet, aware of the bustling palace and the potential for gossip that could tarnish her reputation, she refrained from tormenting the smaller maids, directing her ire instead at the two larger maids, Dujun and Shuyo. Having spent considerable time in her presence, they were unlikely to betray her. No matter how she vented her frustrations, Dujun, possessing a sharper wit than Shuyo, often managed to evade the brunt of Zhao Bozu's anger, leaving Shuyo to bear the brunt alone. Over time, Shuyo became Zhao Bozu's primary outlet for her pent-up emotions. Observing Shuyo as impending punishment, Dujun felt reassured, ushering the younger maids away while standing guard at the door. Only when the commotion subsided did she venture inside, carrying a bowl of soup. "Your Highness, this is a special rose essence brewed by the kitchen, said to enhance beauty. Please do sample it." After exhausting her rage, Zhao Baowu, satisfied, remarked, "You are truly considerate." She lifted the rose essence and sipped it delicately. Dujun continued, "Your Highness, Shuo has already been punished for inciting your anger. Might she be allowed to freshen up to avoid any unpleasant rumors?" Having vented her frustrations, Zhao Baowu, seeing Shuo kneeling silently, scolded, What do you think this display is for? Off you go. Xiao stood wordlessly, covering her face as she exited. Chapter 34. Persuading the peony upon returning to her quarters. The peony found her eyes brimming with tears. She had remained unwaveringly loyal to Princess Rongchang, yet the princess persistently belittled her in front of the palace attendants, treating her as if she were less than human. However, the peony was powerless to alter her circumstances, as Zhao Bo as personal maid. She could not simply switch allegiances like the lesser maids who might find favor elsewhere. Thus, she was condemned to endure this fate until her last breath. After a while, a knock echoed at the door. Is the peony there? I am here. She opened the door to reveal a middle-aged woman in her 40s, Madame Xin, the overseer of the palace's rear entrance. Madam, has someone from my family come? No, I heard from the young maids that you've been punished again. So I came to see how you were faring. Madame Zeng settled onto the edge of the bed with an air of familiarity. She was the one who facilitated Peony's monthly correspondence with her family, establishing a bond that was more intimate than that with the other palace attendants. Upon hearing this, the Peony's eyes brimmed anew with tears. Thank you, madam. Madame Zeng studied her face, clucking her tongue in dismay. Look at this delicate visage. How could they be so cruel as to inflict such harm? The Peony harbored resentment but dared not speak ill of Zhao Bo. Instead, she lamented, Madam, I am but a lowly creature, condemned to suffer. Do not speak thus, dear girl. A woman as fate is akin to that of a seed. When it falls into fertile soil, it flourishes, yet in barren earth, it withers. Your destiny is not yet sealed. What do you mean, madam? Leaning closer, Madame Zeng whispered conspiratorially, in the palace, a woman can alter her fate by aligning herself with a powerful man. One could soar to great heights. Madam, you cannot mean. No, I dare not. Please, do not speak further on this. The peony's countenance paled, and she waved her hands in denial. Fearful of the repercussions should consort Hui learn of her intentions, she could very well meet a gruesome end. Madame Zeng clicked her tongue. What a timid creature you are. That is not what I meant. Then what do you imply? You are the princess's closest attendant. When she marries, you will accompany her to her new home. Once wed to the prince, you shall ascend to a position of prominence. Furthermore, with the princess's beauty diminished, your youthful visage will surely attract favor. The peony was taken aback, shaking her head vigorously. No, no, madam. I have no such aspirations. Please, cease your talk. Madame Xin, frustrated by her lack of ambition, prodded her gently. I am only advising you for your own good. I have spent over 30 years in this palace, consuming more salt than you have rice. If the maids wish to change their fates, they must choose this path, perish under the master's whims or strive for better life. Make your choice. But, no more buts. Setting aside distant matters, your parents demand money from you each month. Is your meager salary sufficient? If you were to become a concubine, even a trickle of your earnings would suffice for their needs. The peony's heart raced at this notion. In this frigid palace, her family remained her warmest support, a beacon of hope that propelled her to endure. Dear matriarch, allow me a moment to ponder. Upon observing the change in her expression, Matriarch Zeng discerned that a thought had taken root within her, and thus decided to proceed with caution. Consider it well, she advised. I shall take my leave for now. Very well, I shall escort you, matriarch. After Matriarch Zeng departed, Xiao tossed and turned upon her bed, contemplating the path of becoming a concubine, a perilous route indeed. As Princess Rongchang would surely not show her mercy, her very life might be at stake. What a difficult choice to make. However, soon, fate intervened to assist her in making a decision. The following day, Matriarch Zeng returned. Xiao, your family has come seeking you. You must go and see them. Upon exiting the palace gates, Xiao was met with the sight of her parents, tattered and bruised, collapsed by the roadside. Alarmed, she exclaimed, Father, Mother, what has happened? Her father wept. Ahua, you must save your brother. What has befallen my brother? She inquired. He has damaged a guest's belongings, and they demand 20 taels of gold in compensation. If we cannot pay, they will send him to prison. We have no means. Please, think of a solution. Xiao felt as though struck by lightning. 20 taels of gold. I do not possess such wealth. You spend all your days in the palace. How can you not have any? Her parents implored. I have given you all my monthly allowance. I, too, am without funds. You must plead with your masters. Perhaps they will show mercy and provide assistance. Indeed, Ahua, or consider becoming a minor concubine. That could yield more income. Xiao retorted angrily. Do not utter such words. If our masters hear, we shall lose our lives. Her parents, realizing their folly, pleaded, Ahuo, we are left with no choice but to seek your help. He is your only brother. If anything were to happen to him, our family would face extinction. Return for now, I shall contemplate a solution. Once back, Xiao gathered all her money, yet found herself lacking even 2 taels, let alone 20. With no other recourse, she sought a loan from Zhao Baowu. Upon hearing her request, Zhao Baowu erupted in fury. The Chui family demands 2,000 taels from me. And now you come to ask for 20. What debts do I owe you? Why does everyone seek money from me? Princess, I am not asking for a handout. I merely wish to borrow, and I promise to repay you. Repay? You have signed a contract of servitude. Your body is mine, and thus, so is your wealth. You have severed all ties with your family. Xiao crumpled to the ground. The princess was correct, she had indeed lost all connection to her family. And even their meeting was a rare act of grace from her master. Yet, it was still her home. She wished to speak further. But Xiao Boyu's rage had been ignited. She struck Xiao several times, ordering her to leave. Deeming it a mercy that she had not met a worse fate for daring to ask for money. Covering her face, Xiao exited, collapsing upon the con in tears. Later that night, Matriarch Song returned quietly. Xiao, cease your weeping. Being a servant yields no future. Your fate hinges upon your master's whim. You must devise a way to become a master yourself. Rest assured, I will assist you with your family as plight. Xiao felt her resolve strengthen. Her resentment towards Zhao Baowu growing immense. After years of devoted service, she had received not a shred of dignity in return. In this palace, there are no fools. Granny Sun has sought out Xiao repeatedly, and she has come to understand. Granny, what is it that you wish for me to do? I will not engage in acts of murder or arson. Granny Sun smiled. Indeed, I have not misjudged you. You possess great potential. Fear not. For this endeavor will also be advantageous for you. All you need to do is perform a single task for me during the gathering at the skirted banquet. Granny, to which faction do you belong? Xiao inquired. My dear Xiao, in this palace, the less you know, the better it is for you. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. Granny Zeng employed both soft persuasion and firm pressure, and Xiao realized that escape was futile. Consequently, she chose to betray Zhao Baowu. However, given that Zhao Baowu was a tyrannical master who offered no assistance in critical moments, Xiao felt no remorse for her betrayal. With the money given to her by Granny Zeng, Xiao provided for her parents. Later, upon hearing that her brother was safe, her heart found tranquility, rendering her increasingly indifferent to her act of treachery. Chapter 35. Song Ping as concubine. As night fell, the imperial palace was shrouded in darkness. An eerie silence enveloping the air. A figure swiftly approached the thick palace walls, eventually reaching the Fumi Palace, where a servant requested an audience with the Empress. The Empress had yet to retire. She sat on a stool with her eyes closed, while a musician gently combed her hair. The recent turmoil had given her a headache, prompting her daily to have her hair meticulously arranged. Green bamboo ushered the visitor inside, revealing it to be the venerable Malmazen. Kneeling on the ground, Malmazen announced, Your Majesty, it is done. Xiao has agreed. After recounting the events, the Empress replied, Well done, Green Bamboo. Present her with the item. Green Bamboo produced an oil paper package and handed it to Malmazen. The Empress instructed, Deliver this to Xiao, instructing her to slip it into Princess Rongchang's drink during the banquet. She need not concern herself with anything else. Understood, Malmazen replied, lifting her garment to reveal a concealed pocket, where she deftly tucked away the package, an ingenious hiding place known to very few. Green Bamboo. Provide Malmazen with 2 taels of gold. Yes, Your Majesty, Green Bamboo responded. However, Malmazen politely declined, saying, Your Majesty, there is no need for gold. This was merely a simple test, far less than what you have done for me in the past. Besides, gold is too conspicuous, should it be discovered. It would be difficult to explain. The Empress did not press the matter further, and soon Malmazen took her leave, her solitary figure vanishing into the oppressive darkness of the palace, as if swallowed by the night. The doors of Fumi Palace closed tightly, sealing off the tumult of the outside world. The Empress, momentarily restless, reflected on her more than 20 years within these palace walls. She had used wealth to manipulate and power to intimidate, yet those who came to her through money and influence ultimately faded away, leaving only those who harbored genuine emotions to survive, reliant upon their integrity. Malmazen, known as Xingjia, had once served in the late Taifei Ming's palace. Following the demise of the late emperor, only the Empress Dowager and a few childbearing concubines remained. while the others were sent to the Xianyao temple to pray for the late emperor's soul. The late emperor had favored Tai Feiming greatly, inciting the dowager's displeasure. With the late emperor gone, the empress ascended to the throne, and the dowager reigned supreme in the harem, where sycophants conspired against Tai Feiming to curry favor with the dowager. Those who served Tai Feiming scattered, leaving only Xingjiao behind. She sought assistance, yet none dared to help her. Ultimately, Xingjiao turned to the empress, who, moved by her loyalty, sought a physician for Tai Feiming. Alas, it was too late, and Tai Feiming soon passed away. Xingjiao came to express her gratitude to the empress, vowing to return the favor in the future, but at the time, the empress thought little of it. What could a mere palace-maid offer in return? Who could have foreseen that 2 decades later, that small act of kindness would bear fruit? Indeed, everything comes full circle, and the law of cause and effect is inescapable. Meanwhile, Shao, as parents, having received 20 taels of gold, returned home with trepidation, handing the sum to the waiting group of wanderers. Heroes, here are 20 taels of gold, please have a look. The hero Manjiu accepted the gold, weighing it in his hands. Well done, Li Chong. You've managed to gather 20 taels of gold in such a short time. Quite impressive. Li Chong trembled as he spoke. Hero, I have already given you the money. Can you release my son? Manjiu let out a cold snort and pulled out Li Tianzi. Yes. Several others emerged from the room, dragging a young man, who was indeed Shouyao's brother, Li Tianzi. He stumbled forward, running to embrace his parents. Manjiu warned, do not even think about leaving. Remain here obediently. If you dare to flee, I shall take your lives. Drawing a dagger, she plunged it into the table, causing the Li family to gasp in fear. We won't go, we won't go. Manjiu departed with her men, and the Li family hurriedly closed the door, fearing to open their business for many days. This was a scheme devised by Zhao Yuanqing, who aimed to manipulate Shuyao by threatening what she cherished most. Thus, a plan was set in motion. Manjiu posed as a wandering knight from another region, dining at the Li family's pancake shop, creating the illusion that Li Tianzi had broken their jade pendant, coercing the Li family to pay 20 taels of gold for his release. The Li family, lacking such funds, would inevitably seek help from Shuyao, especially with Granny Zhen's subtle persuasion, leading Shuyao into the trap. Upon returning to the princess's residence, Manjiu reported the outcome to Zhao Yuanqing, who nodded in approval. Well done. Continue to monitor the Li family, they must not escape. Yes. Days later, in the Fengmi Palace, the wives of various officials came to pay their respects to the empress. Among them was an unfamiliar woman in her 20s, clad in a pink RU skirt, with an elaborate high bun adorned with pearls and jade. The empress, noticing her unfamiliarity, inquired, which minister's wife is this? Feng Qing glanced at the nameplate, furrowing her brow as she replied, Your Majesty, this is Madame Su, wife of the governor of Longyu, Sun Ping. Madame Su. So she is a concubine. The empress fumed, realizing that in such gatherings, all attendees were the legitimate wives of ministers, a long-established rule. How dare a concubine present herself before the empress? This was a blatant affront to her authority. What did Sun Ping mean by this? The empress contemplated expelling the intruder but, recalling recent events involving Zhao Yuanqing, suppressed her wrath, suspecting that Sun Ping might be deliberately stirring trouble. After some casual conversation, the empress produced the fragrant essence gifted by Princess Shangshan, a delightful concoction that she found quite pleasing. I shall share this with you all. Each lady was given a delicate glass vial containing a modest amount of the fragrant essence, in line with Zhao Yuanqing's intention to entice them into purchasing more. As the ladies uncorked their vials, a wave of exquisite fragrance wafted forth. The essence swayed enticingly, captivating their senses. These noble women, adept in the art of indulgence, quickly grasped the usage of the essence, each applying it liberally, leaving a trail of enchanting aroma as they waved their sleeves. Soon, one remarked, Your Majesty, this essence is truly remarkable, but alas, it is far too little, it is barely sufficient. The empress smiled, I have only this much. If you desire more, you should visit the Zui Xiangfeng on Zhuke Street. The previous incident had garnered considerable attention. Everyone was aware that Zui Xiangfeng was established by Princess Shangzhen and that the empress had recommended it to her. The empress's favor was not to be disregarded, and thus the crowd nodded repeatedly, expressing their intent to purchase a couple of bottles. At that moment, a delicate voice interjected, Your Majesty, once I visit Zui Xiangfeng, I shall certainly indulge in a grand purchase to wholeheartedly support Princess Shangzhen. I have heard much about her and hold her in great admiration. The speaker was none other than Madame Su, the concubine of Sun Ping. Despite her status as a minor wife, she showed no trepidation in the presence of the primary wives, smilingly addressing the empress. A hush fell over the assembly. The audacity of Madame Su was remarkable. It was already presumptuous for a concubine to approach the empress, but to dare speak was another matter entirely. Was she perhaps attempting to undermine Princess Shangzhen's dignity with her monetary display? Truly reckless. The empress perceived Madame Su's words as a provocation, an attempt to belittle the princess with her wealth, and thought her overly self-assured. She replied, "There is no need for extravagant purchases, merely buy as needed." Noticing the empress's cold demeanor, Madame Su, undeterred, smiled and responded, "Yes, I understand." After further conversation, the empress grew weary, and the noble ladies took their leave from the palace. Green Bamboo, summon Princess Shangzhen to the palace at once. Yes, your majesty. Chapter 36, Song Ping's ambition. Upon arriving at the Fengyi Palace, Zhao Yuanqing was joined by the crown prince Zhao Xin. The empress recounted the situation concerning Su. Her anger palpable as she exclaimed, "How dare a mere concubine come to pay her respects to me? Why would the emperor permit her entry?" The crown prince replied, "Mother, Song Ping has come to the capital to report his duties. He has achieved merit in Longyu Dou, and father has granted him this favor, allowing his concubine to meet with you." The empress fumed, leaving her thoughts unspoken, for the walls had ears, and none dared to speak ill of the emperor within the palace. Zhao Yuanqing inquired, "Brother, a military governor cannot enter the capital without an imperial edict. Is it necessary for Song Ping to come in person for such a trivial report?" The crown prince shook his head. "It is not necessary. Therefore, I suspect he has come to vie for the positions of the leisure stable master and the governor of Longxi. His previous petition was withheld by father, so he has come personally to seek an official post." It appeared that Song Ping harbored grand ambitions, with troops under his command. Should he seize control of the horse stables and gain the authority to mint currency, would Longxi Dou not become a nation within a nation? The crown prince was taken aback. "Qing, Song Ping merely seeks control of the horse stables. He has not expressed a desire for the authority to mint currency. Do not make baseless claims." Although he had not requested it at present, in a year, Song Ping would indeed apply for the right to mint coins, having discovered a rich copper mine in Longxi. After reporting this to the court, troops were dispatched to guard it, but the Turks also set their sights on the mine, periodically harassing and decimating the troops stationed there, leading to unrest along the border. Later, Song Ping repelled the Turks, earning significant merit, and took the opportunity to request the minting rights from the emperor, claiming he would oversee the copper mine and transport the minted coins to the capital. After careful deliberation, the emperor acquiesced, and from that moment forth, Song Ping controlled the copper mine and obtained the authority to mint currency, becoming a figure comparable to a feudal lord. As Zhao Yuanqing reflected on events from a past life, he sensed Song Ping's vast ambitions. He sought troops, horses, and wealth. Could he be contemplating rebellion? However, should he wish to stage a coup, he must first eliminate her maternal grandfather, otherwise, success would be unattainable. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Zhao Yuanqing recalled the incident involving Yuzhen Temple. Could Song Ping have been involved as well? After all, he too stood to gain. "Brother, I have heard that the borders of Longxi are marked by rugged mountains and numerous small mines. Recently, while purchasing spices, a Hu merchant mentioned that mining operations were underway, seemingly for copper." This was merely a fabrication from Zhao Yuanqing, as she intended to expose the copper mines of Longxi in advance. The crown prince, astonished, asked, "Really? Where did the merchant say this copper mine is located?" "I cannot ascertain its truth. The merchant merely mentioned it in passing, suggesting it might be in the magician area of Tianshui, Gansu, but the exact location remains unclear." The crown prince immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Should Song Ping discover the mine but fail to report it, while simultaneously demanding troops and horses, his intentions would be easily surmised. Yet, I perceive Song Ping to be modest in demeanor, dressed simply, not resembling one with ulterior motives and extravagant desires. Zhao Yuanqing finally understood why they had failed in their past life. Bolstered by her grandfather's support, they had been blindly confident, underestimating the enemy, and lacking in ruthlessness. "Brother, one cannot discern a person's character merely by their outward appearance. The true nature of a person lies hidden beneath the surface. If Song Ping has indeed discovered a copper mine, he must be quite wealthy. His simplicity may be merely a fade. We could start by investigating his concubine, the Su lady. This is a viable approach. The truth often reveals itself in minor matters, and perhaps Su might divulge some valuable information." The three of them split up, each taking a different path, for their futures and safety were at stake, and none were willing to hold back. Zhao Yuanqing went to the Zui Xiangfeng, instructing the maid to ensure that when Song Ping's wife arrived, she would be lavishly introduced, encouraging her to purchase as much as possible. The noble women, eager to honor the queen, soon flocked to Zui Xiangfeng, selecting their favorite fragrant essences. To facilitate this sale, Zhao Yuanqing had commanded Wu Rong and others to produce several hundred bottles of perfumes, ranging from luxurious to affordable, filling the entire establishment. No woman can resist delightful fragrances. Initially, those noble women merely aimed to pay their respects to the queen, but upon arrival, they found themselves tempted to purchase, each acquiring numerous bottles. Among the guests was an unexpected delight, many Hu people, eager to buy the fragrant essences as well. With the Daqing kingdom welcoming numerous foreign dignitaries, these Hu individuals, both men and women, were notably tall and robust, often with a strong natural odor due to their diet of beef and lamb. In the summer, the scent could be overwhelming. Upon hearing of the fragrant essences, they quickly deduced that these could help mask their body odor, prompting them to rush to Zui Xiangfeng. From the third floor, Zhao Yuanqing observed the crowd below, noting that the Hu people outnumbered the locals. Within less than an hour, the perfumes were entirely sold out. However, there was no cause for concern, as Zhao Yuanqing had ample stock, promptly preparing a second batch. Shortly after, a figure appeared at the entrance. Su. She had exchanged her previous pink dress for a pomegranate skirt, the latest fashion in Changnan, adorned with gold leaf and embroidered with golden pomegranates. Her hair was adorned with a colorful gemstone hairpin, and she wore a gold necklace, with embroidered shoes encrusted with golden pearls. Her attire surpassed even that of the imperial consorts, leading Zhao Yuanqing to ponder whether Song Ping had discovered not merely a copper mine, but rather a gold mine. Upon entering, a maid approached to attend to her, while her two attendants were also warmly greeted and introduced. Su was quite amiable, as each product was introduced. She nodded in agreement, acquiring everything she found appealing from the first to the second floor. Ultimately, when it came time to settle the bill, it amounted to 520 taels of gold. Remarkably, Su did not even blink, instructing her attendant to handle the payment. And the fragrant essences were loaded onto a cart. After a while, news came back that Su was Song Ping's fourth concubine, greatly favored. It was said that their primary wife had been bedridden for years, unable to manage the concubines, allowing Su to spend freely. Her maid also displayed considerable generosity, purchasing a substantial amount of perfume. Zhao Yuanqing returned to the palace to relay this information to the queen and the crown prince. The fact that even a minor concubine could spend lavishly indicated that Song Ping was not lacking in wealth. Thus, why did he still seek funds from the emperor? This surely suggested ulterior motives. The crown prince remarked, since Song Ping arrived in the capital, he has remained secluded, only meeting with our father, appearing quite proper. If he harbors ulterior motives, he will inevitably reveal his true intentions. However, waiting for him to make a move might be too passive. Brother, what if he were to meet his demise in the capital? This notion might be worth considering. The death of one Song Ping would not be overly significant. Yet the army of Long Yudao, which he commands, would likely descend into chaos upon his passing. The Turkic nation would seize the opportunity to launch an attack against us, leading to war between our two countries and causing the common folk to suffer. Qing this idea is not feasible. Zhao Yuanqing nodded in agreement, suggesting they observe Song Ping's actions for the time being. The crown prince felt that Zhao Yuanqing was overly confident and cautioned, Qing Song Ping is exceptionally skilled in martial arts and has countless lives claimed at his hands, protected by formidable allies. You must exercise utmost caution. Understood, she replied. The empress interjected, today, His Majesty is hosting a night banquet at Taiji Palace, inviting ministers and their wives. We can seize this opportunity to observe. The trio then dispersed, each preparing for the evening ahead. Chapter 37 Encountering the Man from My Past Life. As for Su Shi, she had purchased an abundance of fragrant oils and visited the jewelry and clothing shops on Zhuge Street, returning heavily laden with goods. Song Ping had acquired a residence in Changnan, where he stayed each time he traveled to the capital for official duties. Upon observing Su Shi's extravagant attire, he frowned. And when he saw the servants bringing in her purchases, he could not restrain himself from rebuking her. In just 2 or 3 days, you have amassed so many items and squandered so much money. Leaning against Song Ping, Su Shi retorted playfully, My lord, what is this sum of money? After all, we have. Silence. Song Ping's voice turned stern, startling Su Shi into covering her mouth. However, having been pampered recently, she defiantly responded, My lord, what is wrong with merely conversing in our own residence? In an instant, Song Ping delivered a sharp slap, sending Su Shi tumbling to the ground, clutching her face in silence. This is the capital, not Long Yu. If you jeopardize my affairs, I shall take your life. Your brother and the others shall not be spared either. Finally frightened, Su Shi trembled as she replied, My lord, I understand. Song Ping fixed her with a fierce gaze for a moment before relenting. This is the last warning. Get up. Yes. Su Shi felt somewhat dazed. Was this fierce man truly the one who had shown her boundless affection in bed? She had thought she had captured his heart and could act with impunity, only to discover how swiftly he could change his demeanor, instilling fear within her. After sipping some tea, Song Ping resumed his tender demeanor and inquired, How did your audience with the Empress go? Was she favorable towards you? Su Shi, now wary of boasting, recounted her experiences in the palace. My lord, the Empress seemed displeased with my presence and hardly acknowledged me. Song Ping scoffed, as a mere concubine, of course she would not be pleased to see you. The primary consort must tolerate it, as I have the Emperor's favor. His tone was affectionate, prompting Su Shi to feel his mood had improved. With newfound courage, she remarked, What of the Empress's father, the Duke of Northern Defense? He cannot compare to your greatness. Once the Duke is no more, you shall receive even greater favor. Ha ha ha! Song Ping laughed heartily before abruptly stopping, dismissively stating, You know nothing. The matters of the court are beyond a woman's comprehension. It is precisely because the Duke exists that the Emperor treats me with such courtesy. Without him, my situation would be even worse. Su Shi, although lacking understanding, had distinguished herself among many women, possessing her own strengths, notably her adaptability and ability to grasp a man's sentiments. Internally cursing the foolish man, she sweetly said, My lord, did you not mention attending the night banquet in the palace today? I have purchased numerous garments and accessories for you, all in the latest fashion of the capital. Come, try them on. Men, too, appreciate elegance, and Song Ping, charmed, selected an outfit. This time, the Emperor was hosting a banquet beside the Shiqing Pond in Taiji Palace, allowing family members to accompany him. Thus, you should join him as well. Splendid! Thank you, my lord. After a thorough transformation, Su took her leave with Song Ping after the third watch, accompanied by Song Ping's two adopted sons, Song Xin and Song Yuan. The night banquet of the great Qing kingdom is renowned far and wide, with neighboring nations well aware of its grandeur. Each court banquet commences at the hour of the rooster, lasting until the hour of the dragon the following day, spanning a total of 7 hours. During these festivities, the emperor graces the occasion alongside his concubines, princes, and princesses, while ministers bring their wives and concubines. When the emperor is in high spirits, he may even summon courtesans to entertain the assembly. The palace boasts dedicated performers who play music, sing, and dance during the night banquet. And if a folk artist is fortunate enough to perform at the court, they are likely to gain immediate fame. Naturally, no banquet would be complete without sumptuous food and drink. At these royal feasts, one can savor the most exquisite dishes from Chang'an and indulge in the finest wines. Countless literati have been moved to tears after attending just one such banquet, penning verses that echo through the ages. Zhao Yuanqing attended the banquet with Wan Xing, while Manju and Wen Qian, among others, had emerged from the residence of the northern marquis. Their presence could not help but raise suspicion. The banquet unfolded around the Shiqing Pond, where the emperor and empress were seated upon a high platform, flanked by numerous concubines, with tables set for civil and military officials on either side, and a stage in the center where a dozen musicians were performing lively melodies. As darkness enveloped the land, the area was illuminated as bright as day, with tallow candles lit every 5 meters along the pond's edge. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Yuanqing felt as though she were in a different world. During her previous attendance, she had been captivated by the lavishness of the occasion. Convinced that the great Qing kingdom would endure eternally, yet it had faded in mere years. The attendees were numerous, featuring many familiar faces: the crown prince and princess, the second prince Zhao Hong, the third prince Zhao Yu, the fourth prince Zhao Ning, princess Rongchang Zhao Baowu, princess Ningling Zhao Yushu, Haotuang, and not far off, Cui Hao and Cui Yi, likely brought in by Zhao Baowu. Civil and military officials maintained a respectful distance, seated on opposite sides, rarely interacting. Zhao Yuanqing found herself among the civil officials, searching for Song Ping's figure. She had only heard of him by name and was quite curious, having met Su earlier. She soon spotted Song Ping, one of the 3 major regional commanders, positioned in the foremost ranks of the military section. In his 40s, with dark skin and a robust physique, he bore a countenance of sincerity. His eyes, though not large, sparkled with intensity as he engaged in conversation with those beside him. Next to him sat Su, who had exchanged her dazzling attire for something far more modest, clearly tempering her previous flamboyance. Behind Song Ping were two young men. And as Zhao Yuanqing glanced at them, her heart skipped a beat. She quickly averted her gaze only to return. For one of them was the man she had encountered before her demise. He sat behind Song Ping, clad in a sky blue robe and a black cap. Appearing to be in his early 20s, with a strikingly cold yet handsome visage, slightly bowed as he attentively listened to Song Ping. Zhao Yuanqing's heart raced. She could not comprehend why this man was here, and why he was in the company of Song Ping. Could it be that she had misjudged Song Ping, and that he was, in truth, a good man? Or perhaps, Song Ping is malevolent, while this individual is virtuous? Or could it be that both are nefarious? Zhao Yuanqing's mind was somewhat tumultuous as she softly inquired of Wen Qian, "Tell me, when one person is slain by another, what compels the latter to rush towards them?" This question was easily addressed by Wen Qian, who replied, "Princess, when someone charges at you on the battlefield, it is generally for one of two reasons, either to rescue you or to slay you. There are no other possibilities." Zhao Yuanqing was struck by a sudden realization. She recognized that she had previously fallen into a fallacy, believing that this person was there to save her. But what if their intention was to end her life? That too is a distinct possibility. She reminded herself once more to maintain vigilance, for one must not place complete trust in anyone, as the truth often conceals deeper truths. Even what one perceived in a past life should not be taken at face value in this one. With this thought, Zhao Yuanqing withdrew her gaze, no longer casting it towards Song Ping. Thus, she remained unaware that the young man had lifted his head, feigning indifference as he cast a glance in her direction. Chapter 38, a slap in the face to Song Ping. As the banquet reached its peak, Emperor Zhao Guangjing, in high spirits, summoned Song Ping to inquire, "My dear son, who are the two fine young men standing behind you?" Song Ping rose and replied, "Your Majesty, these are my two adopted sons, Song Xian and Song Yuan." The two young men stepped forward to bow deeply before the emperor, the one who introduced himself as Song Xian, and the other named Song Yuan. Amused, the emperor asked, "I have heard that you have sons of your own. Why then adopt others?" Song Ping feigned a look of distress and responded, "Your Majesty, who would ever tire of having more sons? Alas, I have only two of my own, and I find myself envious of the fine sons of others. Thus, I must adopt a few more to ease my heart as longing." His self-deprecating remarks elicited hearty laughter from the emperor, who exclaimed, "Indeed, I have 4 sons, 2 more than you. It seems I am the more formidable." The court officials erupted into laughter, and the atmosphere became lively. Servers moved swiftly, presenting dishes at each table. This sumptuous feast was provided by the Wei family, a prestigious clan renowned for their culinary expertise. They had prepared the illustrious burnt tail feast, consisting of 58 extravagant dishes, each more lavish than the last. From the center of the stage emerged a dancer, adorned with flowers in her hair and dressed in a flowing ensemble, her colorful ribbons swirling as she gracefully extended her arms in dance. The bright moonlight bathed her in a celestial glow as her steps were light and her form delicate, reminiscent of the moon goddess Chang'e, seemingly destined to ascend into the sky. This soft dance, known as the Spring Aureole Song, had recently captivated the city of Chang'an, and the audience was entranced by the ethereal performer. Song Ping, despite his status as a military governor and a man of high rank, had never attended a royal banquet before. The lavish spectacle of royal indulgence surpassed his wildest imaginings. No matter how wealthy he was, he could not conceive of such extravagant entertainment. The enchanting melodies from the musicians intoxicated the officials, revealing their foolishness. A flicker of indignation crossed Song Ping's eyes as he observed the revelers. These military men braved the harshest of conditions to guard the borders, while these nobles indulged in excess and luxuriated in the finest pleasures of life. Why should it be so? His gaze shifted to the dancer, a flicker of desire igniting within him. Indeed, the fertile lands of Chang'an nurtured beauty. This dancer was far more alluring than those from Longyu. The comparison rendered the likes of the Su family utterly inferior. Each individual has their flaws, and Song Ping's was his carnal desires. The emperor, with a knowing glance, turned to Song Ping and inquired, "What do you think of the dancer's grace?" Song Ping understood the emperor's intent. He was poised to bestow the dancer upon him. Yet, Song Ping's insatiable desires reached far beyond a single woman. He stepped forth from behind the table, kneeling at the stage's edge, and mournfully stated, "Your Majesty, the dancer's movements are indeed exquisite, yet I cannot help but think of the warriors at the frontier. Their meals are meager, and in their struggle against the Turkic forces, they often find themselves trampled on their hoofs due to lack of steeds. This thought pains me greatly." The emperor fell silent at his words, and the officials grew uncomfortable. the sumptuous food and wine before them suddenly seeming like evidence of their guilt. Song Ping's intentions were clear to the emperor, and Zhao Yuanqing understood as well. He was publicly lamenting, attempting to gain the positions of idle stable master and pastoral governor of Longxi. However, those two positions were not to be granted to him, for they would undoubtedly lead to endless troubles. In a moment of silence, no one dared to speak, each person weighed down by apprehensions. Fearing to incite the wrath of the emperor or Song Ping, Zhao Yuanqing stepped forward. Recalling a significant lesson from her previous life, it is far better to take initiative than to remain passive. Proactive measures allow one to seize the advantage, whereas reactive responses merely lead to being maneuvered by others. Your Majesty, I have a matter to report, she declared. The assembly gasped in astonishment. There was a decree prohibiting women from interfering in state affairs. What could Princess Shangzhen be intending? The emperor's expression was inscrutable as he inquired. What is it that you wish to convey, Shangzhen? Father, this afternoon, Lady Ru, the wife of Governor Song, visited my spice shop and spent 520 taels of gold. Governor Song claims his soldiers suffer from meager provisions, yet his wife lavishly spends. Where has that money gone? I find this perplexing. The crowd erupted in murmurs, and Song Ping's countenance darkened while Su's face turned pale. With Zhao Yuanqing leading the charge, others soon rallied behind her. Your Majesty, if Governor Song is indeed affluent, why do his soldiers endure such deprivation? The Minister of Revenue and the Director of the Department of Agriculture both protested. Your Majesty, the funds and provisions from Longyu have never been delayed. They have always been delivered punctually. There is no possibility that the soldiers are starving. The Director of Agriculture remarked, could it be that Governor Song, feigning poverty, has squandered the soldiers' funds on extravagant jewelry for his concubine? The gaze of the assembly fell upon Su, adorned with a gold hairpin set with precious stones, ruby earrings, and a twisted gold bracelet, undeniably exuding opulence. Su lowered her head, wishing to vanish from sight. This was her first attendance at a court banquet, and she had gone to great lengths to avoid being outshone by the women of the capital, only to inadvertently become evidence of her husband's embezzlement. What a predicament! Everyone awaited Song Ping's response, yet he found himself at a loss for words. The only recourse was to shift all blame onto Su to absolve himself of guilt. With this thought in mind, Song Ping struck Su across the face and rained down blows upon her head, causing her to bleed from the corner of her eye and collapse to the ground, dazed. Once he had finished, Song Ping knelt and bowed, exclaiming, Your Majesty, I was deceived by this wicked woman, who has pilfered vast sums of money, causing suffering to the soldiers. I am guilty. I beseech your Majesty to impose punishment. In that instant, Song Ping transformed his embezzlement into a matter of familial mismanagement, significantly diminishing the severity of his crimes. The emperor, well aware of the adage that clarity breeds suspicion, understood the implications. After all, Song Ping still held potential value. Thus, he resolved to let the matter slide, believing that with time, Song Ping would amend his ways. Song Ping exhaled in relief, yet his objectives remained unfulfilled. He needed to persist. He fell to the ground in tears, lamenting, Your Majesty, the soldiers at the frontier endure great hardship. Many have perished under the hoofs of the Turkic horses due to a lack of mounts, meeting a tragic end. His two adopted sons, Song Xin and Song Yuan, also knelt, wailing in despair. However, this time, their pleas for sympathy fell on deaf ears. With Su adorned in exquisite jewelry, how could anyone believe their cries of poverty? The prince's entourage soon emerged, lamenting their plight. Your Majesty, they exclaimed, the soldiers in the northwest lack sufficient war horses and endure great hardship. The officials from the interior echoed their grievances, pleading, Your Majesty, we too are short on steeds. The emperor's anger flared. One and all sought gold and horses from him, as if they were gifts descending from the heavens. Silence fell among the ministers, yet none were willing to relent. The emperor found himself at an impasse. This matter required resolution today. Ultimately, he decided to separate the positions of the keeper of the stables and the overseer of pastures in Longxi, appointing 2 individuals from the Ministry of Revenue. He also promised Song Ping 500 war horses and a sum of wealth, bringing the matter to a close. The prince felt a surge of joy. The newly appointed keeper was his ally, while the overseer of pastures remained neutral, favoring his side. Meanwhile, Song Ping was engulfed in frustration. He had exerted great effort to journey to the capital, aiming to secure these 2 positions, only to see his plans thwarted by 2 women. He shot a fierce glare at Su, then cast a sinister glance at Zhao Yuanqing, thinking it might be best to grant this princess of virtue a swift resolution. Chapter 39. Another plot against me. The fainted Su was carried away, and Song Ping did not spare her a glance, continuing to indulge in wine and merriment. Zhao Yuanqing exchanged a knowing glance with Wen Qian and instructed her to devise a means to keep Su behind. Understood. Wen Qian rose and exited. To appease Sun Ping, the emperor bestowed a dancing girl upon him, and as he embraced the compliant performer, some of his discontent melted away. After this brief interlude, the night banquet resumed. Wen Qian left the Xinqing Pond and followed the palace attendants to the rear courtyard, where Su was laid upon the bed in a chamber, the attendants closing the door behind them. Seeing that the coast was clear, Wen Qian slipped inside, producing a vial of concoction from her bosom and pouring it into Su's mouth. This elixir, a potion of her own design, mimicked death. Within a quarter of an hour, Su would appear lifeless, devoid of breath. After a moment, observing Su's breathing grow faint, Wen Qian knew the potion had taken effect, and she swiftly departed. Upon her return, she reported to Zhao Yuanqing, who nodded in understanding and sought an opportunity to speak with Lu Zhu, the empress's attendant, urging her to find a way to retain Su's body. Understood. At this point, the revelry of the banquet had reached its zenith. Ministers intoxicated, some composing poetry, others singing and dancing, while heated debates erupted. The scene was a whirlwind of activity. Wen Qian located Lu Zhu and communicated her intentions, to which Lu Zhu nodded in agreement, assuring her, "Rest assured, Your Highness." Zhao Yuanqing lifted a cup of free fruit nectar, savoring its taste. Since the incident at Yuzhen Temple in her past life, she had not attended a court banquet nor partaken of such fine delicacies. However, Zhao Yuanqing remained sober. Having endured the tribulations of her former existence, she refrained from losing consciousness in front of others. When the heart is at peace, the eyes become clear, revealing many things that often escape notice. For instance, Cui Hao, buoyed by spirits, approached Zhao Bao with an invitation, only to be rebuffed in anger. After some coaxing from Shao, Zhao Bao rose to accompany him for a stroll. Moreover, Zhao Yuanqing noticed that even in a state of drunkenness, Sun Ping would occasionally cast intense glances her way, as if harboring a desire to eliminate her swiftly. Additionally, she sensed several malevolent gazes sweeping over her. Yet when she lifted her head, she could not discern their origin. And then, where was the crown princess? Scanning the room, Zhao Yuanqing realized that Liu Ruoi had vanished. Where could she have gone? Zhao Yuanqing stood, declaring, "I shall go to change attire." Wen Qian and Wen Xing followed closely behind. Suddenly, two palace attendants brushed past them, staggering, causing the contents of their trays to spill and soil their garments. The attendants hurriedly apologized. "Forgive us, Your Highness. Forgive us." Zhao Yuanqing scrutinized their faces. Unfamiliar to her, she committed their visages to memory and waved her hand dismissively. "Enough, hasten to clean this up." "Thank you, Your Highness." With this, Wen Qian and Wen Xing could not accompany Zhao Yuanqing to the changing room and had to change their clothes first. Wen Qian reminded her, "Your Highness, I am aware. You may go. I am capable of managing on my own." Zhao Yuanqing wished to ascertain whether this was a deliberate act or merely an accident, and she proceeded alone toward the left changing room of the Xinqing Pond. Sun Ping observed her rise, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. He signaled to Song Yuan with a subtle gesture, indicating a lethal intent. Song Yuan, comprehending the unspoken command, recalled his past as a bandit in the mountains, renowned for his swift and ruthless killings, which had led Sun Ping to adopt him as a son, assigning him to carry out unsavory tasks. Zhao Yuanqing had thwarted his adoptive father's plans and thus deserved a lesson. Rising from his seat, he feigned inebriation, addressing Sun Ping, "I've had too much to drink, father. I must relieve myself." "Go ahead," replied Sun Ping. Yet, Sun Xian sensed something amiss. Sun Yuan's frequent excursions rarely boded well. Moments later, he too stood, saying, "Father, I find the delicacies of the capital rather unpalatable. I must visit the restroom." Sun Ping chided him playfully, "Indeed, a wild boar cannot savor fine grains. Off you go." Sun Xian followed suit, departing from the gathering. As Zhao Yuanqing strolled alongside the Xinqing Pond, she noted that to preserve the festive atmosphere, the changing rooms were situated far from the banquet hall, necessitating a considerable walk, during which the crowd thinned. Soon, she heard the sound of stumbling footsteps behind her. Turning, she saw Song Yuan, Sun Ping's adopted son, clearly inebriated. She instinctively stepped aside, sensing the ominous aura surrounding him, realizing he bore ill intent. The footsteps drew closer. Thud! 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 Glancing back, she saw him approaching at an alarming speed, seemingly intent on pushing her into the pond. Indeed, Song Yuan harbored such intentions. A drunken princess slipping into the water and drowning what could be a more seamless demise. He quickened his pace 20 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. He was nearly upon her. In a flash, Zhao Yuanqing recalled her dragon god pearl and resolutely thought, let it all perish together. As Song Yuan collided with her, she leaped into the air, splashing into the water. Song Yuan, exerting considerable force, was taken aback when she fell effortlessly, losing his balance and tumbling in after her with a splash. Several dozen meters away, Sun Xian had rushed over, sensing trouble, and leaped in as well. The pond's edge was dimly lit, and not far away, 2 figures lurked behind a willow tree, fixated on the lake, oblivious to the 3 figures submerged below. After entering the water, Zhao Yuanqing, shielded by the dragon god pearl, remained completely dry, sinking to the lake's bottom and gazing at Song Yuan, who was frantically kicking his legs. He had intended to send Zhao Yuanqing into the water and then flee, but to his dismay, he found himself submerged. In a panic, he forgot about his initial target, solely focused on reaching the surface. Although he usually could swim, fate had other plans. The frigid water caused cramps to seize his limbs, and the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. This is the end, he thought dreadfully. At that moment, a figure swam toward him. It was Sun Xian. Save me! Sun Yuan exclaimed in relief. Sun Xian, appearing to possess commendable swimming skills, soon reached him, grasping his neck. Sun Yuan exhaled in relief. Thank you, dear brother. Not at all, Sun Xian replied with a smile. Suddenly, in an unexpected twist, Sun Xian executed a shocking maneuver, forcefully submerging Song Yuan's head beneath the water. Song Yuandao was taken aback, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" He struggled desperately, cursing, "You want to kill me? My adoptive father will not spare you." After several attempts, Song Yuan swallowed half a belly of water and, realizing his strength was waning, began to plead for mercy, "Please spare my life." However, regardless of his entreaties, Sun Xian paid him no heed. It was not until Song Yuan's consciousness began to fade, his body resembling a bloated toad, that he was finally released. Slowly, Song Yuan sank to the bottom of the lake, never to resurface. During this entire ordeal, Zhao Yuanqing observed from a distance beneath the water, bewildered by the unfolding events. What was the relationship between these two? Why were they resorting to such mutual violence? Moments later, she watched as Sun Xian began to swim, calling out, "Princess Shangzhen! Princess Shangzhen!" It became clear that he was searching for her. But was he intent on her demise or her rescue? Zhao Yuanqing was perplexed and decided to swim away, leaving Sun Xian alone to wander in place. Sun Xian grew increasingly frantic. "Princess Shangzhen, where are you? Have you drowned? Impossible! It cannot be!" In his panic, he noticed 2 shadowy figures stealthily making their way along the shore. A chill ran down his spine. Had someone witnessed him kill Song Yuan? Regardless, finding Princess Shangzhen took precedence, and he propelled himself deeper into the water. Chapter 40. The Crown Princess revealed. Zhao Yuanqing glided silently toward the eastern side of Xinqing Pond, where a rocky outcrop provided a means to surface. As she moved stealthily beneath the water as murky depths, her silhouette obscured, she approached the vicinity of the rock formation when she suddenly discerned faint voices emanating above. Someone was there. Instinctively, she slowed her pace, inching closer and anchoring herself against the base of the rock. The individuals above remained blissfully unaware, continuing their conversation. A man's voice broke the silence, cautioning against future encounters in such perilous circumstances. Zhao Yuanqing felt a flicker of recognition. The voice was familiar, though she could not immediately place it. A woman's plaintive tone followed, lamenting, "It is only in these moments that I can see you. I have heard the Emperor intends to select a consort for you, which means you no longer wish to meet me, does it not?" Zhao Yuanqing's eyes widened in shock. Nearly gasping aloud, this was the voice of Crown Princess Lu Rui. To whom was she confessing her feelings? What of the Crown Prince? The audacity of it all sent a torrent of expletives swirling through Zhao Yuanqing's mind, and she felt an overwhelming urge to confront Lu Rui and unleash her fury. Yet, she remained motionless, determined to uncover the identity of the man. With a heavy sigh, the man's voice was accompanied by rustling sounds, suggesting an embrace as he murmured, "You are being foolish. My deepest affection lies with you. Do you not realize this? From our youth, no one has ever occupied a place in my heart quite like you." Lu Rui, consumed by jealousy, retorted, "And what of that? I have become a mere shadow of my former self, while those young maidens are as fresh as spring leaves. You men are ever so fickle." The man, seemingly agitated, replied, "Rui, what do you propose I do? If I do not marry, my father will withhold my duties, relegating me to the life of a languid prince, forever distant from that coveted position." Lu Rui's voice was laced with melancholy as she mused, All men are alike. The crown prince desires that throne. And so do you. How much better it would have been had we wed directly, sparing me the daily sight of the crown prince. Do not speak so, he implored. With your assistance, I have gained a foothold in the court. Rest assured, once I ascend to that position, I will bring you into the palace and crown you as my empress, and we shall share every moment together. Let us hope that is the case. After a brief silence, a series of soft gasps filled the air, making the nature of their activities painfully evident. The man declared, even if I do not attain that position, my son shall. Zhao Yuanqing bit her lip in silence, piecing together the identity of the man none other than the fourth prince. Jiao Ning. His mother was the esteemed Ming Zhouyi, and his sister was Princess Zhao Yushu of Ningling. At the age of 19, Yao Ning was of the same age as Liu Ruoi and remained unmarried. Though the emperor had hinted at plans to arrange marriages for the unmarried princes following the upcoming banquet, Zhao Yuanqing was astounded to discover that Zhao Ning, who typically appeared indifferent and blushed at the mention of women, was entangled in an affair with Liu Ruoi, even contemplating fathering a child to be raised by the crown prince as an heir to the throne. His audacity was astonishing, and his actions were nothing short of shameless. Zhao Yuanqing considered himself to be quite benevolent towards Zhao Ning. His mother, Ming Zhouyi, failed to win the emperor's favor, resulting in Zhao Ning and Zhao Yushu receiving only mediocre treatment within the palace. The empress, known for her integrity, had never deprived them of anything. Yet Zhao Ning repaid such kindness with ingratitude. The crown prince had never regarded Zhao Ning as a rival, for Zhao Ning had been frail and frequently ill since childhood. When he wished to travel during his teenage years, it was only through the crown prince's intercession that the emperor granted permission. Reflecting on this, Zhao Yuanqing suddenly realized that during Zhao Ning's travels, he must have gone to Fanyang, where he likely met Liu Ruoi. Could their youthful bond have originated at that time? Distracted by her tumultuous thoughts in the water, the two onshore hastily concluded their conversation. Zhao Ning and Liu Ruoi shared a tender moment before sending her away. Zhao Ning tidied himself up, reverting to the persona of the frail fourth prince. With a scoff, he muttered to himself, women are truly foolish and easily deceived. A few sweet words can leave them utterly disoriented. How laughable. He strode away, brimming with self-satisfaction. Underwater, Zhao Yuanqing clenched her teeth in frustration. How could her regal elder brother, with his striking and commanding presence, be so inferior to Zhao Ning, that fleeting man? What could Liu Ruoi possibly see in him? It was utterly perplexing. In the distance, the voices of palace servants echoed, calling out, Princess Shangzhen. Princess Shangzhen. Alarmed, Zhao Yuanqing realized they were searching for her and hurried to escape. She swam to a secluded spot and climbed ashore, grateful for the protection of the dragon god's burrow, which left her completely dry. She made her way along the path to the banquet hall. After a short while, she spotted the empress's maid, Feng Qing, rushing ahead. Zhao Yuanqing called out to her, Feng Qing, where are you headed? Oh, your highness, we were just on our way to find you. The empress is quite anxious, having heard that you went missing. I was just in the changing room. Come, let us return. Your highness, please do not return just yet. Join us in parting on a little performance. What kind of performance? Let us speak as we walk. Feng Qing led Zhao Yuanqing towards a side chamber. It turned out that Granny Song had given Man Hangyou and Ran Jinsan to Shou, instructing her to drug Zhao Bou during the skirt banquet. However, after being beaten earlier that day, Shou was filled with resentment and decided to act. Earlier, Zhao Bou had been enjoying a moonlit stroll by the Xingqing pool with Cui Hao. Shao served her a cup of fruit brew, and after Zhao Bou drank it, she began to feel drowsy. Shao assisted her to a private chamber, while Cui Hao, emboldened by drink, sought to take advantage of the moment and followed them inside. Shao rushed to find Granny Xing, exclaiming, Granny, what should we do next? Granny Xing was seeking the empress and, upon hearing this, thought it fortuitous to stage a public confrontation. However, they needed a legitimate reason to do so. Zhao Yuanqing understood their intent as they approached the chamber where Zhao Bou was. Shao anxiously paced outside, and upon seeing Zhao Yuanqing, her face paled. Zhao Yuanqing moved closer to the door, where the commotion inside was quite loud. With a cold laugh, she remarked, Zhao Bou, Cui Hao, it seems you two have met your match today. Shao hesitantly said, Your Highness. Remember, no matter who asks, you must say that you have not seen me before this. Understood. Zhao Yuanqing entered the adjacent chamber and addressed the wind instrument, I shall rest within this room. You may go and summon the others. Very well, the wind instrument replied, hurrying away. Zhao Yuanqing circled the room. Observing the table adorned with wine and an assortment of fruits, provided for the officials to indulge in during their respite. Such was the nature of the court's nocturnal revelries. A night of merriment, with a promise to return only when inebriated. He grasped the wine jug, carelessly spilling some upon his garments, feigning intoxication before collapsing upon the bed, awaiting the arrival of others. Outside, Xiao felt a surge of panic. She was acutely aware that she had embarked upon an irreversible path, with her fate hanging in the balance this very day. In the face of overwhelming terror arose an extraordinary courage, as a voice echoed within her heart. I wish to live, I long to live well. Is that a fault? Is it? She lifted her gaze anew, determination igniting within her eyes. For even a servant possesses the right to survive. She would not surrender. Chapter 41. The man who rescued me the night was intoxicating, yet fraught with peril. Consort Hui sat atop the high steps, her heart feeling hollow, a premonition stirring within her, her eyelids twitching restlessly. After a while, her foreboding was confirmed as two palace maids rushed from the end of the path, the very ones we had dispatched to keep watch over Zhao Yuanqing. They approached Hui's maid, Hu Ling, whispering furtively. Hu Ling then leaned in close to Hui's ear and murmured, Your Highness, Princess Shangzhen has fallen into the water. The weight on Hui's heart finally lifted, and she burst into laughter. Is it true? Indeed, they confirmed. After the princess fell in, two individuals jumped in after her. But despite their floundering in the water, they could not retrieve her. Hui chuckled, she has always been contrary, disrupting many of my plans. If she were to drown now, it would not be in vain for me to have orchestrated this. It turned out that the two palace maids had been sent by Hui herself. She had first instructed someone to soil the clothes of Wen Qian and Wen Xin, causing Zhao Yuanqing to become isolated, and then sent someone to follow her, intending to create a scene. However, their plans were thwarted when Song Yuan acted first, sparing them from taking matters into their own hands. Yet, it was nighttime, and Hui's subordinates could not discern what Song Xin and Song Yuan were doing in the water. They assumed the two were poor swimmers, having perished alongside the princess, and hurried back to report. Hui hummed a little tune, prompting the empress to glance at her. Why are you so jubilant? Hui's smile broadened. I have just envisioned some delightful prospects, hence my joy. The empress chuckled. Delightful prospects, you say? Let us see if you will still be smiling shortly. I too have conceived of some favorable outcomes, though I wonder if our thoughts align. In the palace, conversing often implied a multitude of meanings, and without a perceptive heart, one would feel as though they were deaf and mute. A moment later, another figure approached from the end of the path. It was Feng Qing, who exclaimed in distress. Your Majesty, Princess Shangzhen is missing. The empress sprang to her feet, alarmed. Missing? Where could she be? Feng Qing squinted slightly, and the empress understood her implication. The scheme had come to fruition, heightening her urgency. This cannot stand, I must search for Shangzhen. Where could she have gone? At this banquet? The empress held the greatest power among women. If she did not sit, the other noble women dared not take their seats, rising instead to declare. We shall go in search of Princess Shangzhen. As the women stood, the men paused their revelries, inquiring, Where are you all off to? Princess Shangzhen is missing. We are going to find her. The emperor, displeased, grumbled, This banquet has already been interrupted once. We have only just resumed, and now it is disturbed again. How can a girl of Shangzhen's age go missing within the palace? Everyone sit down. Let us continue. This time, the empress was genuinely furious. Your Majesty, is not Shangzhen your daughter? She is lost, and yet you speak so carelessly. It is truly disheartening. The courage bestowed by wine emboldened the empress, who would not typically dare to speak so. Yet, after a few drinks, she could no longer contain herself. The emperor, feeling agitated, was aware of his role as a model for all. He must maintain his composure. Rising, he declared, My daughter, how could I not care? Come. I shall join you in the search. The queen's heart blossomed with joy, and the emperor followed, undoubtedly enhancing the spectacle. Consort Hui also brimmed with delight, confident that with the emperor as a witness, the queen would soon find herself in a less imposing position. Thus, led by the emperor, a throng set out to find Zhao Yuanqing, with a wind instrument guiding their way toward the side chamber. Upon reaching the banks of Xingqing Pond, Consort Hui halted, her brow furrowed with concern. Your Majesty, Your Highness, the path is treacherous in the dark. I fear Princess Shangzhen may have fallen into the pond. Indeed, such a possibility loomed, prompting everyone to pause and gaze into the water. To their astonishment, someone with keen eyesight exclaimed, There's a person floating. Panic seized the queen. Surely Shangzhen had not truly fallen. She pushed through the crowd, stepping closer, and indeed, a figure floated upon the surface. The queen's heart sank. Her strength waned. The wind instrument steadied her, murmuring, "Your Highness, hold on. That is not." In the dead of night, encountering a corpse was neither auspicious nor safe, and the effects of their revelry dissipated swiftly. "Quickly, who can swim? Hurry and retrieve them." Consort Hui reveled inwardly. Unable to suppress the grin that crept across her lips, she was convinced that the figure belonged to Zhao Yuanqing. Leaning toward the queen, she said, "Your Highness, every life has its fate. If Princess Shangzhen has perished, you must mourn her loss." The queen could no longer contain her composure, recalling her spirited days before marriage. When she rode fiercely and wielded a whip, she had since been reduced to a facade of gentility, constantly navigating the treacherous schemes of those around her. Enough was enough. With a resounding slap, she struck Consort Hui across the face. "Your daughter has just died. You should be the one to mourn. If you cannot speak wisely, then close that foul mouth." Consort Hui, taken aback by the blow, longed to retaliate, but in the presence of so many, the queen's aggression was permissible while hers would be an affront to authority. The emperor, equally furious, commanded, "Silence. All of you." Hui's father, Yao Jiang, signaled her to be quiet, and she covered her face, falling silent. The emperor's gaze darkened as he observed the palace attendants lifting the figure from the water. As they revealed the face, it was grim dark complexion, heavy brow, and pronounced nose. Indeed, it was a man. The queen gasped, suddenly revitalized with hope. It was not Qing. What a relief! The emperor's deep-set eyes scrutinized the man, a mix of disappointment and relief washing over him, as he felt a flicker of familiarity. Where is Song Aiqing? Is this not his adopted son? Song Ping, lost in merriment with the dancers at the rear, approached upon hearing the emperor's call. Through his hazy vision, Song Yuan's face came into focus, pale and swollen, resembling a dumpling. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he murmured, "Adoptive father, ah!" Startled, Song Ping recoiled, fearing he had encountered a ghost. "Stay away! Stay away!" Having taken countless lives, he had never believed in spirits. Perhaps the effects of the drink had left him feeling less robust than usual, igniting an unexpected fear. The emperor turned to scrutinize him closely. "Song Aiqing, what has happened to you?" Song Ping suppressed the fear that gripped his heart and spoke, "Your Majesty, this man is indeed my adopted son. He mentioned a need to relieve himself, but has not returned for quite some time. I never anticipated such a calamity." Suddenly, a voice cried out, "Look! Another person has surfaced." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Were there more dead? Would this never end? The palace servants rushed into the water and retrieved the individual. Song Ping peered closely and gasped, "By the heavens, it is my other adopted son, Song Xian. How could both of them have perished? What on earth is happening?" The palace servants shouted, "Do not panic. He still has a chance." They pressed on his abdomen and struck his chest. After a brief moment, Song Xian coughed twice and regained consciousness. His complexion was pale, and he was drenched, calling out, "Adoptive father." Song Ping's heart jolted once more. That address sent a chilling shiver through him, scarcely less frightening than the previous utterance. "Song Xian, Song Yuan is dead, and now you have also fallen into the water. What on earth has transpired? Speak the truth at once." Chapter 42. Cui Hao caught in adultery. Upon regaining consciousness, Song Xian found himself surrounded by a throng of onlookers. The foremost being a figure clad in a resplendent yellow robe, gazing down at him with an air of authority. It was the emperor. Song Xian's complexion paled further, and he rose to bow before the sovereign, exclaiming, "Long life the emperor." The emperor nodded approvingly, acknowledging Song Ping, his adoptive son, for exhibiting decorum even in such a perilous moment. Song Xian recounted the events that unfolded. Feeling unwell, he had ventured to the lavatory, only to discover, upon walking a short distance, that someone had fallen into the water. Approaching closer, he realized it was Song Yuan. He promptly leapt in to rescue him. But the frigidness of the pool caused his chest to cramp, and despite his efforts to swim with Song Yuan, he soon lacked the strength, swallowed a mouthful of water, and then lost consciousness. While this explanation seemed plausible, a question lingered. How had Song Yuan ended up in the water? Perhaps he had imbibed too much and wandered off course. When I found him in the water, he was inebriated and unconscious. This reasoning was indeed fitting, for it was the night of the banquet, and many had indulged in drink, becoming disoriented. Yet, Song Ping harbored doubts. Song Yuan had appeared sober. When he left, why had he suddenly succumbed to drunkenness and fallen into the water? Moreover, had he not been tasked with assassinating Princess Shangzhen? Had he pursued her? And where was Princess Shangzong now? However, Sun Ping dared not voice his inquiries, for doing so would unveil his intentions. The situation was becoming increasingly clear when the Empress interjected, "Your Majesty, we have yet to locate Ting'er. I must search for my daughter." This prompted the assembly to remember their purpose. They had set out to find Princess Shangzong. Since she was not in the water, they resolved to continue their search. The grand procession advanced, leaving Sun Xian and the lifeless body of Sun Yuan behind. Sun Xian grasped the hand of a palace attendant and inquired, "Princess Shangzong is missing." "Indeed, we are searching for her," came the reply. Rising, Sun Xian declared, "The safety of the princess is of utmost importance. I too shall assist in the search." Without regard for his own condition, he joined the throng, leaving Sun Yuan as solitary form behind. The Empress held the hand of the Queen Dowager, guiding her towards the guest chambers. "Your Highness, let us check this way." A row of guest rooms came into view, specifically constructed for the attendees of the palace banquet, providing them a place to rest. The Empress advanced, calling out, "Shangzhen! Shangzhen! Where are you?" As they turned a corner, a palace maid appeared before them. It was Zhao Yu, who was pacing anxiously in front of one of the guest rooms. The Empress, perplexed, remarked, "Isn't she a maidservant of Princess Rongchang? What is she doing here?" The favored concubine, upon seeing Zhao Yu, felt a sudden unease. "Zhao Yu, why are you not attending to Princess Rongchang? What are you doing here?" Startled, Zhao Yu fell to her knees, exclaiming, "Your Highness, Princess Rongchang." The favored concubine approached urgently. "Where is Rongchang? Speak." Zhao Yu pointed towards the guest room. "She is inside." In truth, it was unnecessary for Zhao Yu to speak further, for the sounds of revelry, both male and female, resonated from within the guest room, unmistakably loud. The favored concubine, in disbelief, cried out, "Impossible! My Bao could not possibly be inside." She shouted fiercely, yet hesitated to open the door, even going so far as to block it, preventing anyone from approaching. The queen let out a cold laugh. "Yao Qianqing, in the past, you were always quick to point out the faults of others. Today, it is your turn to experience this taste." She stepped forward and said, "Hu Eifei, is Rongchang inside? Why not just open the door and see?" "No, it definitely isn't." Hu Eifei exclaimed, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, I just remembered. Rongchang mentioned feeling fatigued and returned to the palace to rest. Let us leave." Hu Eifei obstructed the doorway, preventing the queen from entering, which to the onlookers implied a guilty conscience. The queen forcefully pushed her aside. "Step aside." Hu Eifei stumbled to the side, and the queen kicked the door open, causing the poor wooden door to crash to the ground, revealing the scene inside. Clothes were strewn carelessly across the floor, and the couple on the bed, previously engaged in their passionate embrace, were startled by the queen's entrance, quickly grabbing covers to shield their bodies. Yet, their faces were unmistakably clear to the crowd. It was Princess Rongchang, Zhao Bo, and Cui Hao. The outside burst into an uproar, fueled by the revelry of inebriated onlookers. The sight of such royal scandal ignited their gossiping spirits, and they began to chatter loudly. The queen sneered, "Hu Eifei, take a good look. Is this not your daughter?" Hu Eifei's face turned pale, but she clung to a shred of rationality, turning to plead, "Your Majesty." Little did she know, the emperor's countenance had darkened, and he was too preoccupied to heed Hu Eifei's pleas. He shouted into the room, "Wretched spawn! Come out at once!" Cui Hao, startled, immediately sobered up and climbed off the bed, while Zhao Bao, affected by the drug, was sluggish in her movements. Hu Eifei regained some composure and entered the room, pulling Zhao Bao up and shaking her. "Bao, quickly tell your mother who did this to you. Was it Cui Hao? Speak up." Hu Eifei desperately signaled Zhao Bao, hoping she would shift the blame entirely onto Cui Hao, thus salvaging at least some of her reputation. But Cui Hao would not allow that. Such accusations could cost him his life, and he could not bear the burden alone. He needed to drag Zhao Bo down with him. He fell to his knees. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, Hu Eifei, I share a deep bond with Princess Rongchang. We were unable to restrain our feelings." The queen nearly burst into laughter. What a splendid excuse for being unable to restrain oneself. Truly an impressive display for Hu Eifei. Hu Eifei cried out, "Cui Hao, silence yourself. Bao Zu, speak." Cui Hao leaned closer to Zhao Bao, gazing at her with deep affection. "Bao, quickly say, were you willing?" As Cui Hao spoke, Zhao Bao's cheeks flushed. She finally understood the nature of intimacy between a man and a woman. No wonder her father had not come to her mother, always filled with anger. Now, she belonged to Cui Hao, and naturally, she would stand with him. With a bashful demeanor, Zhao Bao replied, "Mother, Cui Lanjun did not force me. It was my own choice. The Empress Dowager, infuriated, pointed accusingly at Zhao Baowu, rendered speechless by the betrayal of her own daughter. The sensation was truly unbearable. Yet, despite the turmoil within her, she could not afford to falter at this critical moment, for a multitude awaited outside, eager to witness her humiliation. She must uphold Zhao Baozu's interests as well as those of the third prince and her own family. Surviving in the palace necessitates an exceptional ability to control one's emotions and to change one's demeanor at a moment's notice. Even if one were to suffer a grievous wound, one must still present a smiling facade to the assembled crowd. The Empress Dowager swiftly composed herself and stepped out of the chamber, kneeling before the emperor. Your Majesty, she began, the Princess Rongchang has committed this egregious act while inebriated. And it is I who bear the blame for failing to guide her properly. However, it is also true that she and Cui Hao are deeply enamored. And in their intoxication, they could not restrain their feelings. I humbly beseech your Majesty to grant them a union, thus fulfilling their heartfelt affection. Chapter 43. Zhao Baowu is abandoned. The Empress Hui knelt deeply, her frail shoulders trembling lightly, embodying the image of a loving mother concerned for her daughter, which stirred sympathy in many hearts. Hui's father, Yao Jiangchong, exchanged glances with a few officials, who mingled within the crowd and remarked that it was understandable for one to become emotionally overwhelmed after indulging in too much wine at tonight's banquet. Young people, when enamored, are far bolder than we were in our youth, indeed worthy of admiration. Your Majesty, this is a tale of lovers ultimately united. Please grant them your blessing for marriage. In an instant, the scandal involving Zhao Baowu and Cui Hao was skillfully obscured, with the blame shifted onto drunkenness, simultaneously enhancing their reputation for passionate love. Public opinion, astonishingly, turned in their favor. The Empress, of course, would not let this opportunity slip by, for she too had allies. A noblewoman stepped forward, asserting that Princess Rongchang was a role model for all daughters in the realm. Could she truly wish for all women to emulate her behavior? Some were even more direct, questioning, would you allow your daughter to follow Princess Rongchang's example, getting drunk and sneaking away with her chosen companion? Would you condone that? Everyone fell silent, clearly unwilling to accept such a notion. Had anyone else voiced such sentiments, the Empress would have engaged in a fierce argument. However, the speaker was the Emperor's maternal aunt, the forthright Princess Zhao Yuanqing, renowned for her candor in court, rendering Hui too intimidated to respond. With Zhao Yuanqing speaking, the Emperor would certainly lend her due respect, as she held the highest seniority present. Your Majesty, there are laws for the nation and rules for the family. Even a princess must not act recklessly. If today's incident is treated lightly, it will set a precedent for all men and women in the realm to follow suit, leading to unrestrained liaisons and the disintegration of societal norms. How shall we face our ancestors, the common people, and the surrounding nations then? Should order collapse, the entire moral fabric of the kingdom of Qing would crumble, and that would be an irreparable disaster. The Emperor absorbed her words. No number of daughters could outweigh the importance of his empire. He aspired to leave a legacy unmarred by blemish. His aunt was right. The dignity of the kingdom could not be jeopardized for the sake of Rongchang. The Empress's face turned ashen. This was the end. Those who had been stirring the pot ceased their chatter, gazing intently at the Emperor, awaiting his verdict. The Emperor declared, Princess Rongchang and Cui Hao have long known each other and share deep affections. I permit them to wed in a month. However, due to the princess's indiscretions, I hereby revoke the title Rongchang from her, restoring her to the status of an ordinary princess, along with the forfeiture of her fief and the prohibition of establishing a princess's residence. This punishment was severe. Without a title, fief, or residence, she could only remain sequestered within the palace, utterly stripped of her dignity. Zhao Baowu felt as if she had plummeted from the heavens to the abyss, exclaiming, Father, by what right do you strip me of my title? I refuse to accept this. I refuse. The Empress quickly covered her mouth, silently imploring, Do you wish to die? Do you wish to die? Be silent. Be silent. Tears streamed down Zhao Baozu's face, her spirit nearly crumbling under the weight of despair. How had it come to this? The benevolence of the sovereign encompasses both the thunder and the dew, remarked Consort Hui, expressing her gratitude to the Emperor. I shall certainly discipline the second princess properly. No, I shall ensure the second princess is well guided. It is best that way. The Emperor, feeling disinterested, wished to hasten his departure from the banquet. However, the Empress had not yet concluded her discourse. Your Majesty, the second princess has erred. Is it not true that Cui Hao is innocent? He has indeed caused turmoil within the palace, and such a crime deserves punishment. The Empress harbored deep resentment towards Cui Hao, regarding him as a man who relying on his superficial charms, had ensnared both princesses in his web. His father, Cui Yumao, had further schemed to implicate Zhao Yuanqing. Such morally corrupt individuals ought to meet their end. Yet, surprisingly, few supported the empress's stance. Firstly, the ministers, being men, understood their kind well. Intoxicated, they might act recklessly. Furthermore, the second princess had acted of her own volition. What fault lay with Cui Hao? Secondly, in this patriarchal society, all women were regarded as mere extensions and tools of men, with princesses being no exception. In times of peace, they were royalty. In times of war, they were mere pawns for alliances, not comparable to the esteemed men. Additionally, Cui Hao belonged to a prestigious family, and thus, those of his lineage would naturally defend him. Your Majesty, this matter concerns only the second princess and Cui Hao. Their affection is genuine, albeit the circumstances were inappropriate. How can this be deemed a disruption of the palace? The implication was clear. The empress was meddling. The empress turned to the emperor, seeking confirmation. He remained silent. In his eyes, Zhao Bou had lost her value. A princess devoid of worth was not worth offending the noble families. The empress looked at the emperor in disbelief. He had once lavished affection on Zhao Bou, yet today, he refrained from punishing the one she had clandestinely consorted with. Had his affections been mere pretense? Yao Jiang, Consort Hui's father, spoke up. Your Majesty, I second this opinion. The second princess and young Master Cui merely succumbed to their emotions. It is hardly a grave matter. Hearing her father's words, Consort Hui felt tears welling in her eyes, winking them back with determination. She embraced Zhao Bao tightly, and the two stood together, expressionless and resigned, akin to piglets awaiting their fate. Unbeknownst to the women, the men had already engaged in several clandestine exchanges of interests. The emperor's decision not to punish Cui Hao was a trade for the loyalty and allegiance of the noble families. Yao Zhang's protection of Cui Hao would enable the Cui family, and indeed the noble families, to align with the third prince, aiding his ascent to power. Meanwhile, the noble families, in their pursuit of maintaining dignity and prestige, would be willing to concede certain benefits. The union of Zhao Bou and Cui Hao prompted a reassessment of interests, establishing a new web of relationships and alliances. Since the aggrieved parties deemed the matter trivial, who was the empress, an outsider, to impose her demands? Consensus was reached, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. The emperor's spirits lifted once more. My esteemed ministers, let us continue our revelry. With that, the emperor departed, and the empress, realizing that Zhao Yuanqing was indeed innocent, lost her enthusiasm for the charade and left in despair. Only Consort Hui remained, tightly embracing Zhao Bou, as the two wept silently under the cloak of night. The distant sounds of men reveling in their cups reached them, but they no longer held any relevance. Zhao Yuanqing stood quietly at the door of the adjacent guest room, observing them. She had erred once more, believing that the emperor favored Zhao Bou and would surely protect her in times of trouble. Yet, she was unprepared for the reality that the emperor's affection was confined to trivial gestures of kindness when faced with critical matters. He displayed the same ruthlessness towards Zhao Bou as he had towards her in a past life. Princesses like them, regardless of the pampering they received, would be bartered away in pivotal moments, akin to trading a city. No, they were even less than cities. They were inferior to that wretched Cui Hao, who could escape unscathed, while they, as princesses, could not. Though men committed the same transgressions, it was they, the princesses, who bore the brunt of the punishment. Zhao Yuanqing was engulfed in profound confusion. Was it due to her insufficient nobility, her lack of ability, or was it simply because she was not a man? The room was shrouded in darkness, and the night air outside was as cold as water. After a while, several figures hurriedly approached. They were none other than Consort Hui's father, Yao Jiang, and her mother, Lu. Chapter 44 Reunion. Yao Jiang and Lady L hurriedly approached, finding Hui Fei and Zhao Bao still embracing each other in tears. Yao Jiang, filled with ire, exclaimed, "Have you two not had enough? Return at once." Hui Fei, seething with indignation, retorted, "Father, why did you not defend Bao earlier, instead speaking well of Cui Hao? My Bao has lost her title of princess. This is a complete ruin for her." In her fury, Yao Zhang's anger intensified. He struck Hui Fei across the face with a sharp slap. His voice stern as he demanded, "Are you awake now? If not, I shall deliver another blow. You cannot manage your own daughter and yet dare to blame me." Hui Fei clasped her face, torn between anger and frustration. "I have always been clear-headed. On what grounds do you strike me? You hit me when you tore me from my cousin and forced me into the palace. If it were not for you, I would not be enduring this wretched life." Before she could finish, Lady L swiftly covered her mouth, urging, "Stop. Do you wish for our entire family to be executed?" Hui Fei wailed, "Mother. Will you?" Her mouth was clamped shut more tightly, and as Lady L continued to silence her, she cast a meaningful glance at Yao Jiang. "My lord, please. Persuade the princess." With a heavy sigh, Yao Jiang pondered why his once clever daughter had become so foolish today. He spoke, "My dear lady, given the circumstances, blaming Cui Hao will only push the aristocracy toward the crown prince. If we handle this matter wisely, we can pull them into the camp of the third prince. Surely, you understand this?" Upon the mention of her son, Hui Fei's emotions calmed slightly, yet she still protested, "Father, Cui Hao has shown great disrespect to Bo Wu. It pains me to let him go unpunished." Yao Jiang replied sarcastically, "If you wish to punish Cui Hao, you must first inquire whether your daughter is willing." All eyes turned to Zhou Bo Wu as Hui Fei asked, "Bo Wu, what do you think? Speak the truth, do not fear, for your mother will support you." Zhao Bao Wu, with a feeble voice, responded, "Mother, I am now with Cui Lanjun. What use is there in discussing anything else?" Hui Fei, aghast and enraged, stammered, You. Yao Jiang interjected, "My lady, since the second princess has made her choice, you must cease your stubbornness. Fortune often lies within adversity. And today, as events may not be entirely unfavorable, we can use this opportunity to forge a connection with the aristocracy, paving a new path for the third prince." Hui Fei listened in silence, her heart heavy with the realization that her father had failed to support her and her daughter in this critical moment. Seeing that she remained unmoved, Yao Jiang turned to Zhou Bowu, instructing, "As you enter the Cui family, you must live harmoniously with Cui Hao, show reverence to your in-laws, and speak well of your royal brother, drawing them closer to us, understand?" Zhao Baozu nodded, "I understand, grandfather." Yao Jian nodded kindly. But Zhao Bao felt his gaze upon her was devoid of warmth, as if she were an inanimate object, lacking the affection he once had for her. After offering a few more words of comfort to Hui Fei, Yao Jiang and Lady L hastily departed, conscious of the need to avoid raising the emperor's suspicions. As Yao Jiang walked along the river bank, she lamented bitterly, feeling that Bo Wu was utterly useless upon wasted after years of care. She urged her husband to remain vigilant regarding the empress, for if she too were to falter, it would spell doom for their entire family. "Understood, my lord," came the reply. The couple vanished into the night, where no one could rival the interests of the family, not even themselves. Hui Fei appeared slightly dazed as the darkness deepened. Zhao Bao felt a twinge of fear and said, "Mother, let us return." Hui Fei inquired, "Baozu, having lost your title as princess and your palace, you must marry into the Cui family. Are you not worried?" Initially, she had some trepidation, but now she felt unafraid. "Mother, I still have you and my royal brother, as well as grandfather. You will protect me, won't you?" Hui Fei forced a bitter smile, her heart aching. "Yes, I will protect you, but dear Bo-u, marrying is not the same as being a daughter. The Cui residence is small, and you may find it uncomfortable. Their wealth is limited, and you might struggle to adapt." Zhao Bao was undeterred, her innocence shining through as she said, "That's simple, mother. Just provide me with several grand houses as dowries, and we can all move in together. I can simply utilize my bridal gifts. As long as you are with me, my life will remain as it was." Hui Fei chuckled, a hollow laugh, and said, "I laugh at myself. Alas, I am weary, let us go." Turning away, her once proud figure seemed to lack support, and she walked away with a heavy heart, while Xiao Bo hurried to keep pace. Zhao Yuanqing stood quietly in the room, unnoticed amidst the earlier commotion. However, she caught a significant piece of information. Hui Fei's cousin had shared an old flame with her. Who could this person be? Did a secret lie buried within? She needed to investigate. Having lingered too long, she hurried back to avoid arousing suspicion. Emerging from the guest room, Zhao Yuanqing made her way slowly toward the banquet hall. In the flickering shadows, a figure appeared ahead. The person called out softly, "Princess Shangzhen, Princess Shangzhen." Zhao Yuanqing halted, and the individual suddenly spotted her, rushing forward with delight. "Princess Shangzhen, so you are here." It was Sun Xian, who seemed to have run a great distance. His chest heaving as he gasped for breath, his gaze fixated on Zhao Yuanqing, reminiscent of a past life. Zhao Yuanqing felt uneasy under his intense scrutiny. His gaze was too fervent, and the young man's robust scent enveloped her like fresh grass after rain, vibrant yet overwhelming. She feigned nonchalance, sidling closer and asking, "Who are you?" "Your Highness, I am Sun Xian, the adopted son of Sun Ping, the governor of Longyu," he replied. "Oh, and why are you here?" "Your Highness, Your maid mentioned you were missing, so I came out to assist in the search. I am relieved to find you safe. Allow me to escort you back to the banquet hall. Zhao Yuanqing could sense that Sun Xin would not harm her. Previously, he had killed Sun Yuan, who intended to do her harm, and now he was escorting her home, which indicated that he was not her enemy. However, Sun Xin's actions were perplexing. They had never met before, so why would he choose to side with her? As Zhao Yuanqing walked, she soon felt a burning sensation on her back. Turning to look, she found Sun Xin intently gazing at her, his eyes seemingly never leaving her. Upon noticing her glance, he broke into a smile, though his dark eyes held an intensity, and his ears subtly reddened. Zhao Yuanqing turned away, her expression devoid of emotion, thinking how utterly bewildering the situation was. Chapter 45. Finding fault after a stretch of walking. Zhao Yuanqing encountered Wen Qian and Wen Xin, who had come searching for her. They approached, exclaiming, "Princess, you have finally returned." Zhao Yuanqing turned back, intending to greet Sun Xin, only to discover that he had already distanced himself by several meters, fading into the shadows. "Princess? It's nothing, let us return." As they progressed towards the banquet hall, the cacophony of voices grew increasingly boisterous, and the scent of wine became intoxicating. Upon passing through the entrance, the radiant glow of colossal beeswax candles poured forth, starkly contrasting with the darkness outside, as if they belonged to two disparate realms. At this moment, past midnight, the banquet had entered its second phase. The civil officials congregated, engaging in spirited drinking games or exchanging poetic verses, while the military officials gathered to partake in wine commands or demonstrate their martial prowess. Amidst them, youthful and alluring courtesans flitted about, one moment nestled in one man's embrace, the next swirling with another amidst peals of laughter. The noblewomen seemed to have collectively vanished, leaving behind a throng of vigorous men reveling in the pleasures of the night. Emperor Zhao Guangjing sat upon his elevated platform, surveying the pinnacle of opulence with hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Such a glorious empire! I do not betray my ancestors." Yet Zhao Yuanqing furrowed her brow deeply. Behind this facade of splendor lay the fragile core of the Daqing dynasty. Many believed this prosperity would endure for millennia, unaware that in merely 2 years, they would be invaded by the kingdom of woman. Upon noticing her, the emperor inquired, "Shangzhen, where have you been?" "Father, your daughter was unwell from drink and sought a room to rest." The emperor appeared skeptical. "Oh, we all searched for you, and many called your name. Did you not hear?" "Father, when I am inebriated, I sleep soundly. Not even thunder could rouse me. I heard nothing at all." The emperor scrutinized Zhao Yuanqing for a moment before waving his hand dismissively. "Very well, you may leave." "Yes." Zhao Yuanqing attempted to depart, but those who harbored deep resentment towards her were unwilling to let her go. A voice called out, "Princess Shangzhen, hold on." The speaker stumbled forward, revealing himself to be Sun Ping, who, in his grief over Sun Yuan's death, had indulged in excessive drinking. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Had it not been for Zhao Yuanqing's intervention, he would not have lost both the positions of the idol stablemaster and the Longxi pastoral commissioner. Nor would Sun Yuan have perished. He blamed Zhao Yuanqing entirely. Trailing behind him was Sun Xin, who implored, "Father, you are intoxicated. Allow me to assist you to rest." Sun Ping shrugged off Sun Xin's hand, barking, "Get away from me." Sun Xin cast a concerned glance at Zhao Yuanqing, clenched his fists, and positioned himself beside Sun Ping, prepared to intervene should he strike. The emperor remained silent upon his platform, seemingly indulgent of Sun Ping's intent to chastise Zhao Yuanqing, appearing both permissive and hesitant. The onlookers exchanged glances filled with intrigue. An entertaining spectacle was unfolding. Having witnessed the fall of Princess Rongchang, was Princess Shangzhen now destined for a similar fate? Zhao Yuanqing felt a surge of resentment, thanks to these ministers. In her past life, she had been sent to the kingdom of woman, yearning for revenge but finding no opportunity. Today, fate had presented her with a chance. With a cold smile, she remarked, "What does Lord Sun intend to do?" "Princess Shangzhen, I have matters to discuss. I am not at your leisure." Zhao Yuanqing turned to leave, but Sun Ping, in a fit of urgency, grasped her sleeve, imploring, "Wait. I have something to ask you." He assumed Zhao was a frail woman, expecting her to halt at his talk. However, she whirled around fiercely, seizing the wine jug from the table and smashing it against his face. "How dare you lay a hand on me? Who granted you such audacity?" Sun Ping cried out, instinctively covering his eyes as the fiery liquor stung, turning them a vivid red, soon swelling and clouding his vision. No longer able to confront Zhao Yuanqing, he rolled on the ground, clutching his eyes. Sun Xin, startled, shouted, "Adoptive father! Adoptive father!" The onlookers were equally alarmed, urging, "Quick, fetch water." Unfortunately, the table held only wine or tea. There was no plain water. By the time the palace attendants returned with cool water, it was too late. Song Ping's eyes were already a crimson haze, blinking frantically in a fog of confusion. A royal physician present evaluated him, declaring that the alcohol had burned his eyes, rendering him unable to see clearly for some time, though he would recover eventually. Panicking, Song Ping lamented, "If my eyes are compromised, how can I take to the field and fight? How long is this some time?" The physician replied, "It varies from person to person." "Curse your varies from person to person. I still need to ride and shoot." As Song Ping lamented and plotted revenge against Zhao Yuanqing, little did he know that she was more deranged than he. She seized another wine jug, pouring its contents down her throat before violently hurling it and bellowing at the officials, "If Song Ping dares to challenge me, then you all shall witness my wrath. Ah! Let you all perish." With a furious gesture, she upended a table, sending wine and food crashing to the floor, causing the officials to retreat in terror. Zhao Yuanqing continued her rampage, overturning multiple tables in a frenzy, leaving the ground littered with debris. Finally, the emperor, furious, reacted, urging, "Stop her, quickly." Some attempted to restrain Zhao Yuanqing, but she broke free, retaliating fiercely. After several failed attempts, they hesitated. After all, she was a princess, and they could not assault her in front of the emperor. Though she appeared deranged, Zhao Yuanqing's mind was lucid, seizing the opportunity of her frenzy. She struck several officials who had often crossed her in the past, feeling a tremendous sense of satisfaction. As she grew weary of her assault, Wen Qian and Wen Xin hurriedly restrained her, urging, "Princess, please calm down." Zhao Yuanqing ceased her actions, trembling, her complexion paling, breath quickening, limbs numbing, and dizziness overtaking her. She collapsed to the ground. Wen Qian and Wen Xin were alarmed, shouting, "Princess! Princess! What has happened to you?" Zhao Yuanqing managed to open her eyes slightly. Winking at Wen Qian, who felt her heart race and called out in feigned bravado, "Princess, please do not frighten me." The physician rushed to her side, diagnosing, "Your Majesty, the princess has fainted from anger." The crowd, bemused, thought, "Is there no justice? The princess has struck others and yet faints in wrath." Sun Xian, upon hearing this, glanced at Song Ping with a flicker of menace, causing Song Ping to feel a chill run down his spine. The emperor was utterly exasperated. Both individuals exhibited a complete lack of the grace and poise befitting a princess, truly bringing him shame. Yet, he could not afford to overlook the situation swiftly. She must be treated. Indeed, Wen Qian and Wen Xin carried Zhao Yuanqing to the nearest guest chamber, where the imperial physician administered acupuncture and prepared herbal remedies to aid her recovery. Upon hearing the news, the empress erupted in further chaos, resulting in Song Ping receiving 2 resounding slaps, which only escalated the disorder. Ultimately, the emperor, witnessing the turmoil, concluded that there could be no banquet under such circumstances and chose to dissolve the assembly altogether. With a single command, the court's evening festivities came to an abrupt end, and the ministers promptly exited the palace. In the realm of politics, every individual played their part with remarkable skill, once seated in their carriages. Even those who had been inebriated regained clarity of vision and adopted a calmer tone. Even the emperor, upon returning to the palace, found the scent of alcohol dissipating swiftly. Reverting to the demeanor of the cold, unyielding sovereign, "Summon the national master." Yes. Chapter 46. The emperor's hidden malice towards me. The emperor sat upon the dragon throne, his countenance darkened with discontent. Today, Zhao Yuanqing's demeanor was decidedly amiss, as if he had consumed something foul. Presently, a tall figure entered the chamber. It was Zhou Chu, the national master of the great Qing kingdom, clad in a flowing purple Taoist robe and adorned with a white jade crown. His white hair and beard lent him an ethereal presence. With a flick of his whisk, he performed a Taoist salute, addressing the emperor, "Your Majesty, national master, please take a seat." The emperor displayed remarkable courtesy towards Zhou Chu, for the latter possessed exceptional alchemical skills. It is a universal truth that no emperor seeks not the elixir of immortality. Zhao Guangjing was no exception. Since his ascension, he had tirelessly sought a master alchemist capable of crafting a potion for eternal life, eventually finding Zhou Chu, hailing from Longhu Mountain in Jiangxi. Zhou Chu resembled an immortal Taoist. The elixirs he concocted rejuvenated Zhao Guangjing, restoring his youthful vigor, and thus he held Zhou Chu in unwavering trust. Beyond the realm of alchemy, Zhou Chu was also entrusted with certain unsavory tasks, when the emperor wished to administer a lesson to specific individuals. Zhou Chu was ever ready to oblige, inadvertently becoming the emperor's closest confidant. National Master, you witnessed tonight's banquet. Sun Ping's performance aligned perfectly with our expectations. You have done well. Your Majesty is too kind. What did you administer to Sun Ping to incite such madness in him? It was Wu Shen. Upon consumption, it ignites one's body, enhances physical strength, and drives one to lunacy. His disrespect towards your Majesty warranted this lesson. Humph, that Sun Ping, relying on his military accolades, dares to coerce me into granting him 2 official titles. Such insatiable greed. Indeed, during the banquet, Sun Ping had repeatedly challenged the emperor, audaciously demanding titles, thus incurring the emperor's wrath. Zhou Chu was instructed to administer a dose of reprimand, leading to Sun Ping's public disgrace. However, the emperor summoned Zhou Chu for another matter. National Master, today Princess Shangzhen exhibited extreme madness, throwing fits and displaying erratic behavior. Do you suspect she has ingested something? Your Majesty, to ascertain if one has consumed alchemical pills requires proximity. I am too far to discern clearly. The emperor furrowed his brows. Princess Shangzhen's behavior is a grave embarrassment to the royal family. I wish for her to return to her former obedient self. Do you possess a remedy? Indeed. But this remedy bears a side effect. Excessive consumption leads to a state of folly. A foolish princess is far easier to govern than one brimming with rebellious ideas. National Master, prepare some for me. Certainly. Zhou Chu's expression remained placid, undisturbed even by such royal confidences. His allegiance lay solely with the emperor. Others were of no concern to him. After Zhou Chu's departure, the emperor lingered in the grand hall for an extended period. Sun Ping had become untenable. His recent arrogance stemming from a mere military achievement. Should he gain undue influence, it would spell disaster. The emperor's eyes, now clouded, saw a prime opportunity to dismantle Sun Ping's standing and elevate one of his own kin in his stead. But whom should he support? Numerous faces floated before the emperor's gaze, each deemed unsuitable. Suddenly, a youthful visage captured his attention. Sun Xian. He was the one, youthful and easily swayed, well acquainted with the intricacies of Long Yu. It could not have been more fitting. As for Sun Ping, after his eyes were scorched by strong liquor, Sun Xian assisted him in exiting the palace and returning to their home. Sun Ping, clutching his eyes, lamented on the bed, "My eyes are ruined. That wretched Princess Shangzhen dared to harm me. I shall not let this go unresolved." Outside, while brewing medicine, Sun Xian's eyes glimmered with a hint of murderous intent as he retrieved a pouch of herbs from his bosom and sprinkled its contents into the cauldron. Chapter 47, Interrogation of Su. After a while, the medicine was ready. Sun Xian entered with the concoction, saying, "Father, please take your medicine." Sun Ping's eyes burned with increasing intensity. Sun Xian's indistinct silhouette before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the deceased Sun Yuan, who had also called him father with an open mouth. Suddenly, a shiver ran through Sun Ping, and he shook his head, saying, "Do not call me father anymore. It sounds unsettling." Sun Xian, perplexed, inquired, "If not father, then what should I call you?" "Call me godfather. It is the custom in the capital," he replied. "You should call me godfather as well." Sun Xian paused momentarily before readily complying, "Godfather." "Good child." Sun Ping accepted the medicine and downed it in one gulp, causing the corners of Sun Xian's mouth to curve upwards. "By the way, where is Su? Where has she gone? I haven't seen her return." "Godfather, wait here. I will inquire." Sun Xian exited, heading to the banquet hall to gather information. There, she was informed that the Empress had issued a directive. A woman had died in the palace, and she should check if it was the person in question. "What? She has died?" Sun Xian returned with the news, and Sun Ping turned pale with shock. Wasn't she just fainted and carried away? How could she be dead? Struggling to his feet, he declared, "I must see her. If she is alive, I want to see her. If she is dead, I want to see her corpse." He took Sun Xian to the palace, where they indeed found Su in the morgue, her body cold and lifeless, lying beside Sun Yuan, who was equally devoid of warmth. Sun Ping breathed a sigh of relief. It was better this way. Su possessed knowledge of many things, and her death meant she would divulge nothing. He intended to take the body away but was stopped. The Empress had decreed that no corpses of those who died in the palace could be removed, to prevent any unnecessary complications. Both would be cremated, so Lord Sun need not worry. Sun Ping had no choice but to acquiesce and returned with Sun Xian. News of Su's condition soon reached the Empress, who was aware, allowing Sun Ping to pass through this ordeal unscathed. Zhao Yuanqing entered the palace again with Wan Qian, administering medicine to Su. Gradually, Su's body grew warm, and she regained consciousness. Slowly opening her eyes, she exclaimed, "Ah! Where is this?" Zhao Yuanqing replied, "You are in the palace." Su trembled at the realization. Had she not been struck by something at the banquet? How had she ended up in the palace? Zhao Yuanqing wasted no time in questioning her directly. "Where is the copper mine in Longyu?" "Copper mine? Princess, I do not know what you are talking about." Su lowered her head deeply, afraid to meet Zhao Yuanqing's gaze, fearful of revealing any secrets. "Su, you are already dead. You can never return to Songping. You have no choice but to heed my words." It took Su a considerable time to grasp the gravity of her situation, and she sank despondently to the ground. Realizing it was over, Zhao Yuanqing added, "Su, if you confess truthfully, I can spare your life. Should you choose to conceal the truth, I will ensure you truly perish." Weighing her options, Su quickly decided to divulge everything. It was discovered that Songping had unearthed a rich copper mine in Longyu. Rather than reporting it to the court, he clandestinely began mining it himself, enlisting artisans to mint copper coins, with the intention of keeping the mine for himself. "Your lavish expenditures derive entirely from this copper mine, do they not?" "Not at all. Songping is not so generous with us concubines. There is an associated gold mine adjacent to the copper mine where a wealth of gold was discovered. Elated, Songping bestowed upon us a portion, which I used to craft jewelry. Now it becomes clear why Songping spends money so freely. He has struck gold on his own land." The crown prince, upon hearing this news, was filled with excitement. "Mother, Qing'er, we must devise a plan to acquire both mines. As long as we position someone close to Songping, we can gradually orchestrate our success. But who should we place there? In Longyu, they possess no one. The only person familiar with the situation is Song Xian." Chapter 48. The origins of Song Xian. Unbeknownst to Song Xian, he had become a person of interest to both the emperor and the crown prince. At that moment, he stood outside, listening to the anguished wails of Songping within the room. Thanks to Song Xian's concoction, Songping's eyes had swollen to the size of dumplings, and he felt an excruciating pain that threatened to blind him. "Oh, I'm in agony. Song Xian, hurry and fetch the imperial physician, quickly." "Yes, godfather," Song Xian replied, though he had no intention of doing so. Instead, he took a leisurely stroll around the streets before returning to report, "Godfather, the palace says the physician is busy and cannot attend." Furious, Songping cursed the physician as a sycophant and hurled invectives at Zhao Yuan, wishing him a miserable fate. Song Xian could hardly tolerate such slander. He stopped softly and retrieved the medicinal concoction, pouring it into a bowl to force Songping to drink it. That night, Songping howled in agony, and by the following morning, he was completely blind. Song Xian gazed toward the palace, where the person he cherished most resided, determined that no one, not even Songping, could harm her. However, as Songping held a position of significant power, it was imperative to report his sudden blindness to the palace. Disguising himself in a manner befitting a grieving relative, Song Xian sought an audience with the emperor. "Your Majesty, my godfather has lost his sight." The emperor, amused by the turn of events that had rendered Songping incapacitated just as he was contemplating his downfall, found it quite fortuitous. The imperial physician, upon examination, attributed the blindness to a blow that had caused a hematoma in the brain, obstructing his vision. As for when he would regain it, the physician could only say it was a matter of fate. This incident left the position of the governor of Longyu vacant, inciting a frenzy among the court officials who rushed to claim it. The civil officials, military officials, and aristocratic factions all mobilized, each faction containing supporters of the crown prince as well as other princes. The emperor, wary of allowing any single faction to dominate, ultimately appointed Song Xian to the governorship. However, due to Song Xian's youth, concerns arose about his ability to command respect. Thus, 3 deputies were appointed to assist and supervise him. Seizing this opportunity, the crown prince placed one of his own into the mix. All were satisfied, for at least one of their own had secured a position. Once in Longyu, they could devise a way to weaken Song Xian's authority, believing that a mere youth could hardly possess significant capabilities. Yet, the most tormented was Songping. Reflecting on his arrival, he had come with 2 godsons and a favored concubine, basking in glory. Now, he returned with 1 godson dead, a lost concubine, blindness, and the loss of his official title. Truly an abysmal turn of fate. Could it be that the fortunes of the capital were against him? Yet, how fortuitous it seemed that while calamity befell everyone else, Song Xian remained unscathed and even ascended in rank, according to the principle that the ultimate beneficiary is the perpetrator. Sun Xin was undoubtedly the culprit. Sun Ping's heart raced with indignation. By all that is holy, it must be Sun Xin who plotted against me. He summoned his trusted servant, 11, and conveyed his suspicions. 11 nodded and departed. Once outside, he made his way directly to Sun Xin's quarters, knocking on the door. 7th Master, I have matters to discuss with you. Sun Ping had taken in numerous adopted sons, with Sun Xin being the 7th among them. Hence the household often referred to him as 7th Master. One day, 11 suddenly knelt before him and said, 7th Master, the Master has instructed me to procure some red poison to eliminate you. Sun Xin rose and circled around 11, chuckling softly. Why would you confide such matters to me? 7th Master, you are now a military governor, and I am aware of my duties as a servant. My loyalty lies with you. You disclose such a significant matter to me. What do you seek? 11 replied, I desire nothing more than to serve you afterward. Those who wish to be in my favor must undergo my trials. Let me test you. What do you propose we do about this? 11's eyes sparkled with ambition as he exclaimed, in my opinion, we should simply purchase the poison and have the Master consume it. Wouldn't that resolve everything? Sun Ping chuckled again, causing 11 to feel anxious. Allow me to ponder this further. You may leave for now, and do not speak of this to anyone. Understood. Once 11 exited, a young man emerged from behind the screen, patting Sun Xin's shoulder familiarly. This fellow is quite ruthless. He turns against his former master the moment he falls from grace. Are you truly willing to associate with such a person? Certainly not. If he can betray Sun Ping today, he can betray me tomorrow. No one desires a traitor. Then why entertain him? If he intends to buy red poison, let him procure 2 packets, one for himself and one for Sun Ping, and let them both meet their end. Sun Xin shook his head. That won't do. How do you plan to proceed? Sun Ping cannot die. He is privy to many confidential matters regarding Long Yu. Moreover, keeping him alive allows for the manipulation of the Emperor to command the lords. Why complicate things with such strategies? Just kill anyone who disobeys. Sun Xin glared at the young man. You only think of killing. Peng Hui, consider this, though both are rebels. Do you know why Sima Yi is remembered with disdain, while Cao Cao's reputation is mixed? Why is that? Sima Yi acted without justification and murdered the Emperor for no reason, whereas Cao Cao kept the Emperor under his control, effectively using him to command the lords. Peng Hui understood. You intend to keep Sun Ping under your thumb to control Long Yu. Precisely. There are dozens of Sun Ping's adopted sons in Long Yu who command the local armies and resources. I must deal with each of them, and I need Sun Ping's assistance. Peng Hui waved his hand dismissively. As long as you have your own plans, that suffices. I have come to inform you that the Crown Prince wishes to meet with you. Will you go? Recently, many have sought an audience with me, including the Crown Prince, the 3rd Prince, and the 4th Prince. I shall not favor one over the others. I will meet them all. With that said, he concluded, you may decide the matters at hand. I shall take my leave. Very well. With that, Peng Hui departed, now serving as a retainer to the Crown Prince, tasked with gathering intelligence on his behalf. Peng Hui possesses another identity as the orphan of the army under the command of the Northern Duke Zhao Yuanqing. Similarly, Sun Xin shares this fate. Both of their fathers perished in battle, and their mothers remarried. Numerous other orphans find themselves in the same plight. The Northern Duke has taken it upon himself to care for them, providing sustenance and education, as well as training in martial arts, with plans to assign them tasks based on their individual talents once they reach maturity. Peng Hui, cherishing his freedom, disguises himself as a wandering hero, journeying to the capital to hone his skills, eventually becoming a retainer in the prince's residence, as the prince is the grandson of the Northern Duke, thus serving his own lineage. On the other hand, Sun Xin harbors greater ambition. At the tender age of 15, he sets forth on adventures, leveraging his exceptional martial abilities to catch the attention of Sun Ping, who adopts him as a son. He then lies in wait in Long Yu Road, prepared to defend the Northern Duke's lineage in crucial moments. In Sun Xin's heart, whether it be the Northern Duke, the Empress, the Crown Prince, or Princess Shangzhen, they are all individuals he is sworn to protect. Upon exiting his quarters, Sun Xin swiftly apprehends the 11th, binding him tightly. The 11th cries out, 7th Master, what are you planning to do? You shall soon find out, retorts Sun Xin, hauling him into Sun Ping's chamber and tossing him to the ground with a thud. Sun Ping, seated on the bed and awaiting the 11th's return, is startled by the noise, exclaiming, who is it? It is I, your godson, responds Sun Xin. What brings you here? Questions Sun Ping. When one performs a play, it must be complete, declares Sun Xian, kneeling dramatically and lamenting, Godfather. What have I done to deserve such treatment? Sun Ping stammers, I. How have I treated you? 11th, commands Sun Xian, recite word for word what you just said to me. Chapter 49, discussion upon hearing the name of 11. Sun Ping felt an overwhelming sense of despair. 11, too, sensed his impending doom. He perceived Sun Xian as a fool. Cursing inwardly that his own benefactor sought to poison him. He had sought refuge in Sun Ping's aid, only to find himself betrayed. Yet, under the oppressive might of Sun Xian, 11 begrudgingly repeated his previous statements. Sun Ping clutched his head, feeling an intensifying pain. What was he to do? With a sense of injustice, Sun Xian declared, the sincerity of my heart towards my godfather is as evident as the sun and moon. If my godfather does not believe me, then he may as well end my life himself. With that, he thrust a dagger into Sun Ping's hands, urging him to take action. Sun Ping felt the cold blade against Sun Xian's carotid artery, sending a shiver down Sun Xian's spine, yet he remained motionless. In his heart, Sun Ping wrestled with doubt. Could it be that he had wronged Sun Xian, that all of this was mere coincidence? Sun Xian proposed. Once we return to Longyu, we shall summon the other brothers to adjudicate this matter. The thought of those ruthless and merciless individuals only exacerbated Sun Ping's headache. Were they to learn of his current predicament, they would undoubtedly pounce on him like vultures. In a fleeting moment, Sun Ping resolved his course of action. He withdrew the dagger and said, Old 7, this is all a misunderstanding. I have been deceived by this dog servant, so please forgive your godfather. If you say I should forgive, then I shall forgive, for I heed your words. Sun Ping smiled. Since you are so obedient, let us first deal with 11. Yes. 11 cried out, My lord, spare my life. 7th master, please show mercy. Yet, his pleas fell on deaf ears, for a traitor such as him. Neither side would hesitate in delivering punishment. Sun Xian plunged the dagger into 11's heart, and 11 uttered not a single word as he fell back, lifeless. Sun Xian withdrew the dagger, wiping it on 11's clothing, and respectfully stated, Godfather, it is done. Good, Old 7, henceforth, we shall rely on each other. Indeed, Godfather. While 11 is no more, I shall find a few loyal souls to attend to you day and night. Despite Sun Ping's reluctance, Sun Xian remained insistent, procuring several skilled and devoted individuals to serve Sun Ping, ensuring they followed him wherever he went. As for whom these people were truly loyal to, that remained uncertain. Sun Ping inwardly cursed, realizing that he had effectively been placed under house arrest by Sun Xian. However, in his current weakened state, he could not afford to confront him directly. Boy, once we return to Longyu and I am on my own turf, just wait and see how I deal with you. Sun Xian was undoubtedly aware of Sun Ping's thoughts and promptly relayed the news of Sun Ping's blindness back to Longyu, creating a tremendous uproar. This revelation stirred the hearts of many, leaving Sun Ping preoccupied and unable to attend to Sun Xian. Next, it was time to meet the Crown Prince. Sun Xian prepared himself and proceeded to the Yuhacheng tea house, where he met the Crown Prince in a private room. Sun Xian knelt before him, receiving the Crown Prince's support as he said, There is no need for formalities, please take a seat. As the guests took their seats, the two exchanged pleasantries before the Crown Prince delved directly into the matter at hand, inquiring if Governor Sun would be willing to lend his support to him. He assured Sun that he would not be neglected in the future. Sun Xian nodded, expressing his willingness to join the Crown Prince in ushering in a prosperous era. The Crown Prince smiled, pleasantly surprised by the swiftness of Sun Xian's agreement. However, such promptness aroused his suspicions, and he resolved to test Sun Xian's intentions. Governor Sun, what mineral resources can be found within the Longyu region? Just as Sun Xian was about to respond, he caught a glimpse of movement behind the screen. A pale green garment brushed past, revealing itself before him. A woman. At that moment, Sun Xian's heart stirred. The only woman who could appear here without arousing suspicion from the Crown Prince was Princess Shangshan, for she alone possessed the freedom to leave the palace unguarded. His spirits lifted, he sat up straighter, his voice resonating more robustly than before. Your Highness, the mineral resources of Longyu are already recorded by the court. Only a few newly discovered mines have yet to be reported. The Crown Prince squinted slightly, pondering Sun Xian's peacock-like demeanor. Who was he putting on a show for? No. There was indeed a woman present. The Crown Prince's gaze shifted toward the screen, where Zhao Yuanqing was concealed, having accompanied Sun Xian. Could it be that Sun Xian harbored feelings for Qing'e? The Crown Prince quickly dismissed this thought, suspecting he had misjudged the situation. What mines are these? Sun Xian replied. One is a copper mine, another a gold mine, and the last is an iron mine. The mention of an iron mine startled the crown prince. It was astonishing that Long Yu had discovered an iron mine, yet Sun Ping had failed to report it, revealing his ulterior motives. In this era, iron ore was primarily utilized for weaponry, with only a minor portion reserved for household items such as knives and pots. Thus, whoever controlled the iron mines wielded the nation's arsenal. Sun Xian nodded and continued, Your Highness, it is indeed an iron mine, though I have not seen it personally. It is controlled by several of Sun Ping's adopted sons. He elaborated that all resources in Long Yu were managed by Sun Ping's trusted confidants and adopted sons, who maintained a delicate balance of power among themselves. Consequently, Sun Xian could not ascertain the total resources available. The three mines had only been uncovered through great effort on his part. Upon hearing this, the crown prince concluded that it was imperative to send someone trustworthy to Long Yu, as the iron mine was crucial, perhaps even more so than the copper mine. Zhao Yuanqing shared this sentiment, asserting the necessity of dispatching a reliable individual to secure control over the mine. With the impending conflict between the Daqing kingdom and the Wuman kingdom on the horizon, they must ensure the production of ample weaponry beforehand. In this vein, Zhao Yuanqing recalled a rumor from her previous life, wherein her maternal grandfather had defended against the Wuman kingdom. It was said that their rifles would break upon use, with fragile and brittle stocks, leading to many soldiers perishing when their weapons fell short in battle. Regrettably, at that time, she had been too enraptured by her affection for Cui Hao to ponder such matters. In retrospect, it seemed there might have been truth to those tales. In this lifetime, Zhao Yuanqing is determined to protect his grandfather and uncle, starting with provisions and weaponry. Sun Xian recounted everything he knew, engaging in delightful conversation with the crown prince. And it was not until an hour later that he took his leave. Before departing, Sun Xian cast one last glance at the screen, where the beautiful hem of a skirt had vanished from sight. Once Sun Ping had left, Zhao Yuanqing emerged from behind the screen. Your Highness, we must send someone personally to investigate. Qing I share the same sentiment, but who shall we send? Do you have someone in mind? Zhao Yuanqing pointed to himself. Me? You? No, that's too perilous. Besides, without our father's decree, a princess cannot leave the capital. We can easily find an excuse. And it's not as if we will be leaving immediately. After returning to the palace, further discussions with the empress are necessary. Ultimately, it is most fitting for Zhao Yuanqing to undertake this mission. There is nothing more trustworthy than blood ties. Especially concerning matters of great importance that affect the future, such responsibilities are best handled by one's own kin. Thus, the plan was temporarily set in motion. Chapter 50. The meeting and assassination. Sun Xian donned his new official robe and cap, along with the official seal, ready to pack his belongings and return to Long Yu Dao. However, he was reluctant to leave, having made the arduous journey to the capital. He yearned for one last encounter with Princess Zhao Yuanqing. After pondering for some time, he devised a plan. He ventured to Xiangfeng, a shop owned by the esteemed Princess Shangzhen, contemplating whether purchasing a plethora of spices might afford him the opportunity to meet her. As he wandered through the shop, his initial trepidation transformed into pride. Princess Shangzhen had established a remarkable establishment, replete not only with spices but also with the latest fragrant essences. These exquisite concoctions, appealing to the women of the capital, would surely captivate the people of Long Yu Dao as well. In that moment, Sun Xian altered his intention. Instead of merely buying spices, he resolved to propose a collaboration with Princess Shangzhen, which would undoubtedly facilitate their meeting. A shop attendant approached, inquiring, Esteemed guest, what may I assist you with? Is your owner present? I wish to discuss a partnership with her, Sun Xian replied, revealing his official seal as the newly appointed military governor of Long Yu Dao. The attendant stammered, Please, esteemed guest, proceed to the private room on the 3rd floor and wait a moment while I notify the princess. Sun Xian ascended to the 3rd floor, where the steward busily sent word to Zhao Yuanqing. Puzzled by Sun Xian's request for collaboration, Zhao Yuanqing pondered the nature of the partnership. However, recognizing that Sun Xian was currently an ally rather than an adversary, she deemed it unwise to treat him with anything less than courtesy. Upon her arrival at Xiangfeng, she greeted, Governor Sun, you seek me? Indeed, Your Highness. Please, take a seat, Sun Xian replied, rising to courteously pull out a chair for Zhao Yuanqing. Raising an eyebrow at his unusually gracious demeanor, Zhao Yuanqing settled into her seat. She met his gaze, which sparkled with admiration and affection, causing her to wonder, is he unwell? Realizing he might have been too forward, Sun Xian averted his gaze and said, "Your Highness, I find your fragrant essences to be exceptionally crafted. The people of Longyu Dou would surely appreciate them. Would you consider opening a branch there? I would oversee all arrangements, sparing you any concern." Initially inclined to decline, Zhao Yuanqing was suddenly struck by an idea. Indeed, establishing a branch in Longyu Dou would provide her with the perfect pretext to investigate the area. Furthermore, she could replicate this scheme across the nation under the guise of opening more branches. With this thought, a smile blossomed on her face as she replied, "I have been contemplating this very notion. Thank you, Governor Sun, for your insight." Her hair, elegantly styled in a spiral bun and adorned with a circling of pearls, complemented her fair complexion beautifully. As she smiled, her lips parted slightly, revealing pearly white teeth. Clad in a vibrant orange ensemble that accentuated her graceful form, she radiated a floral beauty. Sun Xian's gaze deepened. "Your Highness, there is no need for formality. Let us discuss how we may proceed." Zhao Yuanqing felt an unsettling discomfort. In her previous life, the soldiers of the Wumong Kingdom would regard her with such a gaze, albeit one far more aggressive than that of Sun Xian, instilling a profound fear within her. Contemplating this, Zhao Yuanqing quelled her smile and distanced herself with an icy demeanor, stating that such trivial matters should be entrusted to the underlings to manage. If Governor Sun had no further business, she would take her leave. Sun Xian stood momentarily stunned, bewildered by the abrupt change in Zhao Yuanqing's demeanor, uncertain of what he had said or done to provoke such a reaction. "Your Highness." Yet, the disquiet within Zhao Yuanqing intensified as haunting images from her past life resurfaced in her mind. She could not linger. She had to depart. "Governor Sun, I bid you farewell." With that, Zhao Yuanqing turned and exited, leaving Sun Xian in a state of shock, pondering the sudden turn of events. Reluctantly, Sun Xian followed her outside, but just as they reached the staircase, a piercing sound sliced through the air, followed by the ominous whistling of arrows. "Not good. Someone is shooting arrows." Sun Xian shouted, "Your Highness, be careful." Zhao Yuanqing glanced upward, witnessing several arrows hurtling toward her, glinting with a blue hue in the sunlight poisoned. Behind her, Wen Qian and Man Jiu yelled, "Princess, lower your head." Zhao Yuanqing swiftly crouched down, narrowly evading the first wave of poisoned arrows. Wen Qian and Man Jiu drew their blades, positioning themselves protectively in front of her, urging, "Your Highness, retreat back inside." Before she could move, Sun Xian leaped forward, enveloping her in his embrace, rolling them both from the staircase into the corridor, and then back into the room. "Your Highness, remain hidden beneath the table and do not move. I shall return swiftly," Sun Xian declared, brandishing a steel knife as he flung open the door and charged outside. "Be careful," Zhao Yuanqing called after him. Sun Xian's reassuring voice echoed back, "Do not worry, Your Highness." He firmly closed the door behind him, darting outside, where he began to deflect the errant poisoned arrows with his knife before reaching the ground floor. "Quick, shut the door." Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the Zui Xiangfeng establishment, patrons shrieking and scrambling for safety. The attendants hastily closed the main entrance, hoping to thwart the assailants outside. Sun Xian shouted to Manjiu and Wen Qian, "I will pursue them. You two must protect the princess." "Understood." The duo rushed into the room, only to find it utterly empty. "This is terrible. We have fallen into the enemy's trap." At that moment, Sun Xian outside sensed something amiss. The once flying poisoned arrows had inexplicably vanished. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he rushed upstairs, only to discover that the princess was gone. The three were filled with regret, having been so preoccupied with fending off the attackers that they neglected the fact that the princess lacked martial prowess. Who could have anticipated that an intruder could ascend to the third floor and abduct her? The window stood wide open, and Manjiu and Wen Qian peered outside to see shadows darting in the distance, people running in a frenzied panic. "We should split up and search," they suggested. "Wait." Sun Xian remarked that they had already fallen victim to the enemy's ruse to lure them away, and they must not be ensnared a second time. The princess is a living being, not an object. Should the enemy wish to abduct her, it would require considerable effort. Being on the third floor, it is improbable that the enemy could take flight in such a brief span of time. Manjiu suddenly realized, and Sun Xian placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Understanding the implication, Manjiu promptly sealed his lips. Sun Xian expressed his suspicion that the princess remained within the building, given the enemy's pace. They ought to be on the first floor by now. Let us descend to the first floor and investigate. While speaking, he gestured toward a cabinet within the room. Manjiu and Wen Qian comprehended that Sun Xi and suspected the princess might be concealed inside the cabinet. They conversed as they approached the door, which creaked open, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps fading away. The room once again succumbed to silence.